in life. We are 10X!
It is my job to give you the data, give you the information, give you the strategy, make ourselves available to help you. Your job is to continue to show up.
What's up, everybody? Yeah, come on now. It's Revenue Day. It's Revenue Day. Welcome to this bonus day. We got you on Ustream, Facebook, YouTube. We actually have closer to 30 of our partners streaming this all over to 13 million people today. We'll have tens of thousands of people from all across the world. In the chat, drop where you're chiming in from. Drop where you're chiming in from today. We're so excited to have you today, and welcome, welcome, welcome to this bonus day. Here's what I want you to know. Last week, it was all about the Unbreakable business system. And the reason we did this bonus day is if you paid attention to last week, you saw lots of people landing leads, sales, and customers. In order for a business to be a viable business, you've got to have all of those. So we wanted to talk about 10 things today from 10 unbelievable partners and speakers around ways to generate revenues. We want you generating revenues. In the chat, drop revenues. I'm going to generate revenues today. And so by the time I'm done here today, there is no recording of this. We're not sending this out. Like, you got to be live with us today. You're going to have 10 revenue generating, not just ideas, but things that are working for these powerhouse speakers that are with us today. 10. And we don't need you to pick all 10 of them to use. We need you to use one or two of them. One or two of them can move the needle in your business over the course of 2023. So what are they going to do? Imagine there's a curtain right here. I don't know if you've ever been backstage, but like the stuff that happens backstage, sometimes people don't tell you front stage what they're doing behind the curtain. Because if you know, then you can do it. What we've asked all of these speakers to do is pull back the curtain and let you see the revenue generating activities that they're going to be doing in 2023. So who's excited about that? Like, if you're excited about that, drop 10 nuggets. 10 revenue nuggets in the chat. I want you to drop that in the chat. And we're so excited about this. And man, we're so grateful. Last week, most of the time, all 5 days, we were averaging 35, 40,000 people live. We had hundreds of thousands of viewers through the course of the day. I believe this day will have more viewers than any day that we had last week, because of the fact that we're making this dedicated for the next several hours. So buckle your seatbelt. You're going to be with us for the next several hours of today, and really, really excited about today. So thank you for being here. We got it everywhere. Rachel, are we good back there in the back? Are we good? Okay. And am I going to have a clicker, Johnny? Yes, sir, Johnny. Hey, drop Johnny the camera guy, man. Give it up for Johnny the camera guy in the room. Yes, come on. All day, bro. I won't drop that. You hit me in my hands, I won't drop it. So there we go. And I'm excited. We've got a treat for you today. I got some money to give out right out of the gates. I wish Grant had his stack of money. I'm so proud to say that last week we were able to give over 50 businesses, $1,000 each for their business. And to me, I'm just going to say to those that said, and we didn't ask you to reinvest that $1,000 into the system, but dozens of those folks, like, let me ask you a question. Would you rather have $1,000 today or the system that we talked about last week? $1,000 or the system? Which one would you rather have? Drop that in the chat. If you were $1,000, I could be a $1,000 winner, or I could be a system winner. Drop that in the chat. Let me know that. Which one would you rather have? $1,000 or a system? Because here's the deal. The system is worth a whole lot more than $1,000. The system is worth a whole lot more than the $1,000. I want you to know that. So I saw Priscilla, I saw Eddie, I saw many people say that the system, I don't need the $1,000, please put that back into the system. And so I just want to congratulate you. If you're a new student of the first inaugural class of the system, drop it in the comments down below. Drop the word system in the comments down below. We've got thousands and thousands and thousands of people from all across the world, and we're just excited for you to be a part of the system. We're going to keep the system open up until Friday this Friday. Things will close down, and like Grant said, we will repackage that system and begin to take it to the market for $3,000 starting on Friday, midnight Pacific Standard Time on Friday. But you've got the possibility of getting that system for $997. And today, not only are you going to get 10 revenue nuggets, you're going to get a bunch of special gifts and things that I'm going to be giving away today as well. So I'm excited. It's revenues. Now listen, one of the things that we did is we did give away $200,000 in cash and prizes last week. We were able to award that. Homework assignment from day 5 saying, I am committed to the system. I am committed to the system. And I am committed to the Unbreakable business. So here are our winners from Saturday. We didn't give out $10,000. Grant asked us to give out $15,000. So congratulations to Daniel, Bridget, Christopher, Andrea, Celine, Marilyn, Des, Shane, Natalie, Arvis, Mario, Christopher, 2 Christophers, Michael, Bridget, and Noble. You guys all won $1,000. Or if you make the decision to invest in the system, that's your decision. But we gave out now over $50,000 just in cash, hundreds of thousands of dollars in prizes. And so don't worry. We also want to congratulate Dawn Gleason. Dawn, you won an all expenses paid trip to the MGM Grand, flights, VIP ticket, lodging, the whole thing, first class experience. You are our next winner. And guess what? Dawn will not be our last winner. I'm going to gift out some trips to GrowthCon today. I'm going to actually do some gifts to GrowthCon today. You're going to want to be a part of that. So I just want to let you know today, be with us all day. I believe that I will give out more gifts and more bonuses today than any other day that we've done. More gifts and more bonuses. Our prize contest is completely done. That was all part of last week. Today, we're just going to give you gifts and bonuses. Hey, drop the word gift or bonus if you're going to get one of those today. Like, I'm getting my gift today. I'm getting my bonus today. Drop that down below in the comments because we want you to be a part of that. And it's going to be a very powerful and profound day. And so I'm excited about that. For those of you in the Facebook group, I really want to encourage you to share. Some of you are going to get some bonuses and gifts just from sharing this to your public feed. Last week alone, tens of thousands of people shared this. Tens of thousands of people. There were millions of comments. There was an average of live, any given moment, through all the platforms, 35,000 to 40,000 people. Grant wanted 1 million comments on day 1. We got 871,000 comments on day 1. But that's because of our partners who not only streamed this, but tens of thousands of you sharing this last week. So I want to encourage you, if you're in the Facebook group, share it. We are going to give you the opportunity to do something powerful in the Facebook group today and really, really want to encourage you to really share this today. So really quickly before we get started on revenues, because we have 2 power-packed speakers, Grant Cardone is going to be sharing 3 things that he has not shared with the world that he is doing in 2023 to create revenues. He hasn't shared this with our partners. He hasn't shared it with the world. I know one of them is absolutely blowing it up, and I don't have any other friends in my life that are doing this one revenue strategy right now. None. I don't know the other 2 that he's going to deliver, but he's going to start us off. And then each person is going to bring you 1 revenue nugget. that is going to help serve you in 2023. Can you say ROI in the chat? Drop ROI. And if you don't know what ROI means, it means return on investment. Whether you've invested in the system or you haven't, you're going to get massive ROI if you will go take these tactics and begin to apply them this year, because this is what people are doing this year. So last week, day 1 was all about money mindset. Day 2 was all around marketing. Day 3 was all around communication. Day 4 was all around sales. And day 5 was all around scaling. This is what makes up the Unbreakable system. Like, this is it. I haven't shown this off at all. This is it. This is the Unbreakable business system right here. You see that? The Unbreakable business system. When you do these things, this is what makes your business unbreakable. This is what makes your business unbreakable right here. I want you to drop some of the biggest nuggets that you took from last week from the Unbreakable Business Challenge in these 5 domains. Remember Grant starting with money mindset and targets? And Grant and Russell talking about marketing? Grant and Elena on sales day? Myself and TD Jakes on communication day? And Brandon Dawson talking about the breakpoints and how you scale from one level to the next? What was your biggest takeaway? What was your biggest takeaway? Drop that in the comments. I want to see you dropping that in the comments. And I hope if you haven't taken advantage of the system, on Friday night, the price triples. And many of the bonuses go away. So I hope that you will take advantage of that. But today, it's Revenues Day. Today, it's Revenues Day. Like these folks, and I know, you know something's good. I'm a really spiritual person. Like I have my relationship with God matters so much to me. And I know that when things don't go easy, that means something is about to happen. When there's like some spiritual resistance, something great's about to happen in the room. We have multiple of these speakers who have gotten stuck in ice storms today. They're trying to get here. And you know when something like that happens, that means there's about to be something amazing happen that day because there is resistance in things. And so you're going to hear from these folks. You're going to hear, and I want you to get a good one of this, Georgia. I want you to see this. You're going to hear, this guy understands how to build community right here. He's amazing at it. He's in an ice storm. This guy builds raving fans in a way that I've not seen anybody. You're going to hear from Stormy Wellington on understanding how to use social media. Social media. Stormy Wellington on social media. You're going to hear from Dan Henry on ways that you can begin to sell. Anthony Morrison. You think webinars are dead? Oh no. One of the biggest sales and marketing tactics that Grant Cardone uses in his business is that. Marcus Barney is in the house today, and he's going to talk about how he launched his business just with small virtual events. He's one of our top partners right now. He's never done a promotion in his life. Going to learn from my good friend Shanda. This lady understands how to not just stack events, but one of the biggest objections this week, and Shanda's in the house today, is I don't know how to build my list. We've seen Russell Brunson told you guys that your list is worth $1,000 to $3,000 to you. $1 to $3 a month to you. Every email you have is worth $1 to $3 a month. Well, how do you build the list? You're going to understand that today. You're going to hear from Peng Joon on a marketing funnel that he is using that's generating money from him. And you're going to hear from Natalie Dawson around the power of building your team. The power of building your team. So I'm excited because the topics today are going to generate revenues. So this is what I want to say before I bring our guest up. Our first speaker of the day, you all know him. I'm going to bring him up in about 5 minutes. Here is the thing that you have to understand. I can give you 10 nuggets today, But if you don't have products and services, one of the biggest objections of last week, one of the most frequently asked questions, Pete, I don't have a product or service. I don't have a product or service. Well, this is what I want to do before I bring Grant up. I want you to understand the power of what makes Grant's business so unbelievable. Is Grant has this thing, and you like me on that side more, over here more?
You're watching right now. How good is this shot right here? You should be right here most of the time.
Right there most of the time.
I don't know why I got to come in and tell you that.
Okay. You want me right here?
You look great right there, dude.
Do you want me to lift you up again?
No.
No?
No.
You look great
Because
today, by the way.
My lawyer is going to sue you for that this weekend, by the way.
Really? I'm getting
Yeah.
served?
Yeah, because
as a business
you
partner?
You hurt my shoulder.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, like right in here. It's great because you get all this shot. By the way, you guys could have moved this. This is part of what you guys need to learn, by the way.
That's true.
Tweaking when you're weakened. Tweaking the weak. Like this could even be like right in here. We want you guys to see this because we want you guys to get this. And we know some of you guys have to be like, everything's got to be perfect for you to get it because you lack confidence. And the reason you lack confidence is because you lack success. But if you don't have the strategies, if you don't have the things that support you and help you, you're not going to be successful. It's impossible. This isn't a wish. It's not a dream. It's not a prayer. It's not meditation. You can sit on the mountaintop for as long as you want. If you don't get off the mountaintop, have a strategy, bang, nothing's going to happen. And you're going to be like, Mom, my meditation didn't work, man. My prayers didn't work. God didn't do it for me. Yeah, well, God's waiting for you to go do it, but you got to have the strategy, right? Jesus was well connected, but he had to leave home and he had to go meet some people he didn't like. He didn't make an excuse and say, I don't like to talk to people. I'm an introvert. No, he left home. He went and spoke to people because the people where he lived wouldn't listen to him anymore. So you guys got it, but you got to have the skills. You got to have the miracle. You got to be able to create miracles in the marketplace. Because if you can create miracles in the marketplace, if you can walk on water, heal the blind, get people to hear that can't hear, see that can't see, and get rid of lepers. What was it? Leprosy? Yeah. If you can do that, bro, you still got to leave home. Okay. Now this is the miracles. How to sell something, how to communicate, how to close a deal, how to negotiate, how to get social media marketing, how to convert people online. These are miracles in here, folks. I'm telling you, everybody is capable of miracle. Okay, Jesus said, you can do everything I can and more. I took that real, man. I'm like, wow, bro, I don't need to read any further in the book. I can do more. I can do what he did and more than that. Well, I want to do something big. First thing I got to do is serve people. So I didn't mean to jump in, Pete.
Dude, I love that you did because that's real, right? That's real.
Yeah.
We would have debriefed this afterwards. You would have said, guys,
that's not how we do anything. Like my whole thing, all the people that work around me, some of which have quit because I do this. They're like, I hate that when he jumps in and does this. Okay. Now what you doing, man? Let me see what the shot looks like. See, this is how you actually fix something. You don't fix it tomorrow. Because by the time we get to tomorrow, you just need to come out. It looks a little bit too busy now. By the time you get to it tomorrow, you guys will be in some other problem tomorrow. Kids, parents, there'll be some other issue and this will get dropped. Best way to fix anything is to fix it right now. Best way to make a sales call is right now. Best time to send an email, right now. Best time to start social media, right now. Best time to hire somebody, right now. Like if you think about it, do it. Because the marketplace rewards speed. Even when I do the wrong thing, for you guys taking notes, I'm going to take you to class right now, okay? I didn't even plan on being in here for another what?
20 minutes.
Okay, so I'm going to take you guys in. You mind getting away from me?
No.
Okay, because you're weird, but photobombing me back there. It just makes me weird, okay? Yeah, I don't want you picking me up anymore. So, look, here's the thing. You have to learn how to move with speed. The speed at which you can move from an idea to monetization is going to determine how successful you are. The faster you can pick up $1. The faster you can pick up $1.67. Does it look too busy, Johnny? Okay. Now, let me ask the audience. Watch. Now I'm getting you involved. Everything I do is a teaching moment, by the way. I'm getting the audience involved. Do you guys like this shot better or the one where I'm standing over here better? What shot do you like better? Yeah. This is one with the miracles behind me, or number two over here with a big 10X. Not to mention, if I go way back here, okay? This is the third shot. How many of you like the third shot better? This is so terrible. We do it every day back here, Johnny. Every day we do this shot, and I know this shot cannot be as good. So again, all you guys involved, all the other people, there's a whole bunch of people in the room right now. It's not the cameraman's job. It's everybody's job, man. This is how owners operate. You want to be an owner? You got to see everything. You got to take responsibility for everything. When you go into the restroom and there's pee on the side of the toilet and it's been there all day, okay? Or there's water on the lavatory. Like, who's going to clean it up, man? Who's going to clean up their mess? You are. And you're like, it's not my job. Well, then you're not going to get paid. Because once you start taking responsibility for everything, guess what? You're like, okay, I'm going to be responsible for everything. And then you're going to start seeing opportunities. Oh, there's some revenue over here. Okay, there's a problem over there. You got to open your eyes up. You got to get responsible. Responsible. Be able to respond is what that word means, by the way. Responsible. Able to respond. See, this is tied up back here, right? Now, this would have to be moved back over to this part of the room for me to use that if I wanted to. Responsible, able to respond. Oh, shit. I'm not able to respond because I'm a victim. It's not my job. That is a victim stand. I can't make any more money, victim. I don't need more money, victim. What's it got to do with you needing money? Why are you so selfish? I don't need any money. Really? We weren't talking about you. We're talking about your parents, your cousin, the drug addict brother. How about them? They need some money. But all you were thinking about was you. You and your 2 kids and your little house payment and your property taxes and your bullshit. What I'm talking about is you guys helping everybody. And what does that take? Money. It takes a lot of money. So what do we have here, okay? We have the strategies you need so that you can actually dream big. The reason you guys gave up on the dream, I want you to write this down. The reason people give up on the dream is because they don't know how, they're like, there's no way I get the strategy. If you guys knew for sure, okay, for sure, that you can learn how to make $2 a minute. That's all we were talking about here. If you think $2 a minute is possible, if you think not everybody, not everybody, not 8 billion people, just you, just be selfish for a second. Do you think it's possible for you to earn $2 a minute? One time, $2 a minute, one time. I wish I had this board to write on behind me. I don't know if I can move it because it's also connected. Do you think it's possible to earn $2 a minute? Yeah, it can. It could pull out if we pulled it out. Or is it some kind of computer thing? Yeah, man, I see what you're saying. That's the other thing. You got to be so good at your game that you can drift in and out of the game, call an audible, move back, boom, stay on your script. You guys like, man, I sure would like to flow like Grant. He's just loose. It's because I know my shit. I'm loose because I know what I'm doing. Okay, it almost comes out like, dude, the guy like, he don't even care. I just did 2 interviews with people with no preparation. Like, that's how you got to get. You got to be able to leave home and talk to anybody about anything. Yeah, but that's not me, Grant. I'm an introvert. No, you lack the strategy. You don't have the skill set. You haven't learned it. You're not an introvert any more than you're financially illiterate. Quit being a victim. You're not. It is impossible to be an introvert. There is no single test in the world that would describe somebody as an introvert or an extrovert. None, zero. Okay? If I punch you in the face over and over, I'll turn you into an introvert. You'll crawl up in a fetal position and not even know what that is. Is fetal a word? You don't know. You don't like I can punch you. I can intimidate your kids into being shy. And they will appear to be an introvert. The only way to do that is to start teaching and giving them situations where they can speak in public. Okay? Now, if you're like, I can't do it. If you can't do it, you can't do it. Because you believe you can't do it. I am whoever you think I am. Y'all know that little, I am whoever you think I am. Who did that? Was that Eminem? I am whoever. Well, the truth is, I am whoever I say I am. Okay? It's not what you say I am, it's what I say I am. Okay, I'm going to be a great speaker. I'm going to learn how to speak to people. I'm going to learn my way, though. My way, not your way. I'm not going to be Les Brown. I'm not going to be Martin Luther King. I'm not going to be Barack Obama. I can't, because I don't do that. Thank you very much. Yeah, maybe you get a little tight now. Now you're trapping me. You're trapping me. Now you're trapping me. Hard time, man. Big time. So I don't have that cadence. Cadence is a practice way to deliver a message. You see the Baptist preacher do it. And today, we will be talking about, that's right. Well, Pete does this, by the way. Pete's like, and the unbreakable business system. The unbreakable business system. He'll repeat himself, okay? I don't know if you know you do this, Pete, do you? Oh yeah, you hit it a second time. I told my wife, I said, watch him hit it a second time. Huh? He's a pastor. Pete's like, and today. See, they'll repeat that message to get you, like, to start putting you under the spell. But they, yeah, he's doing it. He's like, la 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 la. Okay? You look, while you're doing all this, what are you doing, guys? What are you doing? Why are you doing anything? This is what I'm like, what am I in here today for, okay? Oh, I'm trying to hit a goal. That's right. Now, this goal right here has to be so important that it changes the quality of your life. That is, goal big enough, change quality of life. If it does not change the quality of your life, you will not learn any of this stuff. So now what you got to ask yourself is, okay, what changes the quality of my life? What would that be? For everybody, it's something different. A house does not change the quality of my life. I already have a house. Okay? So you guys got to come up. What changed the quality of my life? My wife wants this necklace for I know she wants this necklace right now I know she does, and she wants me to buy it. Does it change the quality of her life? Nah, not really. Okay, but I know she wants it. It'll probably change the quality of my life if I just give it to her and be like, oh my God, he loves me so much. We've been loved 20 years. Sometimes it is what you do in a physical universe that makes mom or dad or wife or husband or the kids feel like you love them. Like, oh wow, he paid attention to the thing I wanted. It doesn't have to be a necklace, by the way. Could have been a trip, it could have been a massage, but they all cost money. Everything that is going to change the quality of your life, everything. There's nothing. People say money won't make you happy. Money's the only thing that improves the quality of life. The only single thing. Now, I need more time with mom and dad. Okay, good. Well, the only thing that's going to get that is money, because you cannot leave your job right now to spend 2 weeks or 2 months in the south of France floating your parents around on a yacht because you don't have the time or the money. And many of you that have money, you don't have time. So you're in the same box. But if you could learn how to produce $2 a minute, 365 days a year, 24/7, you'd produce over $1 million in income a year. That's all you got to do, $2 a minute. Let me just do the math here. If I take $2, this is simple math. Every goal requires math. Every single goal that I have, I simply just break it down to hours, months, weeks, hours, minutes. How much is it? Yeah, I knew I'd be in the neighborhood. $1,051,051, okay? If I could learn, 50,000. If I could learn how to make $2 a minute. You're like, $2 a minute, bro. Okay, who's got $2? Anybody in the room got $2? Who'll give me $2 right now? Jared, give me $2. Watch this, okay? 10, 9, 8, 7. How much you give me?
That's $5.
$5. I just did 2.5 minutes. I just did 2. Now what do I have to do? Okay, let's go, ladies and gentlemen. I got $2. He actually found $2. Okay, now I did $7. Okay, I'm ahead of target. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a target up for this. So I'm setting goals right here. You see, they wanted me to come up here and tell you, okay, guys, you should hire some people this year. You should do a better job of marketing this year. These are the strategies you need to do this year to become unbreakable. I'm telling you how to become spiritually unbreakable, physically unbreakable, financially unbreakable. Goals. If you don't do the target, none of this other stuff will happen. And that target has to be big enough. That target has to be big enough to change what? quality of your life. Okay, so now what we got to do is identify, what does the quality of my life look like? What does it have to do? Jared, what would be one thing, Jared, that would change the quality of your life right now? I mean, I'm talking about violent shift. And you're like, wham, I went from being Jared, this Jared right now, to like, oh, new Jared. I'm talking about a new you. Okay, and then what would you do with the 50? Because you're not going to keep it all in cash. That didn't. It's just that's a rich version of you.
I put it into real estate. I put 48 million.
Yeah. Would you buy a big boat? Okay. So he's going to get this earning $3 million a year in cash flow, passive income, because that's what it would produce. He's like, every month I got $250 coming in, $250 a month on top of my job, because he wouldn't leave his job. I know him. He'd be here banging. Okay. Now, what would you do with the other 10 million?
Buy some stupid stuff.
Yeah, like what? I know you're going to get a boat.
No, yeah, a boat. I'd probably get another house somewhere cool.
It's all going to be for the kids and the wife. It's all going to be toys that he can use, right? Yeah. For the kids and the wife, man. Why? To create experiences that allow him to be a new Jared, not the old Jared. Hey, like, guys, everybody's getting bored of being them. Shit, I'm bored of being me, man. Everybody gets bored. That's why you trade cars. That's why you mow the lawn. That's why you clean your house. Do you get tired of your environment the way it is? So you're like, okay, let's change meals. I'm going to be vegan for a while. Let's go back to meat. Okay, let's go back to cookies. I'm off of sugar for a second. Let's go on a trip to Vegas. Let's go see mom and dad. Then you get disappointed because mom and dad want you. You understand? I want to change the quality of my life so I become a new me. I want to meet the next version of Grant. This is why you guys would do this. How many of you would invest $1,000 to become a new version of you? I'm talking about the Jesus version of you, the Barack Obama version of you, okay? The Martin Luther King version. I'm talking about the superhero, not the Clark Kent, but the Superman, okay? Not Spider-Man. What was that cat's name? Peter? Not Peter, man. Ain't nobody wants to be Peter, man. Everybody wants to be Spider-Man. Right? Bruce Wayne, he was pretty cool the way he was, I got to tell you, because he's rich. See, when somebody told me, they said, Grant, you got a better chance of getting rich than being anything else in your life. There's nothing else, Grant, that is easier to do. Can't be a ball player, can't be a rapper, can't be a singer, can't be a dancer, can't be a jumper. What else? What else? How you're not going to be a tech guy. You're not a coder. You're not super smart. You don't have an IQ of 190, okay? You're not going to be Mark or Bill or Jeff or Elon. You don't know any of that stuff. Dude, I'm not that guy. I grew up in a refinery town. Grant, you could be rich. I said, shit, really? Really? How could I do that? Okay? Well, then there's like a million different paths you could pick. And then what I can do, I can change the quality of my life, man, so that I could start being an example to other people, by the way. How many of you, I'm an example for you. I'm a good example of somebody who had nothing and made it. And you're like, dude, that guy can. How many of you just put in the chat, hey, Grant's a good example of success. Came from nothing, single mom raised me, no money, no debt. Like I don't have any credit cards. Like I didn't use credit or banks to get me where I'm at. I didn't have any connections, no country club connections. Yeah, I am white. That was one privilege I had. But I actually had become the black sheep of my white family. So I wasn't even trusted within my white community because I had let so many people down. I was a drug addict for 10 years. I had white privilege and then I lost it because I became a drug addict. And now everybody's like, don't touch him, dude. The guy's a virus. He's terrible, huh? He's trash. He's trash. He's trouble. He's a problem. My uncles did not want my cousins spending time with me. My mother told my friend's mother, don't send Mikey back over here anymore. My son's in trouble. Your son's in trouble. He's at risk when he's around my son. So I had to build all this from scratch, okay? Why am I telling you that? Because look, man, success is a commodity. It's a profession. It's a vertical. You understand? Success is a vertical. It's a product that I can export to other people. Like you're like, man, I got to learn how to sell something. Yeah, bro, the education's not the product. Success is the product. I want you to be successful. I'm telling you, this is what it takes. Okay, it doesn't take reading, writing, and math. Okay, yeah, you need some of those basics. Hopefully you have some of those basics. I'm exporting success to you. Okay, I'm not exporting feel good. I didn't say anything about you guys feeling good. I ain't said feel good or be happy one time. I don't even think you guys deserve to feel good or be happy right now. I don't know why everybody thinks they got to feel good or be happy. You don't have the luxury yet to feel good and be happy. So for all your uncles and aunts and moms and dads, your sisters, your brothers, the quitters on that are going to convince you that you should be happy today. You don't deserve to be happy yet. You need to go get this first. You live in Nigeria, Iran, Afghanistan, you live in some of those worlds, I guarantee you understand what I'm saying. You live in America, you're like, this guy's like, this ain't right. What's this guy saying? Because you live in America and you're spoiled. You're a spoiled brat. Pete's like, man, not when we're trying to get people to do something. Don't tell them that. Look, I'm telling you, man. If you want this, if you want to be the new version of you, you got to confront the old version holding you back. This is what I had to do. 25 years old. Hey, man, look, man, nobody trusts me. Okay, what do I got to do? I got to rebuild trust one day at a time. How do you rebuild trust? First, I got to start trusting me. I got to wake up at the same time every day. I got to go sleep at the same time every day. That was the first thing I had to do. I'm going to make my bed. I had no money. None, zero. I was $40,000 in debt. I was behind on my rental, the little duplex for $275 a month. I didn't have a job. I just came out of a treatment center. I had to rebuild trust in myself. I needed to stay busy every day. Okay. I needed to stay busy because if I wasn't busy, that's when the drugs and the alcohol and the partying and all the crazy stuff happened. So I'm like, I got to stay at work. I got to build my trust. I got to build trust in myself. I got to quit using drugs. Okay. Now I got to get good at something. I had a terrible job. And I'm like, I got to get good at this job. I got to start having success every day. Every day I got to get a little success. Okay. I get up at the same time. I mean, it was stupid stuff. I did not know this stupid stuff that I would be doing. Wake up at the same time, go to sleep at the same time, go to the office at the same time, stay longer than everybody, get there before everybody. Like I had to start building trust in me, not trust in Jeremy. Other people didn't need to trust me. I needed to trust me. I needed to pay everybody back that I'd ripped off. I needed to pay back my family that I let down. That's what this is, guys. Okay? Just so you know. This is about how to get you on track. Where you get to literally follow the things that I have done in my life in order, in the exact chronological order. And then we're going to accelerate everything so you don't have to do it in 40 years. You actually get to do it over the next 3 weeks. Because as you're achieving success and starting to trust yourself with what? To get through this program. We need 21 days with you. I need 21 days. 21 days, right? Isn't that what we're down to? I need 21 days, and then at the end of the, 14 days. I need the next 14, but we got you for 21 days to build this habit. I need you for 14 days to immerse yourself in this content. That's all I need. Just give me 14 days, okay? When I went to that treatment center, I left my home and flew to a treatment center, and they put me in a lockdown. So I'm locked down. I can't get to drugs. Okay, what were we doing? All we got to do is show this guy that he cannot use drugs for 3 or 4 days. Dude, at the 4th day, I'm like, shit, man, it's the first 4 days in the last 10 years I didn't do drugs. Maybe I can make a 5th day. Made a 5th day? Well, I can do a 6th day. I can do 6 days? Shit, I can do the rest of my life. By the time I left there, I said, I'll never use drugs again. Never going to happen again. Because I knew I had the confidence. You need the confidence for short periods of time. The reason they kept me there 28 days, by the way, was because that's how long the insurance was. If it had been 14 days, they'd have kicked me out. If it was 6 days, they'd have kicked me out, whatever. I'm telling you guys, I paid $28,000 for that. Jared, tell me what that was in 19. Let's see, I was 25, 83. 1983, how much was $28,000? $84,000. That's what I paid to go to treatment center in today's money. Now, was it worth $84,000 for Grant to find a new version of himself? I went to the treatment center for 84 grand. That's what I paid. I got out of there. Guess what I did? As soon as I got home, I borrowed $3,000 to pay for a sales program. What would that cost today? What's 3 grand worth today? I borrowed 3 grand for my mother. For all of you out there, I ain't got the money. I ain't got the money. I don't have the money. I can't come. Go borrow from your mama. Go borrow from your brother. Do whatever you got to do to get it. How much is it? $8,600. Okay, I paid $84,000 to the treatment center, and then I paid another $8,600 for a training program because I sucked as a salesman. And I paid for the $8,600 program. I borrowed the money from my mom's credit card. I said, I promise you I'll pay you back. I don't know when or how, but I promise you I will. And she says, okay, I'm going to trust you one more time. It was harder to ask her to lend me the money because I'd let her down so many times than it was to listen to the program or to make a decision. But I'm like, I got to get good at something. I'm broken. I'm a broken man. Okay. How do you fix a broken man? You give him something to get good at. Right? The guy goes to jail. Okay. One guy goes to jail and gets abused in the jail. Other guy goes to jail, starts reading, working out, taking care of himself, and actually gets in the best shape of his life. So you got to decide who you're going to become, man. I got to become a new version of me that's successful. The next level. Everybody asks me, man, when you going to hang it up? Bro, when I'm going to hang it up when I find the next version of my success. When I'm done finding the next version of me, the next new version of me, then I'll hang it up. I want to find the next new version of this success. This is endless and infinite, okay? This goes on and on forever. There's no getting off this loop right here because I'm discovering a new me every time. The loop just gets bigger. Possibility gets huger. Okay, charity gets bigger, philanthropy, creativity, hospitals. Maybe I'll start funding hospitals. Maybe they're just hospitals that just treat homeopathically, okay? And they kick pharma out of the deal and say, hey, this is a non-pharma hospital, Cardone Hospital of New Age care, separate from big pharma, whatever. Like what is your dream? Okay? So, hey, how many of you in the room would spend $92,600 to become Grant Cardone? Who I've become. That's what I spent. I spent almost 100 grand. I didn't know I would become this guy. I didn't know about the planes and the cars and the books. I had a little maybe, but I wouldn't have done any of that if I didn't learn I wouldn't have reached any of my goals. This is a good board right here, by the way. You like that? I love this board. If I wouldn't have learned sales, marketing, right dark. Marketing, can you see that? How to follow up a customer. See, the problem with, I learned in the wrong order, by the way. See, I learned this first because I thought I needed that. The truth is I needed this. I had the wrong thing. I learned sales because back in that day, you couldn't market. You had to buy a TV ad or a newspaper ad. Everybody read TVs and newspapers. You know, it's unbelievable, like when I'm interviewing Roger today, right? Roger acts like everybody knows who Ronald Reagan is. And I'm like, dude, guys, I grew up in a time where you had a phone that was attached to a wall. And not everyone had one. Johnny's like, huh? Right? Not everyone had a phone. You go to somebody's house, they didn't necessarily have a telephone. If you were in the middle class, then you had 2 or 3 phones in your house. You had one in the bedroom, one in the kitchen, and one in the living room. That was a big deal. Nobody had phones in their bedrooms. You had to walk to another room to get the phone. Then the phone was attached to the wall. It was about this big. And if you were a hitter, if you were a heavy hitter, then you had a phone that could actually have an extension cord that would get all the way to here. But that was it, bro. And you're talking to people watching TV doing this, in and out of the room. Okay, now you guys take all this for granted, man. Like it was just a phone, by the way. You didn't send mail on it. You didn't search information. You didn't look up words. You couldn't read a book. You couldn't download a book on it. Like this thing does, and you guys were like, life is getting so difficult. Fuck, guys, they can't get easier than this. Everybody should be exploding in success. And we were being taught things in the order that the technology allowed us to do, because you had to walk down the street and knock on somebody's door to make a sale. Today, I don't have to knock on a door. Today, I could have access to every single business in America and around the world. And go on my page, Instagram or Facebook or TikTok or Snapchat, and say, oh my God, I just went to the furniture store. I'm trying to get their business. I just went to ABC Furniture. They're so nice there. And tag the furniture store and tag the owner. And go to LinkedIn and do the same thing, and go to Twitter or Instagram and do the same thing. Hey, I just went to ABC Furniture Store. There's such nice people over there. They got great inventory. And then send an email to the owner and say, hey, I just shared this on my LinkedIn, my Snapchat, my Twitter, and I'd love to have a meeting with you. I'd like to interview you on my podcast about how you're such a good business owner in town. You can do that with the furniture dealer, the car dealer, the masseuse in town, the health club, the hotel, anybody you're trying to do business with. What am I doing? I'm basically doing collaborative marketing. We're going to teach you how to do this in this program. How many of you would spend $92,000 to become a millionaire? Yes or no? Good investment or bad investment? It's a 10x investment. Would you do it? Okay. We're not even asking you to spend $92,000. Dude, a grand. I told you on day one, $1,000, and I'll do everything I can to show you exactly how I got in the 1% club. 14 days. You give me 14 days, put $997 on the credit card. Are we going to still do the credit thing? Credit's gone? Okay. They know what they're getting? You get the sales, the marketing, the follow-up. Okay, you're going to get sales, marketing, follow-up. You get Russell's program. Okay, Russell's program is, dude, how you get funnels, man. How you build a funnel online. I built a funnel online in 18 minutes on a flight. I built it. I've never been introduced to a funnel in my life. The headlines, the wording, the editing, everything. They sat there and said, okay, do this next. Okay, do this next. Do this next. On my plane, in the air, with Wi-Fi, what did that one funnel make us? Maybe $12 million, including what? Back end. I didn't even know I don't even know what back end is. I didn't know what a funnel was. I said, bro, don't teach me. I don't need to know what the funnel is. I need to know, is it going to reach somebody? That's all I knew. It was going to reach a human being. I already know my products are good. I already believe in my products. I'm never, ever hurting anybody. That's why we give you guys 100% money back guarantee. If you're not happy, just call the office. Boom, we'll give you the money back. I don't want people unhappy. There's 8 billion people on this planet, man. I don't care. If you're not happy, boom, get your money back. I'm gonna create as many happy people as possible and stay away from the unhappy people. Some of you, by the way, can never be pleased no matter what. So you're buying it with the intention of getting a refund. That's cool. Whatever you want to do, I'm cool, man. My job is to serve people. Okay, the next new version of Grant Cardone is to serve the community, to help you. The more people I help, guess what? The more people I run into that don't want help. And then I get more people that actually want help. All comes with the turf. It's no big deal. We just want to help you. Okay, what do we have here, Jared? We got everything, man. Everything you guys need. First, the money mindset, the mindset you need. Like, how would you like to just think like me? I see a problem. I'm like, that's not a problem. That's an opportunity. Okay. Or there's one problem. How can I solve 1,000 of those? That's money. Okay. So first, the money mindset. Number 2, the marketing. How do I market a message? I did 2 interviews this morning already. Why? Why am I doing interviews with these people? It's called collaborative marketing. I'm stepping into their audiences. Okay. Back in the day, business people stayed away from all controversy. Leave it alone. Stay in your lane. You've all heard that. The riches are in the niches. Okay. All that's ridiculous today, man. You got to go out and find audiences of people. When I was growing up, I grew up in a 7061 area code, zip code. You marketed to 70601 or 70605, and you just focused on those 2. Today, because you couldn't get a message to India. Today, if I could get somebody in India, Mumbai, talking to somebody in Indiana, by the way, that can happen. Talking to somebody in Miami, talking to somebody in California, that talks to somebody back in Miami again, maybe the 5th person actually comes to me. That's how this thing works today. Okay, it's like bing, particles. Particles are blowing all over the universe. And the more you can outflow information right here in the marketing, the more you're going to inflow on your sales. Remember, if they don't know who you are, and you don't have to be me. You don't have to have the blue jacket on. You don't have to have the tie. You could be a female. You could be a male. You could be 13 years old, 33 years old, 63 years old. You could be fat, thin, tall, short, whatever. Black, brown, or white. Somebody's gonna be interested in your audience. You could talk slow or you could talk the way I do. Doesn't matter. There's an audience. How many Hispanics in America? 40 million? 30 million? 32 million? 28 million? Completely underserved community. 132 million. Okay, well, I'm not doing this in Spanish. Guess what? I just missed them all. As close as I get to Spanish is burrito. I missed 132 million. Okay, now what I'm talking about right now is setting a market. I'm showing you how to set a market. How many Hispanics? What's the number? 132 million. All I got to do is go find 30 Hispanics to teach my information, and I could conquer the Hispanic market. Do 2 Hispanic events a year, 10x. What would 10x be? How do you say 10x in Spanish? Huh? 10x. Pinche loco. Okay? And boom, Gran Cabron coming to Arizona to teach 10x. Boom, I got 132 million people. How many blacks in America? You see, I can't show up as a white man. How many? 46 million identified black. 46 million, okay? Then I'm like, okay, man, what do I need? I need a black front man. I need a black woman, Stormy Wellington, okay? Like I cannot go in looking like me. If I'm going after what's the 19-year-old today? What generation is that? Yo, they ain't never seen one of these. They're like, what's he got around his neck? Is this guy left jail today? He's getting Jeffrey Epstein himself? What's going on with this guy? What is that around his? There's people that don't even know what this is. What's the thing he's wearing? What's the monkey suit? Right? So you got to have a Gen Z. Is it Gen Z? You got to have Gen Z or Gen W or Gen whatever it is. You're going to have that representation. This is marketing, folks. 167 million women in America. Okay? Okay, these are targets, okay? How many people own 401ks and IRAs in the country? Another group of people, by the way, completely different. 75 million baby boomers in America. They control all the wealth in America. Most of that money will end up with women, by the way. 60 million IRAs, okay? How many people are worried about their health in America? How much obesity in America? 84% of all Americans are obese today. We have the worst obesity rating on planet Earth. Not civilized planet Earth, all of planet Earth. Unbelievable. Completely different market. Oh, wow, man, I didn't know those numbers were that big. I'm looking for marketing. I'm building a market right here. The market requires me to build the marketing, okay, which gets me the sales. Where's the distribution? How do I distribute a message? Oh, why don't you ask me to be on your podcast? I'm doing 10X Health, okay? Spanish, you're Spanish and you want to do something? You're Spanish, do 10X sales, marketing, scaling with me. Do it with me. I'll do the podcast with you. You got an audience? Let's go talk to them. You translate for me in Spanish, okay? Guys, we're just in America. I haven't talked about Colombia, Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico's probably Brazil, Argentina. I mean, dude, ding, 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 ding. Just keep going down to 1.6 billion people in India. If they each give me $1, I'm a billionaire. Me and you split $1. We're each worth $500 million. The market's there, okay? Do you want to find a new version of you? I can't give you that. The only thing in this package is you making a commitment to you, becoming the best version of you. I don't know what triggers you to cause you to say, I'm doing this. Screw it, I'm doing this. I'm taking a chance. I don't know. I know this. My dad's somewhere right now looking down on me saying, hey, that dude, man, bro, you blowing up, son. He wouldn't know how to say that because he's been dead 50 years. Never saw any of my success. 54 years I hadn't had a dad. But I know if he was here right now, he'd be like, man, God dang, what you've done is crazy. You made my name proud. You know, more people know my last name now than ever knew my last name when my dad was alive, because I created success. I didn't go to jail. I didn't do anything bad. I hadn't hurt anybody. Okay? But it's not just enough to not hurt anybody. You got to be successful. People know me because I'm successful. I didn't just get it. I got it and I kept it. And now I'm helping other people get theirs. So my mom, rest in peace. Man, she's watching me right now. She didn't care about any of this stuff I have. The planes, the cars. She never cared about any of that. She would always be like, I love you just the way you are. And I'm like, Mama, this ain't about you. This is about me finding the next version of me. My mama loved me when I was 3 years old, when I was 13 years old, when I was 23 years old, just the way I was. She probably didn't even wish that I ever even became a teenager. She's like, she remembers me as the little boy. That's not me. Me is the new version of me, man. What's the next version of me? How many people can I help? How many people can I reach? That's what's in this program. Okay? We want to help you guys. We've given you a guarantee. The price is right. I'm not going to make it any lower. It's stupid. It's $9.97, or you make 3 payments at $300 or $400, whatever it is. It's ridiculous. Okay? You don't have the money? Here's your first obstacle. You don't have the money. Go borrow the money. I can't borrow the money. There's nobody I can borrow the money from. Bro, this is stupid. Drug addicts never have the money, and they never have the credit, and nobody trusts them, and they always get the drug. Why? Because they're committed. They're committed, man. They're committed. If you're committed to the next version of you, you will figure it out. And if you can't figure this obstacle out, let me tell you, if you cannot figure out how to get $1,000, you will never figure out how to get $1 million. You'll never, ever figure out how to stay free. You'll never know how to take care of your parents. You'll never find the next version of yourself. If you cannot pass this first little test, okay, and that's why this isn't free. Because if it was free, you wouldn't even there would be no obstacle. And then you wouldn't use it. People that pay attention. Okay, pay attention to me right now. I am an example of what you could be. You're going to be female, or you're going to be black or brown, but I am possibility. That's all I represent to you. And we just happen to have documented all the content you need and brought a bunch of experts in to share with you exactly how you can do it. So that you're not just watching me doing it, but you're watching, give me all the names here of the people involved. Grant Cardone, Pete Vargas, Brandon Dawson, Jared Glant, Stormy Wellington, Peng, Pace and Jamil, Shanda, Marcus Barney, like the TD Jakes, Anthony Morrison. All these people are different people. They look different, sound different, have a different, guarantee 90% of what we're talking about, we all agree with. You're like, oh, I'm not hearing anything new, man. No. The new part is you. The new part is you. Glenn Lundy, I'll just end with this. My friend Glenn Lundy, he's been watching me for 30 years. He remembers when I was selling $200 sets of tapes out the back of the car to car dealers. I had nothing, no name, no books, nobody knew me, no social media following. I was hustling. I was on the road 260 days a year. Sometimes I remember going 267 days, never went home. Because I was looking for this new version of me. And I was starting to get a little traction, starting to have a little success. I'm like, shit, I ain't going home. I ain't going to go home. If I go home, I'm going to lose it. I was always scared I was going to lose it. I've been scared I was going to lose it for 34 years. So Glenn Lundy told me yesterday, Grant, I saw your event this weekend. The best, he's been watching me for 34 years, everything I've ever done. He said, that was the best event you've ever done. And I said, Pete, he's like, I don't know, maybe I'm changing, Grant. I said, yeah, man, it's not me, bro, it's you. You're changing, you're maturing, you're finding the next version, you're seeing the possibility, you're hearing all this difference. That's why we wanted to make this for you guys to have for life, okay? They still get the life offer, right? You're getting ready to pull that? So you guys get to have this for life, okay? Today we're gonna end that. We're gonna repackage this. We're gonna change it to $3,000. It's not gonna be a lifetime. It's not gonna be the full version of what you've seen today. It's not gonna have all the other offers that we gave you. Okay, and I'm going to sell tens of thousands of sets. You guys understand? I'm going to sell tens of thousands of sets of these at $3,000, not at 1,000, maybe more than that. Okay, there's 350,000 people that we have on a list right now that are interested in this program that didn't tune in. And we'll go back and remarket to them. That's a marketing funnel that we have. It's a funnel that will show you how to actually get part of an audience to monetize your expenses to set you up for the next audience that will actually make you profitable. And Glenn said to me, he's like, man, the information's hitting me different, Grant. Information's hitting me different. I'm like, bro, you're different. And every time you go through it, hopefully you're a new version of you. You'll think with the information differently. You'll think with money differently. You'll think with expansion differently, scaling, marketing, sales, conversion, the internet, how to use social media and platforms. Once you have an experience with something, you're going to start having a different experience with yourself. Hope you take advantage of it, guys. Anything I've left out here? Okay. I'm going to bring Pete back up. I hope you got something out of this. Find the next version of yourself. And when you commit to that next version, remember, you're still going to need the strategies. Okay. The next version of you has to come with new strategies, new tools, new think, and new possibility. Thank you.
Two more. Guys, will y'all give it up in the chat? Drop it for Grant Cardone. Drop it for Grant, man. I mean,
Give you money, put it in your pocket.
put it in your pocket.
I didn't give him that 100.
Yes. Hey, $2 a minute. $2 a minute. That's it. $2 a minute. Drop in the comments, $2 a minute. Man, I'm telling you, what's really crazy is we're in here, all of us, a lot of successful people in the room taking notes on what he's talking about. And so I want you to drop that down in the comments. Listen, you know you're ready to take action. And Jared, I don't know if I can just move this out of the way because I'm not going to use it right now. I'll just leave it right there. But if I just want to remind you, you've got, and I want you to get this, you've got the whole curriculum. Lifetime access to this curriculum. And what I want you to know about this is if you look in the Facebook group, you see people right now saying, I'm already halfway through it, or I'm done with it. Why? An hour to 2 hours, an hour to 2 hours, an hour to 2 hours, an hour. Like you can be done with this in 5 hours of sitting down, and you have lifetime access to this. You don't just get that. You get the coaching. February 4th is our kickoff. February 6th through the 11th, every day we're coaching you around these 5 areas. And you get lifetime access to that. And if you're going to miss one of the coaching sessions, you can pre-submit your questions and we will answer them. And you get lifetime access to the recordings of the coaching. We don't want you just to have the curriculum. We want you to have the coaching as well. That's the second thing that you get. Look, I mean, each of these systems comes with this. Now, what is going to come out of this is a plan for you, an unbreakable business plan for you. Unbreakable business plan for you. That's going to make sure that this is your 2023 unbreakable business plan. And here is the incredible thing. You are then going to spend 3 days with us at GrowthCon, the best business conference out there. You're going to spend 3 days at GrowthCon on February 14th, 15th, and 16th. And we're going to celebrate and have you think bigger at GrowthCon and celebrate all of you that graduated from the first inaugural Unbreakable Business Program. You guys, what I want you to know about Grant Cardone, in the chat, where do you think most of his wealth has been created? In the last 4 years, in the last 8 years, in the last 12 years, what do you think? The majority of his wealth has been like this in the last 4 years. Since 2019 to 2023, his wealth has went like this. Probably from $150 million of what he said this week to $1 billion. He hasn't created a program in 4 years. He hasn't created a program in 4 years. This is it. This is the program. And the other thing I want to make you familiar with, like zoom in on this if you can. If you're in the 0 to 100,000, we've got this incredible revenue series. If you're in the $0 to $100,000 range, we've got a masterclass for you to watch. If you're trying to go from 100 to 1 million today, we've got a masterclass. 1 million to 10 million, 10 million to 25 million, and 25 million to $125 million. If you've got, wherever you're at, you've got lifetime access to this. That's the program. And there's two things I want to tell you that are going to make it absolutely no-brainer today, Jared. No-brainer today. I'm about to give gifts galore. I'm about to give a trip. Gifts and bonuses are being given today. Prizes are done. That was the last week. Gifts and bonuses are going to be given out all day today. And one of the greatest gifts, I'm coming in on you, bro. One of the greatest gifts is you're going to get every expert here today. Every expert, starting with our first one that's about to come up here in about 5 minutes, has created an Unbreakable Business Revenue Series, which is a set of master classes on the topic that they're talking about today. They've got an expert series in there. Everyone that speaks today, the specialty and supplemental training that you will have lifetime access to, is all of them have created a special mini masterclass course for you in the Unbreakable Business System. So yes, you have the core curriculum back there, but you have the revenue generation curriculum from the experts today. From the experts today. So I'm so excited about this. I want you to go take advantage. GrantCardone.com/system. GrantCardone.com/system. I want you to go do that like right now. And the last thing that we want to make you aware of is we heard you. Many of you said, man, Pete, pricing is the option. Is there anything you could do? Could you do a little bit longer of a payment plan? And so we want you to know, for those of you that are watching live here today, we made a decision, and this is just crazy as I think about it. The program's done in 14 days. We made a decision to be able to give you access to a 7-month payment plan. That's crazy. Grant said you could go borrow $1,000 from someone. No, go borrow $197. Because we're going to do a 7-pay. For those of you that are here live with us today, you're going to want to take advantage of this during the live, because we don't know if we will keep that open or not. So if you go to GrantCardone.com/system, that's special for the live stream group today. GrantCardone.com/system, that is also a part of what's going to be happening. Cool? Cool, everybody? Let's go. I want to see it. And here in a little bit, for everybody that takes advantage, what do we got back there, Rhett? You know what I'm going to do? I'm on this between now and our first little tiny, we'll have little commercial breaks. Between now and our first commercial break, I'm going to gift 50 people autographed 10X rule books from Grant Cardone who take action between now and kind of by the time our next speaker is done. We're going to give away 50. Actually, I'll start it with, 25. We'll start it with 25 10X rule books autographed by Grant Cardone for people who are taking action today. We'll go pull randomly 25 of you and gift this to you if you will take that action. So we want to really incentivize you to do that. And one of the things that we're going to do today is we're going to give away an all expenses paid trip to GrowthCon for somebody that's taking action today. For somebody that's taking action today, we're going to just randomly gift you an all expenses paid gift to GrowthCon. So take that action today. So, all right, this is where we're at. Grant threw it for a loop a little bit. I loved what he had to say. I'm going to bring our first person up here today because we got a powerhouse lineup. I can't start naming everybody's names, but you're with us for the next 4 hours, 5 hours, where we're going to give you nugget after nugget after nugget. Do you realize one of the things that we did at this event? Do you realize that we actually stacked events? We stacked events. What does that mean? we had miniature events within a bigger event. And one of the things that so many of you have been asking us is, how do I begin to build my list? How do I begin to build my list the way that Russell talked about building your list? Because you saw every name on your list is hypothetically worth $1 to $3 a month in email marketing when done correctly. Well, this next guest is going to help you understand how to really do this. She's a dear friend of mine. I mean, I love her and her husband so much. She is a powerhouse. By the way, she's the top woman on our leaderboard right now, and she's only going to rise up the next few days. And to share with you around building your list and understanding how to stack events. Would y'all give it up in the room for my friend Shanda Sumpter? Will y'all give it up for Shanda? Woo! Oh, pushing me out of the way. Thank you.
So good.
Yes. Yes.
So good. So, before I get into this, first of all, I just want to say, how many of you guys, it's the first time you're actually meeting me? You guys go in the chat and just say, number one, if it's the first time. If you've seen us before, say, I've got you. I've seen you before. So let me know in the chat so I know how many of you guys it's the first time. So first of all, before I tell you a little bit of my story and how it's relevant to why I'm going to talk to you about list building and something called stacking, because when COVID hit, we lost we had $200,000 worth of refunds inside of one of our programs in the first couple weeks that the world shut down. I thought to myself, I said, you know, I can put the mask over myself because I know how to market, I know how to sell, I know how to keep the income rolling even if the back end is bleeding. People are refunding, people are freaking out, the world goes into shutdown. And then I thought to myself, but the bigger problem is what's happening to my clients. Because that bleed is going to get so much bigger if I don't figure out what's their major problem that's going to help them not only survive the shutdown, and who knew how long it was going to be for, but actually thrive and get ahead. Because haven't you noticed that people who are successful, they pivot fast because money loves speed. I just saw Stormy put that on her Instagram. I'm like, we have cups with this, we have shirts with this. What that means is that money loves speed because you make decisions fast. So I want to share something with you. This is really important. I went into stacking, which I'm going to teach you, because I had to solve the refund problem when the world shut down. The problem that I identified was entrepreneurs think too much about what am I going to sell? What should I price it at? Will anybody buy? Who am I right or am I right? Put yes if you're any of those. Who are my overthinkers out there? My analyzers, put an A, right? Who am I? Like, it's really powerful. Analyzers. By the way, my husband's an analyzer. He's a way better seller than me. You know why? Because he expects you to say, I got a problem with not buying. Right? So it's actually a good thing because he already anticipates somebody having a block. He thinks you're nuts to not think about it because he's an analyzer. However, he moves really quick. He flexes into what's called his controller so he can make a decision fast because he knows that money loves speed, right? So I had to figure out this stacking thing, which I'm going to show you. But before that, I want you to understand something. My husband and I were having breakfast this morning after, by the way, he was up till I think 2 a.m. looking at artificial intelligence. Okay. And I mean, every 2 seconds, he was like, oh my gosh, Shanda. And I'm like, oh, please just let me go to sleep. But the thing is it dawned on me, you know, India, Egypt, all these places that people are outsourcing. Some of you guys who have been trying to grow your business the cheap way and do overseas to be able to bring down your bottom line, guess who's going out of business first? Them. And the thing is that if you don't take action fast and you overthink what I'm going to teach you today, or any of the people that are going to spend the day just giving you their revenue generating ideas, this is my best one, right? Except for pocket coaching, which is actually in the program, right? That's how do I be able to make mistakes in my messaging, my marketing, and still be able to move the cart fast, right? We went from 51 enrollments of this product to over 100 after a pocket coaching. Okay, so that's a big movement. That's a big dial mover, right? And so I want to show you how to do that for everybody who jumped into the business system. If you jumped in, put me in the comment section. If you jumped in, put me, study the pocket coaching. Okay, so that being said, in AI, the problem with overthinking, the problem with wondering if you're good enough is going to be the problem for some of you guys that will be homeless. For some of you guys, I said to Ash, Ash is my husband, I said, the most selfish market, class income, is actually middle class. I know if some of my family's watching, I might get in trouble for this and be black sheep on this one. But follow me here and just like, don't be offended. If you're in the middle class, you think about, well, if I build a business, I can make money for a better house. And by the way, I'm buying a better house in Dorado Beach, Puerto Rico, and I'm very excited about that. It will change the quality of my life, especially at 4% tax. But my point is that it's got to be bigger than you. And I know you've heard this before, but I want you to ask yourself right now, if you don't go to market fast, AI will take you out. It will. The idea that AI won't replace a human is absolutely insane. We went from 60% labor force down to 34% labor force in 2 months. And I'm not even in the AI space yet, right? My chief marketing officer who's watching right now, Jonathan went to Write Sonic. Everybody's like, GPT. And I'm like, no, go to Write Sonic. Go to Write Sonic, pay for the account. And I can take this video, transcribe it, upload it into Write Sonic and say, write me a Medium blog in 3 seconds that sells this product or a sales lead offer, which is something that's cheap, $7, $19, which gets people to raise their hand. And then I can tell it to write me an Instagram post and a YouTube post. And then who doesn't know what to do on Instagram? Stormy's going to talk to you about that today. But when you listen to her, think Write Sonic. Because what she's doing, right, she knows how to lead it, but there are pieces that if you went to Write Sonic, you can upload it, and it will write you an engaging post on Instagram. And if you want it to make you money, it can do that. I just had a copywriter quit. You know what I said to her? You're not moving fast enough. I wrote 4 pieces of copy on Write Sonic that crushed it. And so she quit. What she should have done is said, let me pivot. Let me listen to you better. Let me be the person that does that for you because I know the positioning there. She should have sold me on staying in the game. Do you guys hear what I'm saying? Yes or yes? So this is a big deal. This is a big deal. Because if you don't know how to shorten the gap for learning right now, you're going to take entirely too long wearing every hat because AI's already got you. You are not going to be able to outsmart a self-learning machine. I just sat with a group in Puerto Rico that said that there's something called a data deck. And that means that the computer, by the way, digress for a second. Jonathan says to me, we have our own challenge going on next week. And he says, do you know that the AI on Write Sonic pulled all of our bullets from our opt-in page? He never told it to do that. Pulled all of our bullets from our opt-in page and put it in emails to go out. You can't tell somebody to do that effectively enough. And then you guys who suck at communication, we just shortened that gap because AI will take care of your communication problems. Do you guys hear what I'm saying? So instead of being afraid of it, get excited about it. But you need to know how to make money. You need to know how to make money. Right now you can create films. World-producing blockbuster films can be written on AI. What does that do to the producers? Right? My husband found a technology that can create all my video for me. What does that do? Right? What it does is it requires the people who are excellent and not lazy to get off the game quicker, which means money loves speed, move fast. Right? And if you're working for a company, you should be learning this within the company, bringing it to the company and being the lead of that. Right? Because people are adopting fast. Okay, so I'm going to go into this. If you got no audience, can I have my water? If you've got no audience, if you can't reach anybody, you have no business. Okay, if you've got no audience, you have no business. I realized that because when the recession hit last time, by the way, the recession will collapse like 10 years of bad decision making. So we should be excited about that, right? And so when I was in real estate, I did a really bad video that's probably out there with me with platinum blonde hair. I'm really surprised that my hair didn't break because it was so bleached out. And I didn't know how to market, but I got out there and I did a video and I sent it. I went on Google and I found real estate investment groups in the UK and Hong Kong. And I went and I found these guys. I did this video and I asked them if they wanted to buy real estate because I hooked with something that was America is on sale. Well, America's going on sale again, even if your real estate agent says they're not. There's more real estate agents now jumping on board saying the market is going on sale, right? And so Pace Morby, who's going to teach community, is one of the best at that, to be able to buy real estate without actually using a bank. So don't worry about the banks. Pace will be on today. So pay attention to all these people that are teaching and glean insight to get way ahead. So I do this video. I sent it out to the investment groups. I think I only sent it to 3 or 4, and somebody picked me up. Well, they did not hire me as the real estate agent. They sent, because remember, I had no audience. They sent me to a friend because I asked for a referral. I said, if you're not the right person to work with me, please send my video to somebody else. What did the video say? It looked like this. Hi, my name's Shanda Sumpter. And I was so afraid to do the video. I'd never learned hooks. I never learned marketing. I just had to get my words out quick enough, which was America's on sale. If you want to buy real estate in America, but I did it like this, like I wasn't even looking at the camera, then I'm your girl and I can help you find foreign national funding, which I did not have a deal. And I did not know how to find foreign national funding, but I knew that I could Google somebody or ask somebody in my real estate company who the best of the best were, and I would go to them. If I controlled the buyers, I had the business. Write that down. If I controlled the buyers, I have the business, right? And so everybody's trying to get the right product. Control the buyers, and then you'll have the business. I went from a sweaty Las Vegas salesperson in real estate that could not find my way out of a parking lot, still lost my car the other day in a parking lot, and I went to somebody who was selling 20, 25 properties, and I could do that in 2 weeks, all because I controlled the buyers. I do not know how to write a real estate contract at all. I just knew how to sell, and I used somebody else's list to market. Fast forward, I have this whole spiritual moment with God. I won't get into it, but I heard an audible voice, and it told me to go teach financial freedom. I was comfortable, I was good, and I didn't want to quit. I wanted to do what I was doing and stay in my lane. Sometimes some of you guys are being called to do something that makes you feel uncomfortable, and that calling is part of your destiny, it's part of your wealth. Who are my people right now that when I'm talking to you, you can feel it inside you, right? There's a destiny bigger than where you're sitting right now, and your stress needs to become your strength, as my friend Rex Crane says all the time. Right now, a bunch of people are moving their stress into their strength. That's what the pivot looks like. That's what knowing how to make money looks like, because if you can do that, you're gonna be able to help a lot of people, but your heart needs to be on the people, not on your own products. That was a big moment right there. How many of you guys caught that? Okay, go in the chat right now if you caught that. What'd you hear when I said that? Go in the chat and let me know. So once I controlled the buyers and I was in real estate, I did over $100 million in sales in real estate in 15 months. How does that happen? Buyers, not Shanda being so good. It was buyers. Second thing, I get into the coaching industry, and I realized my first year I made $2,000 profit. What was I doing wrong? I had no buyers. So I thought what everybody thinks is I'll go do a podcast. Okay, so my friend JLD is probably the best at podcasts. He does really well at podcasts. I asked him the other day walking in Puerto Rico, I said, JLD, how long does it take to create a podcast? He goes, 18 months before you really start making some good money at it. Okay, that's a problem. You'll miss the recession. You'll miss the recession. So I want you to identify what are the things you're doing in your life right now or in your business that you need to let go of that maybe are focused on getting you famous, but you're in the step of getting rich. I focused on getting rich before I focused on getting famous. Famous is paid. In other words, now it's AI. But before this moment, it was paying people who knew more than you to be able to help you be everywhere. You guys hear what I'm saying? So here's what I want to talk to you about. Does the black show up? Okay, you want to think about money? Money makes your legacy bigger, period. So don't be ashamed about wanting more of it. So first you want to think about, you want an email list and a text message. Email and text. You cannot just stay in email. When Amazon stops emailing, then I'll stop emailing. Okay, but I send 4 to 5 emails in a day. How many of you guys? Go in the chat. 4 to 5 emails in a day. Why is that important? Because your nighttime people are not thinking that you're sleeping. So you don't need to say, oh, I'm sleeping right now. Your nighttime people on your email list are just getting up and thinking, think about this, go check your emails at 12, go check them at 4, your emails are going down. My mom wrote me my first email, her first email, and she wrote at the end, I'm running out of space, I still want to write to you, but I love you, but I'm running out of space. Okay, isn't that cute? Come on, that's a little cute. So think in email marketing, you want to email at least 4 or 5 times a day. So I email all night. Between midnight and 3 o'clock in the morning is when I get our highest open and our highest click-throughs. Okay, so I want you to think about that. For you guys who are still thinking too slow that you don't want to step on anybody's toes because you don't want to over-communicate, you want to over-communicate. But you want text message because how many of you guys open your text 100% of the time? If you're not my husband doesn't always open his text. But I open my text. Most people open their text 100% of the time, right? So you don't want just email, you want text too. Okay, so I've taught this for the difference of 10 to 12 years. Same product, $1 million years, $1 million months, $1 million weekends, $1 million days. Okay, like same product. So some of you guys keep thinking you need more, you don't, right? Like Grant didn't create a product for 4 years. So, however, when COVID hit, which was kind of like the beginning of our recession that we're in now, because when COVID hit, you had what? You had eyes on Zoom. Everybody went from live events. We did 87 live events in a year that were our events in-house. And we were shut down immediately. What do? We pivoted to virtual. Everybody was contemplating, should I go virtual or live? Nope. We took our list and we went virtual. And because everybody was paying attention, everybody who pivoted fast, didn't overthink, made the most amount of money. You guys hear what I'm saying? Then I was saying, this is not going to last. People are going to get used to it. And that's exactly what happened. So now the recession is hit, right? This is not going to last. It's not going to stay here. You got to move fast. How can you help your people? And how can you get as many of them on a text and email list as possible? Sure, there's lead gen products, but that's too slow for me. So what I do is I do a version of a podcast and I do an interview series. And I interview 15 to 21 experts and I have all of them mail their databases and share their interview with them. Okay, so that's the simple aspect. Just go listen to a podcast. It's exactly the same, but I put it behind closed doors. What's not the same is the hook of what exactly are you giving on these interviews. Here's 15 different ways to make money. Here's 15 different ways to heal your relationship. Here's 15 different ways to parent your child. Here's 15 different ways to walk through a divorce equitably. Here's 15 different ways to live in multiple places in the world. Here's 15 different ways to multiply your money. Because by the way, it's not about making all your money in your business or your job. It's actually about how do you take that money and you multiply it. So the first thing I did was I started doing these interview series, controlling my audience. Now, do the math. Our average client within 45 to 60 days does 2,700 new people on their list. If you're in the fitness world or you're in the spiritual world, you're like 10,000, 12,000 people on your list. I don't know what that is, dollar amount, but if you put 3,000 times $15 an opt-in, right? If it costs you $15 to run paid advertisement, how much does that come to? $45,000. So people underestimate this interview series. When COVID hit, I got phone calls from Bedros. I got phone calls from Suzanne Evans. I got phone calls. Pete Vargas did a 21-day interview series. It's the thing that made him famous. It literally is the thing that made him famous. He did 21 days, and I said to him, okay, great, you're running ads to this. Are you having the experts mail? And he went, oh, shit. And then the next day, because he pivots fast, we get a video. Hey, guys, I just want to ask you, would you mail to your list? And what did they do? They got on it, and they mailed. Because if you don't ask, they won't do. Okay, so this is highly underestimated. Anybody who runs paid advertisement will tell you that if you have people mail their email lists to a registration page, that conversion is much higher than any paid advertisement. Much higher, right? I asked you guys when you were at Dean Graziosi, and I said, what's the number one conversion? You're like, email list, right? It's like the email list and it's your own list. It always is. And then it goes to other people's lists, and then it goes to paid advertisement. So when you look at this, when you look at stacking, here's what we do. So focus on email and text. But what I had to solve, does anybody remember what I had to solve? I had to solve the fact that entrepreneurs don't make enough offers fast. So here's how I solved it. I said, if you do a 1 day, so in a stack, you have 3 events every month, period. Then you just don't work hard enough. You don't work enough at getting in front of people. So if you got 3 events in a month, if you got 3 events in a month, maybe the first one is a challenge like this, right? Maybe the first one's a challenge like this. But if you don't have an email list of 5,000 or more, if you don't have an email list of 5,000 or more, put no list. Put no list. If you don't have 5,000 or more, there's no list. If you have a list of 5,000 or more, I want you to put the number in the chat, right? Tell me if people are putting it in the chat. So do you have 5,000 person, 10,000 person? How many people are on your email list? 5,000, 2,000, 500, or no list? Where are you at? Anybody popping it in there? How are we doing? How many people are on your email list? A lot, no list. This is what I see all the time. So the problem with no list is you can create the best product in the world, but nobody's coming. And then you will think that the mentor failed. The mentor did not fail. You put your marketing in the wrong order. Okay, so follow me here because this will touch every education you've ever done and make it work for you. Think podcast behind a registration page. You're going to interview, everybody mails their list. If they won't mail their list, just move on, right? Find a B-lister, somebody that you see. By the way, a lot of the people on Instagram, and I coach them. They'll have like 200,000 people and they have no list and they're making no money. Great, you look famous. Smoke and mirrors. You'll be out of business soon, right? So what I want you to do is I want you to do a 1-day interview series and I want you to interview 15 people. Every 2 people, I want you to make an offer and ask every second person to throw in a bundle. In fact, anybody who jumps into the Unbreakable Business System today, I will give you 2 tickets, not just you. I'll give you 2 VIP tickets to our zone event, which we're going to focus on artificial intelligence and cash flow. Guess what the theme is? Open for business. When everybody's going to close, you're going to be open for business. I will gift you two tickets to zone event. And here's why, Pete. Because if you build in isolation, you know what happens? Your spouse says, what are you doing? And they don't understand you. Bring your spouse, get them on the same page. Bring your best friend. You got 1 ticket that you can give to somebody else. In addition, I'll show you how to build the list, and I'll give you the home study program with this. But here's the deal. I want you to jump in the next 20 minutes because I'm about to be off in 4 minutes from now. I want you to jump in the next 20 minutes. I will gift you the list building program because obviously there's a lot to go into with that. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. And not only will I give it to you, on February 15th, 16th, 17th, on a Zoom, I'll walk you through every single module. So you can't fail. Is that fair? Yes or no? Is that good? Yes or no? Okay. So here's what we do. We do a 1-day interview series. Every second person, I want you to make an offer. I'll teach you that in the list building product that I just gave if you jumped in that program. If you jump into it in the next 20 minutes, you got it. If you already jumped in, we're going to gift it to you. Okay. So we're not going to penalize fast decision makers. So this is going to build a list. Text and email. Second one. So this is, let's say, week 1 of the month. Okay. So this is first week of February. Second week of February, do a 3-hour workshop on Zoom. If you're not any good, by the way, this works for network marketers. If you got network marketing, you got somebody who's in your upline that's super great. They can train for 3 hours and keep making the offer to be able to come and be a rep. If you're a coach, consultant, who are my coaches or consultants? Put coach or consultant in the chat, right? Are you in the health industry, the social media? If you're in social media, you're out of business. So you better reimagine your role. AI's already taken you out. You're out of business. Okay. So if you don't know it yet, because your clients haven't figured it out, you're out of business. That's done. Right. So what's your industry? 3-hour workshop. In this 3-hour workshop, I want you to sell something. I run paid ads to all this and hit my email, but you see me doing this every month. Every month. We took what we make in a year and we make it now in 3 months. Okay. And I've proven this with clients that were making $50,000 a year, $60,000 a year, $200,000 a year. Sarah Cannell was making $50,000 a year. Then we jumped her to $500,000 with just building the email list through interview series. I took her into stacking and she's doing $300,000 a month. $300,000 a month just because people are processing with her, right? As she does these events, people are processing with her, right? So people are like, I don't want to go live every day. Don't. Go live, do one day, 15 interviews, make an offer every 2 people. I don't care what the offer is. That's not what's important. Okay, that's not what's important. Secondly, do a 3-hour workshop, make an offer. I don't care what the price point is. Make it $700, make it $200. Don't make it, I sell at $2,300 really well. I don't sell well at $997. You know why? Because I think this is so inexpensive. I think people undervalue it because it's so inexpensive. But if I jump the price and double the price, guess what? You buy. It's unbelievable. The middle class gets stuck because of the way they process. Many of you guys are selling to the middle class. If you stack and you put a 1-day event, just you interviewing 15 people, you don't have to be anything special, right? They all mail their list. You got 3-hour workshop around any topic, make an offer. Doesn't matter what price point is. If you want to create a workshop, sell that. There's no better time to learn how to speak than if you book yourself on a stage. Book a promise, and you'll figure out the content of the product. Third thing is this offer and this offer, bonuses in or sells this offer. This is paid. So for me, every month we'll do our list building event. Every single month. I know what I'm doing every single month, right? And so every single month you're getting it as a bonus for jumping into this system, to grant system. But everybody else pays for this. Every month, I have 12 to 1,400 business owners show up to a 3-day virtual event. And out of this group, there'll be a percentage of them that will say, Shanda, I want you to mentor me. This is called stacking. This could be a financial advisor has a paid consultation. This could be a paid nutrition event. This could be a paid challenge. This could be anything. I just happen to do a 3-day event every single month. So if I only showed up every month, and did that event every single month, we would make multiple millions of dollars every single month just off that event. So what does that do? It gets rid of the noise. It allows me to focus 100% on one thing and go into stacking. So I want to share something with you. I know that this is a lot of information. I don't know if they can watch the replay on this or not, but you can keep this really simple. It doesn't matter what virtual event you put in here. If you want to do it live in your city, you can do that too. What matters is that every month you get over yourself. Because if you do a 1-day interview series or you do a 5-day challenge and you put all your eggs in one basket, and that has to produce a result for you, and it doesn't, you feel like your confidence just got rocked. You can allow yourself. Christina Jindali, she's in, not Vancouver, but she's in Canada. She looked at this and said, Shanda, I'm already exhausted. I can't do 3 events every single month. And I said, Christina, it took her 3 months to do this. Okay, where she finally said, okay, I'll do this. She did a 1-day summit, she did a 5-day challenge, and then she went into a 3-day that these sold into. She did more money that month. It took her 3 months to do it. She did more money that month, and she failed her targets at the 2 events before that. Sonia came to me, this girl Sonia came to me and said, Shanda, I want to make $1 million in a month. She was doing a couple million in a year. I put her in stacking. 35 days later, she didn't know what she was doing. She's like, I don't know many of you guys don't know what you're doing. She was like, I'm not quite sure I understand any of this, but let me just do 2 challenges into a 3-day event. See, it doesn't matter what these stacked events are. This is all within 4 to 6 weeks. You have to do the events all together within 4 to 6 weeks. Sonia went to $1 million a month in 35 days because of doing this. So it doesn't matter if you're $20,000 a year, you're just getting started. Think of this as a time management for your calendar, and you just need to show up to do the giving and just make an offer. I hope that was helpful, you guys. I hope that you can just focus on this, put it in your calendar, go in your calendar today, put some events that you're gonna do. Don't freak out about it. Don't overthink it. The minute you do it, you'll see that you can fail your way right into massive amounts of income. If you don't do this, I fear that you will overthink it. I fear that you will launch too slow. I fear that you will miss the recession. The problem with missing the recession right now is you're collapsing time to be able to create massive amounts of legacy and income. But the thing is AI is right behind that. So if you don't move right now, AI will make you move. All right, you guys, I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah.
Mwah.
Awesome, guys. Listen, like, this is not complicated. It's not like you go do an interview series. It's kind of like what we're doing right now. You can do a 3-hour workshop. You can do this. Like, the stacking of events builds your list. And all you need is hundreds, and then it becomes thousands, and then it becomes tens of thousands. Like, your list can grow. I've heard people say, I know people. There is one of our partners right now. His name is Brad Sumrock. And if you know Brad, write Brad in the chat. Brad has a small list, but it's an intimate list and a powerful list. He's got a very small list, but they're engaged. And he's got a powerful 8-figure business just from a small, intimate list. So what could get in the way? Because it got in the way for me is it's like, oh, I got to have a multi-million person list like Grant Cardone or a big list like Shanda. No. If you have a small list, like right now, I'm proud to say this year, our list will surpass over 1 million people on my list. Yeah, that's a big deal. That's a big deal. Over 1 million people on my list. But I got to tell you, like when I started business in 2016, I was so happy about the first 1,000 that I got in 6 months. Because that 1,000 just continues to build and it stacks. And so one of the things that I want to talk to you about before, we've got 3 unbelievable guests coming up. But Johnny, if you can do that and get me out of the picture, I want to encourage you, and actually come back to me just for a quick second, Johnny. I want to encourage you right now. We've got 6 or 7 more nuggets today that are going to blow your mind. And the whole theme of today is creating revenues. My ask is if you see just one thing that will help you, that you take that next step because you're like, that one little nugget. I mean, listen, you strip all this away and you just do an interview series and you don't stack high probability that you pay for this investment back over and over and over again. I want to encourage you with that. But so what we want to do is every like 90 minutes, we're going to give you a quick stretch break. Let's exercise together. Not me and you. I'm not going to exercise in front of you, but maybe do 10 push-ups, 10 sit-ups, 10 jumping jacks, get a cup of water. And then we're going to bring you 3 more powerful people. And then we're going to do it one more time over. And your day will be so powerful, full of revenue generation opportunities. So this is what I want to do. Red, if you can bring me Elena's book too. I want you to go to grantcardone.com/system. And like I said, I went through the system. I'm not going to go through it again right now. I want to encourage you, take advantage of the 1 pay or the 3 pay. And just like we said, we just included a 7 pay for $197 today. We just did that. And so I want to encourage you, that's open for today. We don't know if we're going to leave that open the rest of the week. And we're on that, right, Johnny? We're on the main, okay. And so we're leaving that open to help people who are live. Because one of the biggest objections that's coming up is the money's getting in the way. And like Grant said today, if you think you have a $1,000 problem and you can't figure out how to do that, how are you ever going to figure out how to become part of the 1% club? So I want to encourage you to take advantage of that. If you feel like I got to take advantage of the 7 pay, then take advantage of the 7 pay. Remember, this Friday night, January 3rd at 11:59 p.m., Grant is going to repackage this all and he'll begin to sell this system for $3,000. And like Shanda said, quite frankly, the conversion rates on $3,000 won't be a lot different than $997. But when you take an inaugural program to the market, you give your first movers the greatest opportunity and the lowest price. And so that's why we're doing that. But this system this Friday, it won't go away. It'll just be repackaged for $3,000. Remember, you've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. 30-day money-back guarantee. And remember, today we release, I told you about the core curriculum, but today we release the Unbreakable Revenue Expert Series. This is the specialty training that is inside the Unbreakable Business System. So you got your core system. Your core system you will be done with in 14 days. You will submit your Unbreakable business plan to us that will be your targets for 2023. And then you're going to have lifetime access to the Revenue Expert Series. With Shanda, you told me this, so I'm including it. Not only are we going to give you List Power as one of those systems, I've got something that I recorded at 10X Stages of how to build your first course in a weekend. Why? Because some of you don't have a product or service. But you walk through this hour and 15-minute masterclass, and you'll have a course in a weekend. And if you're like, I gotta build my list, Shanda's gonna help you build your list. And don't forget, part of the revenue source, the revenue series, is also Russell Brunson's Funnelology Masterclass. And for those of you that are like, Pete, I don't have a business. Where do I get started? I need clarity on the market that I'm supposed to serve and the problem that I'm supposed to solve. And I don't know the products and services in which I'm supposed to start. That's why that Clarity Execution Workshop Master Series will help you do that. These revenue series are going to be something that every one of our speakers are contributing into today. So you have the specialty training when you're done with the core curriculum to be able to build a list, build a business, land more leads, land more sales. And I'm so excited about these 4 that are the start to the system. So the core curriculum and everything involved with that, go to grantcardone.com/system and take advantage of that, the 1 pay or the 7 pay. And I want to encourage you to do that right now. And so what we're going to do, I'm going to give you a quick little exercise break. Get your energy high, like get it back up, because I do some push-ups, do some sit-ups. Tell me what you do on this break. I'll tell you what I do. You tell me what you do. But we gave away 25 autographed Grant Cardone books. That's what you got for me, right? That's what you got back there, 25? We're going to give 25 Elena books of Build Your Empire as well, autographed from Elena. So 50 of you that have taken action in the last hour, up in the next 5 minutes, we're going to give out 50 books, 25 10X rolls and 25 Build Your Empire, autographed and mailed to 50 of you total. It's a gift for you taking advantage. So I want you to watch this video right after this break. We got Stormy Wellington on social media. We got how to create revenues on social media. We got Natalie Dawson on how to build a team. And I'm so excited because we got so many people in the house that are excited to hear my man, Marcus Barney, who is going to deliver what he did to get started in building his business. He was just at GrowthCon a few short years ago, and today got a massive business. And I'm excited about these 3 that will be up after this quick 5-minute break. So watch this video. Go to grantcardone.com/system. I'll be back up here in 5 minutes.
My zero commission went to 30,000, to 50,000, 100,000, all because the techniques and tools and the motivation skills that we were taught. It gave me the encouragement and the power to just go out there and get it done.
The first 2 weeks, I was able to go out and sell 10.47 million, which made me about a little over 200,000 of gross income in my pocket, all from Grant Cardone, becoming omnipresent, hitting everyone in text message, mailers, social media like crazy, every single category. That's what Grant did for me.
In 6 months, we went from 0 to 30,000 a month.
8 short months, close to $900,000 in.
I was broke. I was like at a point where there was nowhere else I could go. That year I made $1.1 million.
I'll tell you, my paycheck was 55 grand a year, and my husband and I are now making over $1 million in revenue.
Since being introduced to Grant Cardone, the 10X rule, and Cardone University, I went from basically no income to over $100,000 in gross commissions. Thus far, probably finished the year closer to $200,000 in gross commissions.
When I first met Grant Cardone, it was in San Diego, California at the Hilton. At the time, I was sleeping in my car. I was stressing out, and when I pulled up there, I couldn't even pay to get out when they charged me $30 for parking in San Diego. I just put it on a credit card. Today, it's been a a little over 2 years. After Grant Cardone, you and knocking a ton of doors, I'm on pace to do my first million.
Last year in December, making my first 100K month, and now I'm on a run to make my first 6-figure week. And I put that all thanks to Grant. I mean, I put in the action and things, but he's what planted that seed and what's possible.
I was broke. I spent $3 on an audiobook that I was scared of wasting my money on. This year, just a couple years later, we're doing $6 million in business and made $1 million this year. So things can change really fast when you get the right information.
It went from $900,000 to $3.2 million just because he taught me how to scale my business, how to break down numbers. Now we're on pace to do $6 million.
I made about $50,000 a year for a long time, and I was satisfied with that. In less than a year, I doubled my income. I'm set to triple that next year and just go beyond, and that was all because of the team I work with, Rutledge Property Group, and we are a huge part of the 10X community.
How to follow up, how to make the sales calls. I made $18,500 in 26 days, guys. I was making like almost $50,000 a year, maybe 60, but to make a quarter of my income, of my salary in 26 days, I'm so happy.
This is the great secret of my life. The thing that has made me is one word.
Peter Ross, give it up for him. If you want to do business with a boss, you got to be ready to sacrifice it all. Because in the real world, your goals don't give a fuck about your excuse.
Armando Christian Perez, otherwise known as Pitbull.
You can't run a business like a boss. You got to run a business like a leader. Help others grow, evolve, mature.
Super icon, businessman, and artist, Usher.
Most people say, hey, that's what I want to become. But the truth is, there is no destination. The journey is the destination.
Yo, Grant Cardone, Bless Up, and the 10X Growth Conference. Thank you for having me. I love what y'all got going on over here.
The only thing that separates people is their passion. It's definitely great, Dawson. This is one family right here. We all family.
Epic entrepreneur, Mr. Steve Harvey.
I was relentless. You couldn't stop me. I have found my gift. God has showed it to me.
Bethany Frankel.
Work hard. Most people don't. You will crush the game if you work hard.
Amen. John.
Poverty of the mind is permanent. Being broke, that's temporary.
Give it up for Floyd Mayweather.
It's not about what you do inside the square circle, it's what you do on the outside as well.
Kevin.
Problems are not problems when you have a high level of understanding and confidence that you're going to evolve.
Kevin O'Leary, give him a big hand.
The backbone of the American life is the entrepreneur that builds businesses and creates jobs.
Invest in your creativity, invest in your interest, and invest in your passion.
Woo! 23 push-ups. I almost forgot. I just did them. What did you do? Like, get some energy, man. Like, today has the potential to be worth multi-millions of dollars to your business. That's the potential from these strategies. Like, if you actually execute, like Shanda just gave you something. I bet you, Shanda, how much has stacking been worth to your business? Yeah, a year worth of income now happens in 1 quarter just from stacking. Let me pull back the curtain for you. Let me pull back the curtain from you. We stacked this event. We did it in a week. On day 1, and Jared's making fun of me because I'm breathing a little heavy right now. But I got energy and I got rush through my head right now. And I kind of feel, do I look a little bit better, Jared, with those 23 push-ups? Listen, I'm going to tell you what, 23 is important to me. 23 is important to me. You know why? 23 is important. You know why I'm wearing these, Marcus? You know why I'm wearing these? Because those are Jordans. The greatest player ever to live, in my opinion, is Michael Jordan, number 23. You know what year it is? 2023. Why can this not be the greatest year of your life? The only thing that's been getting in the way, it's not a recession, it's not interest rates, it's not all of the negativity, it's you and right here. And so I want this to be the greatest year of your life, like the absolute greatest year of your life. And I'm so excited that you're here with me today. Really want to encourage you. Thank you for doing something on that break. But I want this to be powerful. And so Grant shared, Shanda shared. We're about to have 3 powerful partners sharing. But I want to honor what I said. Can you show who are the 25 folks that are getting the Grant Cardone 10X rule book signed by Grant because of taking action? Is that up there, Johnny? It's coming up right now. We don't mess around. Like Grant likes speed. Jared and I just went back to his office and he said, here we go. Give it up for all of these. If you see your name on there, you just took action on this last commercial break. Just took action. And we're just getting started. I still got Elena to come up. And by the way, we're going to give some bonuses and gifts to everybody who's going to qualify who takes action in the Unbreakable business system today during this live stream for an all expenses paid trip to GrowthCon. VIP ticket, hotel, flights. We're going to do that today, Rhett. We're going to announce that today. We're going to announce that we're not going to wait till tomorrow's Facebook group. Grant loves speed. Jared and I just went back to his office and said, hey, good job, good job. He's like, hey, I want to do this day. And we're like, okay. He likes speed. If there's one thing I've learned from him is speed. Speed. And so I hope that, congratulations for all of you that took action today. I'm excited about this next guest. You want to understand we're good? You want to understand how to monetize social media? You don't need to be great at everything. Like Grant has the big YouTube following. He's got a big Facebook following. He's got a big Twitter following. He's got a big, Instagram. He's got it all. You don't have to have all of them. Like if you can have one platform that's big, it will build multiple businesses. And so I asked this next guest to not only talk for the next 25 minutes about how you can use social media to build your business and generate revenues, I also asked her to jam just around some of the stuff that got in her way as she was out trying to pursue her dreams and help you get outside of your mind as well. And so guys, would y'all welcome to the stage, Mrs. Stormy Wellington.
What's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? Come on, y'all. I want you to comment after me. Say, I am unbreakable. Come on, everybody. Give me some energy. Drop some fire right now in the chat and say, I am unbreakable. Come on, y'all. I want you to stand up out of your seat right now. I want you to get up and I want you to say, I am unbreakable. Come on. I want you to say that I am unbreakable. And I want you to drop right now, unbreakable, in the comments, because listen, y'all, you are the one that was sent to break the generational curses off of your family. I want to tell you all that I am so excited to be here in this Unbreakable challenge. I'm so grateful for these last 6 days. I don't know about you, but I tell you, these last 6 days has been extremely transformational. The clarity that I have right now, the confidence that I have right now, I am just so grateful that I was able to be a part of this. And I want to tell you, if you've been here all 6 days, it is proof that you are ready. I want you to drop right now in the comment section, I am ready. The mere fact that you are here, the mere fact, can you hear me? Can you hear me? You hear me? Yes? All right, good. The mere fact that you are here, it is proof that you are ready. It is proof that you know that there is more work for you to do. And I'm so excited that I get to teach you on my wheelhouse. I get to teach you on what I specialize in. Today is Revenue Day. And I hope that each and every one of you took advantage of the 997 Unbreakable system, because I'm gonna tell you right now, just imagine what you're gonna be able to experience, how you're gonna elevate by the fact that you made that investment. I can tell you all right now, and this has nothing to do with even this whole challenge right now, but I would not be the woman I am right now today if I did not invest in myself. I want you to know that having coaches and mentors and systems, save yourself time, energy, and money is the reason why I was able to earn over $50 million in the industry of multi-level marketing in the last 8 years. Let me repeat that. I'm not talking about revenue for the company. I'm talking about personal income for myself. You understand? In the last 8 years, I was able to take one social media platform, just one. I want you to drop one in the comment section. And I was able to make over $50 million in earned income for myself and for my family. And I was able to coach 37 families to millionaire and multi-millionaire status. But the difference that I noticed from the 37 and the other thousands that I could have helped was that the ones that made the millions, they were disciplined. The one that made the millions, they were committed. The one that made the millions, they believe in themselves. And therefore, when you believe in yourself, you know that all you need is to be fed the right information. And when you are given the right information, you trust in yourself. And so you're going to take action with that information. And I'm going to be honest with you, that's really what I've been able to do over the last 14 years of being an entrepreneur. Drop a one. My name is Stormy Wellington. They call me Coach Stormy all over the world because of what I've been able to do to impact culture. And I tell you all that today, being a part of this Unbreakable Challenge, I got to give a great, thank you to Mr. Grant Cardone. I got to be honest, guys. I would not be thinking the way I'm thinking right now if it wasn't for Grant Cardone. I truly believe that I will be a billionaire. And when I look at him and when he teaches about marketing and the money mindset and systems and scaling and communication, it just makes me realize the more that if Grant could do it, I can do it. But the only thing that we have to know that is missing is that we have to be reconditioned. See, a lot of us have been working traditional jobs. A lot of us dropped out of high school. A lot of us never seen a millionaire in our lives. And so we can't even believe or even fathom that we have the potential to become millionaires. But if I could become a millionaire with a 9th grade education, okay, I dropped out of school in the 9th grade. I had my first child at 15. I was a mother of 2 by the time I was 19. I used to be a stripper. I used to steal for a living. I used to scheme and scam. But here it is. I've made over $50 million and helped 37 families to do it. And I never forget the day I saw Grant Cardone on social media. He was riding in his Rolls Royce Wraith. And he did this video, and I don't even remember what he said, but I just remember looking at this guy saying he's captivating to me. He's authentic. He's not trying to be liked. And it was something about that energy that drawed me in. And I'm just being honest, it drawed me in. And I said, man, I want to meet this guy one day because I could sense that he was successful and he was doing big things. And let me tell you what ended up happening. I had a chance to go to one of his conferences, and it was about real estate. And I never really wanted to get in real estate. And I remember going to that conference. And when I walked in the room, I was the only Black person in the room, me and my guest that I had bought. And he was just pouring, and he was pouring, and he was pouring. And I really wasn't interested because real estate was never my thing, but I just wanted to be in the room with Grant, and I wanted to take what he did in real estate and transfer it into my business. Because one of the things you'll learn about successful entrepreneurs is that systems really are transferable. All you got to do is change the product or change the service. But what they do is really transferable. So what he did in real estate was applicable to me in my network marketing company. I just needed to understand what he did. And so I paid $5,000. I sat in that room and I took pages and pages and pages of notes. And one of my biggest takeaways that I got was marketing. One of my biggest takeaways I got was promoting. One of the biggest things that I got was that I needed to stand out. I remember asking Grant, I stood up obnoxiously. As a matter of fact, I'm wearing orange today because I had on an orange suit that day. I wanted to make sure I stood out, as if I didn't stand out as the only Black woman in the room. And I stood up that day. And I said, hey, Grant. He thought I had a question. I said, how come there's no Black people in this room? Okay. And that day I would never forget. That day he turned the responsibility on me. That day he said, because you did not bring them. And so when I think about what we're doing right now, I just think it's ingenious that we are crossing ethnic backgrounds, we're crossing, cultures. There's so many different type of people here. And I want to talk today about a tool, a vehicle that we have been blessed with called Instagram. But before I get there, I got to tell you this. And so when I raised my hand, I'm like, hey, where are the Black people? He turned the responsibility back on me. And I want to tell you all, that was the best thing he could have ever done. Because in that moment, I made a decision. And I want to tell you something. In moments of decision, an action has to be taken. The only way your subconscious mind believes that you really desire what you want is when you give away something that's valuable to you. And can I be honest with you all right now watching me? I know that your money is valuable to you. And you think the more that you hold on to it, the more you're going to have. You think a penny saved is a penny earned. But I'm here to tell you that is not true. A penny invested in yourself can be millions earned. It's about making the right investment in the right systems. And so I want to encourage you all to definitely make sure that you tap into whatever program is calling you, because this Unbreakable Challenge called you. That's why you've been tuned in every day. And after today, you're going to crave more. And I want you to know this, the more you learn, drop them L's, because we ain't having no more L's, the more you're going to be able to earn. And so I just believe that you are here because you're the only one in your family left to break the generational curses and to begin a new narrative for yourself. And so I've made over $50 million in the last, 8 years in multi-level marketing. My house is paid off. I own a yacht paid off. I own a bunch of jewelry that Grant hates when he sees me with it on. I own a Rolls Royce Cullinan. I own multiple cars. I take care of my dad. And I believe if your parents are over 65, you should be taking care of them unless, they're something wrong with you. You should be taking care of your parents. I am one of the largest investors in Cardone Ventures, Cardone Capital. I never forget the day, I had a conversation with Grant and he was talking about passive income and how you're supposed to make money and then take your money and put your income to work for you and let that be your cash flow. And so I decided instead of keeping $5 million in the bank, and I don't know about you guys, but when you become a millionaire and you realize that your money is only FDIC insured up to $250,000, that becomes a whole nother problem. I don't even want to get into that today, but I never forget the day I wanted to prove a point, not only prove a point to myself, but I wanted to break a generational curse and I wanted to put my money somewhere that they can make me money. And I wired $5 million, and I am also an investor in a bank with Grant Cardone. And so I believe in his teachings. I believe in everything that I've experienced from him is something that each and every one of you want to be able to experience, because once I got tapped in with Grant and Elena, it's like my whole world changed. And I believe that has a lot to do with why a lot of people are stuck, because you got to learn how to tap into a frequency. So I gave that $5 million. I made $25,000 to $30,000 a month. And one day we're going to have a big payday. And that makes me excited because as I talk about the topic today, I want to tell you all that, to be honest with you, the vehicle that I used was multi-level marketing, but the marketing medium, write that down, the marketing medium that I used was Instagram. Guys, Instagram. Right now, I'm on my live because my Instagram knows that they could count on me. So I got about 20 minutes to talk to you about what I did to turn my millions of followers into millions of dollars in the bank. I want to talk to you about how I have been able to take my Instagram and turn my Instagram into 37 millionaires. Every single one of my students that I've been able to coach to millionaire, multi-millionaire status, including Ana Conteta. I'm in her beautiful home in Casa de Campo that she was able to pay off cash, all right, with the money she's made from working with me in business, came from a relationship that we cultivated on Instagram, okay? So I'm also excited that I'm gonna be a contributor to the Unbreakable business system, but I only got 15 minutes to give you some gems, just enough gems to get you ready, because you are the one that this is the year. And I want y'all to drop, this is the year. I want you to drop that whole statement, this is the year, in the comment section, because this is the year that you are going to get all that you deserve. And remember, the decision has to be made. And right now, I want you to make that decision. So I want to talk about something, right? I never forget the day my daughter opened up my Instagram account. I was big on Facebook and I still love Facebook to this day, but I got bored. Okay. How many of y'all get bored with social media? Okay. It's like the new TV, but you still get bored. And so you kind of find yourself social media hopping. Okay. So I remember I was big on Facebook, doing my thing on Facebook, but Facebook got bored to me. I got bored with Facebook. And remember the day my daughter started my Instagram account. She tried to put Stormy Wellington and that wasn't available. And she tried to put Stormy_Wellington_. And I was like, I don't want to do that. And she said, Mom, you're a coach. And this is before I made the millions of dollars. She said, why don't we use Coach Stormy? And she searched the name and lo and behold, Coach Stormy was available. So really and truly, I became Coach Stormy before I coach anybody to their first million. Write that down, believe and speak and act like you already are that person you want to become. You understand? So that 997 or $12.97 or $1.97, whatever it costs, doesn't even mean nothing to you because you know it's gonna come back to you. It's on the way. So let's talk about this. So back in my days, I was a big time hustler. I mean, I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. I was a hustler. I used to sell stuff. I was that girl that, you know, was gonna figure it out. And I wanted to take that word hustle and make it mean something to me, because when I dropped out of school in the 9th grade, people used to say I had ADD and all of these titles that they try to put on you, okay? And I needed to recondition my thinking. I remember saying to myself that I want to go from a hustler to a businesswoman. But I want to tell you, the truth is, until you are generating passive income without having to go to work, until you could wake up and, you know, you touch new money every day, as Uncle G says, who got my money? I also say I touch new money every day. Until you are touching money every day without having to physically take your body somewhere, I'm sorry to tell you, that's not freedom. And I know that many of you are right now, you are here because you want to be unbreakable in this economy. But what do you really want? You want freedom. You want to be able to do what you want, when you want, and you want to be able to afford it. And I'm here to tell you, you can do it on Instagram. So write this down. I'm going to give you an acronym for how you can turn Instagram to a money-making machine, okay? You can literally turn Instagram to an ATM machine. You can make Instagram your cash cow. Do you hear me? So number one, the H. Let me give y'all a strategy. So now I'm on social media every day, and a lot of you all know what I'm talking about when I say this. A lot of you all love to be on Instagram because you spend a lot of time just being in people's business. But I want to tell you right now that if you are on Instagram and you do not have a business on Instagram, if you don't have a link in your bio, you're doing it all wrong. If you do not have a clickable link in your bio where I can exchange my money with you, you're doing it all wrong. See, the truth is, the only reason why I add value on Instagram is for two things. Let me tell you. I build my business foundation. Number one, Zig Ziglar says, the more you help other people get what they want, the more you get what you want. And what do I realize? People want to be engaged. People want to look up to someone. People want to be inspired by someone. People want someone that they can relate to. So I want to give you a great understanding about yourself. Everybody, from the moment you got one follower, please understand you got influence. You got influence over that one person. So the minute you start acquiring followers, get excited, because this means that they like you. They're following you because they're letting you know, I'm interested in what you share on your feed. So identify, number one, with what is it that people want from you? What do you want to be known for? What do you want people to think about when they see you, when they feel you? Write this down. The best things in life, they're not seen nor heard, but they are felt. So people should feel whoever you are. You should be an energy. Write this down. We all are energies. We all are energies. And energy can never be destroyed. Energy can only be transferred. So start looking at social media as a business. This is a business, okay? So number one, the more you help other people get what they want, the more you get what you want. That is a prerequisite as a foundation for your success. Number two, think this. Success is not about how successful you are, okay? But how you help other people achieve success. Guys, Instagram has 2 billion, write this down, 2 billion active users. And 1.3 billion people are on Instagram every single day. And so rather you take this information that I'm going to teach you in the next 15 minutes and 10 minutes, and you take it and use it on YouTube, you use it on TikTok, use it on Facebook. I want to encourage you to make one social media platform at a time your home, your wheelhouse, okay? Make it your home, make it your wheelhouse. So we talk about hustle. What does hustle mean to me? The H in hustle, right, means to have some humility. Every time you're posting on your social media feed, you should be thinking, is this post giving people some of my humble moments? You know, a lot of you all like to be on Instagram and you want to be perfect. But no, listen, people like to do business with people that they know, like, and trust. And guess what? We are living in an era where people can get to know you on social media. They can really think they are your sisters and your friends, but it's all about how you come off on social media. So number one, every time you're posting, you should be thinking to yourself, is this post humble? Am I telling these people a little bit about my trials and tribulations? Everything doesn't have to be edited. Everything doesn't have to be Photoshopped. As a matter of fact, it's okay to get on the ground in your pajamas. Remember, you're developing a relationship with these people from all around the world that you probably would have never been able to meet if it wasn't for this thing that we call a cell phone, okay? Number two, the you. When you're on social media, you must identify what is going to be your unique selling proposition, your USP. Why should I go to your page and click like, or even go to your page in the first place? You want to learn how to be creative. You want to learn how to give people who you are. And whether you're talking about a business that failed, whether you're talking about a friend that betrayed you, whether you're talking about something you learned from the Unbreakable challenge, whether you're talking about, you losing your job or the latest thing that's on the news, you got to figure out what is going to be your USP, because we hustling, right? We want to get our money. We want to make sure that we're adding value. We want to make sure that we're recognizing that success is not about how successful you are, but how you help other people to achieve success. So as you're posting your 6 to 7 times a day, write that down. And I know you're going to say, wow, 6 to 7 times a day. Yes, you are building and engaging and creating an environment where people know, like, and trust you. And I'm sorry to tell you, only 1% of your followers are going to be able to see your posts. So the more you post, the more chances you have for someone to see your posts, right? And I'm going to tell you in a couple of minutes, the different time frame that you should post, but identify immediately with what is your unique selling proposition. What is going to make you special? What makes you different from any other man on Instagram? What makes you different from any other girl on Instagram? So figure that out and figure that out quickly. The S is probably one of the most important things, okay? What are you selling? What are you giving value to me for, that if the value sticks on me, I want to exchange money with you? Let me tell y'all something. I make more money on Instagram selling my products from doing a live. I don't have to tell you, hey, go buy my lipstick, go buy my lip gloss. Hey, go buy my glove. Hey, go buy my stuff. No, when I'm engaging with you on social media, it's making you interested in me. This is something that I know Grant is covering in the Unbreakable business system. What is going to make you stand out? People love to do business with people that they are interesting people. What makes you interesting? So figure out, what are you selling? And remember, nobody wants to be directly sold, but everybody wants to buy. Think about it. More people move from the fear of loss versus the possibility of gain. So all of these things, I know we're going to go deeper in the unique Unbreakable business system. Okay. Number four is the T in the hustle. Let me tell y'all, every time I'm posting, I'm asking myself, what story is this post telling? See, a lot of people are afraid to post because you can't think about what should I be posting about. But if you take this framework, that T is telling stories, okay? Facts tell and stories sell. You could be walking down the street and you could put a post on social media. You could put it on Instagram, and that post could be telling a story about what you're doing for the day. And now you're walking down the street and that post inspires somebody else to take a walk. Remember, everything you do, every action you take, it is giving somebody else an example or telling them what action they should take. I want y'all to think about that. Every action you take that people see on social media, your actions is influencing somebody else to take an action. So tell stories, gather a database full of stories. I'm headed to GrowthCon February 13th through 16th. I'm super excited. I'm bringing 60 people with me. Y'all, 15,000 people going to be at GrowthCon in the MGM. And I'm excited for all of the speakers we're going to hear from in 3 days to hear their stories, because stories make the most potent impact. What did Jesus do? He walked the land and told stories, and people did what? They followed him. It wasn't from the facts. Remember, facts tell, stories sell. Everything you do on social media, think about, okay, is this post telling a story? Okay, now, live, the L in hustle is you need to go live. Listen, guys, people love to know what you do with your life behind the scenes. Everything should not be an edited photo. Everything shouldn't be a photo, a Facetune picture. Some things need to be, hey, I'm waking up this morning and hey, I'm drinking my water. I drink water every morning. You know, water is life. Hey, do you drink water? So every day, go live. Go live. Did y'all not see how Grant dominated everybody's live for the last 6 days? Over 13 million people I know at one point was tuned in. He was on everybody's live. Grant is everywhere right now. The Unbreakable is everywhere right now because he activated on the lives. They created a campaign and everybody is talking about I'm unbreakable. As a matter of fact, I want you to drop unbreakable. I am unbreakable inside of the chat right now. In the chat, drop it in the chat. So go live as often as possible. And I'm gonna tell you about that E. That E is everything. You must engage every single day, multiple times a day. Let me give you some engagement tips. I got 3 minutes and I'm done. Comment on people's posts. When somebody puts the post, just comment on as many posts as you can. And make sure you use 5 words. People tend to look at posts or comments that have 5 words. When you put your captions out there, make it have words. People engage with the words. Comment under Grant, comment under your friends, anyone who attention you're trying to get, like as many of their pictures and keep commenting. They're gonna start seeing you and people are gonna start seeing you. So you gotta engage, you gotta increase your level of engagement. Don't just scroll on Instagram. Don't just scroll on Instagram, no. And don't be stingy with your likes. Oh, I'm quick to like. You look beautiful today. Oh my God, amazing dress. Wow, I love your hair. Who did it? Wow, that looks so amazing. What you eating? I'm always commenting. That's engagement. Guys, all of this can be done for free right here on your phone. And guess what? The same strategy that I use, my hustle strategy, right? That I use for Instagram, I could take that same hustle strategy and I could use it on Facebook. I could take that same hustle strategy and listen, I could use it on YouTube. But here's the deal. We got to get clarity in our mind as to who we are and how we want to show up. And I'm telling you right now, once you do this every single day, you will become a leader in the marketplace. Whatever that is that you want to be known for, you will become an industry leader. And then once you understand the system of the communication that we're going to get in the Unbreakable system, when you understand scaling, like all of this coaches, mentoring, I'm going to tell you something right now. Okay. I would not be where I am right now today if I did not take the shortcut. And when I say shortcut, this woman has been priming for 14 years. Really, I've been priming my whole life. But coaches and mentors were my shortcut to success. Going to events like GrowthCon, you know, going to events with the Tony Robbins and the Alex Mortons of the world and being in a room where people could see me and then investing in myself and then taking what I learned and deciding to take immediate action is 99.9% of why I am the woman I am today. So I just want to encourage you right now to decide that it is your turn, that you feel the confidence that you didn't have this time 6 days ago. You feel more confident today on day 7 than you have felt in your entire life. And I know that we got a lot of information. I'm not gonna lie, y'all, I got a book. This is my Unbreakable. This is my Unbreakable book. This is my Unbreakable book. Everything in here came from the Unbreakable. I'm afraid of all the other things that I know I'm gonna get within the system. But I know that I may not take action on everything, but I wanna tell you a little secret. Take action on 3 things you've learned over the last 7 days, 6 days, today's day 7. And that's gonna be enough to start getting you in the flow. See, the reality is that we gotta get in the flow. And the flow only happens when you start to do. And so take advantage right now of how you feel. Stay in this flow, stay in this frequency, and know that what I just gave you today is what I did. It's what I did with the right vehicle, with the right mindset to earn over $50 million. And now people all over the world, all across the country, people that I would have never been able to meet, they know me. And when I think about being able to be on these type of platforms, nobody knew me until I got on that Instagram and went to work. And now being connected to Grant and Elena in the 10X community, I am known all over. So guys, listen, my name is Coach Stormy on Instagram. follow me, Stormy Wellington. I'm looking forward to my contribution inside of the Unbreakable business system. I gave you just a foundation of what you should be doing every day, guys. You take that hustle strategy and you do it every single day. And just pick one. Don't get confused and try to do Facebook and YouTube and drive yourself crazy, because it's not easy trying to manage a Facebook, trying to manage a YouTube, and trying to manage Instagram and a TikTok at one time. But just find one wheelhouse. Mine is Instagram. I've been able to turn my millions of followers at Instagram to millions and millions of dollars. And to be honest with you, I did it without paid ads. The only thing that I do is I pay for giveaways. I've paid, $5,000 for a Cardi B giveaway, $8,000 for one of the Kardashian giveaways, little baby giveaways. That's it. Other than that, I don't spend thousands and millions of dollars like a lot of these leaders do on social media. I did all of this organically for free. And it's because I understand that people want to be connected to people that they know have authenticity and people that they know that have grown in their authenticity. And so just whatever it is that you're great at, use that as a way to touch the people on social media. And remember that you have influence and there are people that can connect with you, that can relate to you, but now they need you to show up and to give them all that you got so that they can look at you as the example of if she can do it, if he can do it, I can do it too. All right. So thank you guys so much for having me. I don't know, Pete, I'm gonna go ahead and that's my time. I'm gonna turn it back over to you guys. Okay, I guess I can still talk. Where y'all at? So let me give y'all some more tips while I'm waiting on them to take over. Change your profile picture often. Whatever your profile picture is, don't keep the same profile picture. You want to have people to constantly engage on your page as well. So make sure that you are constantly changing your profile picture, okay? That is an incredible strategy. Constantly change your profile picture. Another strategy I want you to think about. Oh, sorry. Can y'all hear me? You want to make sure that people understand that you got to constantly have not constantly, you want to have a good, clear name. Don't have a name that's hard to find. And the best name is your own. Don't say, my name is Leader Brian Thompson. Okay. No, Brian Thompson is your name. Okay. Don't make your name complicated that you're hard to find. And if Leader Brian Thompson, that's just too long. Try to find the shortest to find you and make sure that the spelling is easy for people to find. Hey, Pete.
Dominate Instagram and generate revenues in the revenue series. So this is what I'm going to do. We've got 2 more speakers before our next break.
Uh-oh.
Could I do something? Could I take you behind the scenes of an Unbreakable business company here in about 30 or 40 minutes? Do you want to go see the sales, the marketing, the money mindset? I'll run and I'll do this in 5 minutes. Do you want to go behind the scenes of an Unbreakable business and not just be taught it? Grant said, what does he say, Jared? Don't tell me. Show me? Show, don't tell? But don't tell me, show me. That's essentially it. Before we go into our next little stretch break here in about 30 or 40 minutes, I'm going to take you behind the scenes of what an Unbreakable business looks like. I'm going to show you where the money mindset gets created. I'm going to show you the sales, the marketing, the scale, and the communication. And I'll do it in 5 minutes. And you're going to actually get to see it with your eyes. It will bring this whole challenge to life. Brett, I think that's an important message to text out to people. You want to go behind the scenes and see an Unbreakable business? We're going to go behind the scenes of the Cardone offices here in about 30 or 45 minutes. That's what we're going to do on the next break. Anybody who takes advantage, Jared just gave me permission. Anybody who takes advantage of the system rep between right now, which is 3:40 Eastern Standard Time, And after our next commercial break, Jared, how many of these do you guys still have left? This is limited edition? Like 50 to 60, right? I'm going to give 20 of these away because I need to save some so they can actually, they sell these. These have sold out. We've got to go 10x American. For all of our international friends, I apologize, but this is a very special hat. We're going to give these signed by Grant Cardone to 20 people, and we'll post it today who wins it. Anybody who takes advantage of the system between now and on our next commercial break. And I'll give another 20 away of the 10X or the cash flow hats as well. So that's 40 total, guys. 20 of these, 20 of these between now and 45 minutes from now. So I'm excited about our next speaker because here's one of the things that scares most people. Building a team. You don't scale what's inside of you without building a team. And do you realize, just like Russell Brunson said, every email that you have is worth $1? Do you realize that every employee that you have, when done correctly, is worth revenues to your company? There's actually a metric. And I'm so excited because this powerhouse, who is married to the gentleman that you guys got to see on Saturday, what happens is she has been the one to help build the team that has gone from 0 to $70 million in 3 years. 3 years as a partner with Grant, and will do well over $100 million this year by building out a team one person at a time. So guys, would y'all welcome to the Revenue Day, Natalie Dawson. Give it up for Natalie. Come on, everybody.
Hello. Am I good? Revenue Day. We're starting this off. I am beyond excited to be here with you guys because what I am an expert at is helping business owners, helping leaders grow and scale their businesses. And specifically, the hardest part, as I've worked with thousands of business owners over the last decade, is really figuring out this art of duplication. How do you take a trip? How do you enjoy your family time? How do you create the life that you actually started your business to be able to have if you don't do that through people? Now, most business owners have this misconception, and that misconception is that people cost you money. Let me just get this straight. People do not cost you money. You are costing yourself revenue growth. You're costing yourself lack of profitability. You're causing yourself headache, stress, drama, frustration because you're not hiring people and you don't have this fundamental belief that people don't cost you money. But once you get over, so if any of you guys are like, yeah, I know that they don't cost me money, they help me add money to my business, but man, once I hire them, it's just hard. It's difficult. It's frustrating to work alongside people who aren't as excited and passionate about the business, the clients, as I am. And I know business owners really struggle with this, but I have to tell you that there is a solution. And over the last 3.5 years, I've hired over 200 team members across our businesses through Cardone Ventures and our 10X Health business. And I was able just last week to say yes to an opportunity to go to Europe. I had zero plans, like not a single intention of going to Europe. Last week, I was in Paris for the first 2 days and London for another 3. And the Sunday before, I had no intention of going to Paris, no intention of going to London, but an amazing opportunity to get known, to blow my business up, to make connections came up. And because I know and can duplicate, I know how to, and I know that I am duplicated inside our business, I was able to say yes on that opportunity. How many of you guys want to be able to say yes to the cool opportunities, the opportunities that you dream about, because you know that the back end of your business is solid? You know that you have team members who are able to help you, and they're going to continue to move clients forward, and they're going to be able to help your patients. That's really the dream. The dream isn't just to be a business owner. The dream isn't just to be an entrepreneur. The dream is duplicating yourself through people who are excited and motivated and looking forward to being able to help solve the problems inside your business in the same way that you do, if not more so. And so today, what I'd like to just give you a few nuggets on is, how do you find these people? Why is it difficult? And what can you do about it? So I would love to get my slides pulled up because I got a lot of info to fly through in a short amount of time. So let's talk about this issue with finding disengaged team members. As you'll see here, these are some statistics that a company called Gallup does every single year. And what you're going to notice is that engaged employees out of 100 million workers, 32% of them are engaged. 32% of workers are engaged. So that might make you ask yourself, well, what are the other employees? If only 32% are engaged, what the heck is happening with the rest of the workforce? 51% state that they are disengaged, and 17% say that they're actively disengaged. This is why you're scared of hiring people, my friends, because you are likely dealing with these statistics. These statistics, they are what they are. But if you ask yourself the question, man, how do I find, develop, retain, attract the engaged ones? If I can do that and just avoid the disengagement altogether, if I could set up a business that could do that, would my business grow faster? And I'd like to tell you the answer is yes. Because have we hired a few disengaged employees over the past few years? I'm sure we probably have. However, the majority of 10Xers, if you ever get a chance to come into our offices, when you go behind the scenes, which I know Pete was just talking about here in just a few minutes, you're going to see that there are really inspired and motivated people showing up on behalf of Grant Cardone every single day, on behalf of the 10X movement every single day. So yes, these statistics exist, but you have to ask yourself the question, how do you attract the engaged employees? Let your competitors go hire the disengaged ones. Let them hire, especially the actively disengaged ones, so that you can build a business that scales through you. But we just have to be real about the fact that these statistics exist and that disengaged employees exist. But that doesn't mean that we have to be effect of the fact that people who don't want to work exist. You don't have to hire them. That's the beautiful thing about growing a business. Think about what your business, what you want it to do over the next 10 years. Is that $10 million in revenue? Is it $5 million in revenue? Is it $1 million in revenue? Is it $50 million in revenue? Whatever that number is, pick it in your head, identify the number. Okay, so then ask yourself the question, how many team members would you need to find in order to fulfill on that revenue target? And I'll give you a little trick. I wasn't going to talk about this, but I'll give you a little trick because I know that we are talking about all things revenue today. In order to pick the proper amount of team members, you should use the target of $500,000 of revenue per employee. So whatever your number was, divide that number. Let's say it was 10 million. Divide 10 million. I'm going to pull out my calculator. We're going to divide 10 million. Everybody can do this with their number. I'm going to say the number is 10 million. Now I'm going to divide that number, see my calculator, simple math, by $500,000. That would mean 20 employees. In order for my business to be generating $500,000 of revenue per employee, I would need 20 employees. So all of a sudden, instead of getting lost in statistics, instead of being frustrated that you're talking to disengaged team members, you get real with yourself and you say, man, in order for me to hit my goal, I have to find 20 employees, 20 people. Do you think that you can find 20 people that can be engaged in order to help you grow your business? Well, I know for certain that you can, because on behalf of our business and our clients' businesses, we've hired thousands of employees during this whole thing that's happened over the last few years, which has been the Great Resignation and COVID and all sorts of economical challenges that are not favorable to the business owner. But what we're about to find with the employment market here very shortly is there's going to be lots of opportunities because unemployment is going to go up. So there are going to be opportunities for great people to join businesses who have a leader out front, creating an opportunity to have them grow. And my question for you is, are you that leader? Do you want to be that leader? Do you want to be the person in your community who's known for attracting great people, giving them opportunities, showing them how to succeed, and then coaching and mentoring them along the process in order for you to hit your goals? If that's you, you're in the right place. And this whole business system is set up in order to get you there. It's set up for you to figure out, how do I market myself? How do I even promote to people that I know what I'm talking about, that I know that I can help people become successful, that I can get known in my community? Then you have to sell them, marketing, then sales, and then you have to fulfill. So this whole entire Unbreakable business system is designed to help you through each one of these points, depending on where you're at with your business. So I want to talk to you about the causes of disengagement because yes, we have challenges of disengaged employees, but you might be asking yourself the question, well, why are they disengaged? These are the top 5 reasons that people list for their disengagement. The first is lack of role clarity. How interesting is that? Lack of role clarity. Do you control inside your business how clear roles are? The answer is yes. That's all on you. You get to decide, man, how clear am I with expectations for this team member? Do they have clarity with what would make them successful or do they not? Knowing that you have control over that level of disengagement, then it doesn't feel random when people are disengaged. You can look to say, man, does this person have clarity in their role? And if they don't, all you do is fix that in order to create the engagement. The next one, lack of recognition. What do you do in your business in order to recognize your team members? What do you do? Do you have a process in place? Is there a systematic way where when people do the right thing, when they create a win, when they create an opportunity and they move forward with a target and they hit the target, how do they get recognized? That's totally in your control. So there, again, we have another reason that people are disengaged, but as a leader who's choosing to show up for their team, you get to be in control of that. So that wouldn't cause disengagement because you know that recognition is important. So inside your business, you're going to build a mechanism to recognize your team members. The third cause of disengagement, no feedback. Yet again, you control that. Do you give your team members feedback? What does feedback look like inside your business? ABC company, how does your first employee and your most recent employee know that they are either doing well, they're not doing well, what areas of opportunity exist, and what they would need to do in order to be successful in the next role that they're looking to fulfill inside your business? This is all inside your control. The fourth one, unclear organizational purpose. Who sets the purpose of the organization? Is it some random person outside the ether that just sets this purpose and creates this clarity for your business that you have no control over? No, it's you. You create that. So again, you're able to actually create engagement just by following the things that most people say they're disengaged because of. And then the last one is lack of team results. Now, some people get a little antsy on me with this one because they're like, well, if I'm a high performer and my other team members are not high performers, and let's say I'm the business owner and this is the dynamic inside one of your departments, then it can seem like it's disengaging for the high performer to not have a team that also produces at the same level that they do. However, yet again, as a business owner, if you are the person who is creating the team dynamic and allowing people who aren't hitting results inside your team, well, of course, it's going to create a dynamic for your high performer to not want to be a part of the organization. So what I'm trying to just make really clear, when it comes to your people, you are in control of the mechanisms inside your business to create engagement and or to contribute to disengagement. This is not some like, oh, I can't find any great people. I don't know how to hire the right talent. There's no good millennials or Gen Zers that want to work hard. I can't tell you how many times I've heard business owners say those excuses when the reality is they're just not choosing to take control of their business, of the direction of their business, creating clarity, giving feedback to actually hit the targets that they say that they want to hit. And when you become aware that this is what causes disengagement, all of a sudden you can step into, I'm either going to be accountable or I'm not. And I have a feeling if you're here on Revenue Day, as you've been a part of this challenge for the last 6 going on 7 days, you're the type of person that is willing to take accountability. You're the type of person that's willing to say, I see where my shortcomings are. I see where my opportunities are. I just need to know the blueprint. I need to know the path for how to move forward quickly, how to not have those things hold me back so that I can get the result. You and me, we're the same. That's how I feel. When something's going wrong and I'm creating an issue that's stopping my growth and development, I'm not just going to let that exist. I'm going to fix it. And so if you know that you can fix it, let's just talk about how you fix it. So next slide. This is my favorite wheel. I love a good wheel. I'm a fan of an infographic. This particular infographic is my favorite because what I like to call it is the employee engagement equation. This equation breaks down where there's an issue inside your business for engaging your team members. Because as I said earlier, it's not just random stuff that happens in your business that causes disengagement. There are very specific touch points. And so these 3 stages, attract, develop, transition. In my section of this Unbreakable business system, I go deep into the nuggets in each one of these, because there's about 10 things under every single one of these points that either creates engagement or causes disengagement. And if you follow those 10 things, it's 30 in total. If you follow them, you will have a 10x culture. And I know you want a 10x culture because, well, you're going to see, if you're not sold on why you want a 10x culture, just wait till you see the behind the scenes, because you don't even know what you're missing in some cases until you've actually experienced what's possible. And what I know is possible, just like I said, I was able to go to Europe last week. The team handled stuff. In fact, we're about to pull off our best month in our health business and our 3rd best month in our Cardone Ventures business. And I was gone for an entire week. The business does not have to stop when you need to go pursue other opportunities. But this employee engagement equation has to be in place, and you have to be in tune with what you are doing that's causing disengagement, so that you can find people who will allow you the opportunity to push your business forward as you have new opportunities as a business owner. Or hell, as you want to create a vacation for yourself and your family because you've worked hard. That's okay too. This equation is the secret sauce. So align. What are you doing in the first 90 days in order to align your team members? Now, a little trick on this. Alignment doesn't start when somebody takes a job offer with you. Alignment actually starts during the interview process. Because if you don't know that that person is in alignment with your core values, with your mission statement, with where you're going, with what your goals are, and you just hire them and bring them on board with you, you're going to struggle. Because if they want something different than you want, and yet you've still hired them, it's not likely that you're just going to fire them instantly because they're no longer fitting with the vision that you have. Most businesses that I work with continue to have team members that aren't in alignment with them on their payroll because they're their best salesperson, or they're what the customer knows is like the foundation of the business, or they're just aware of where all the bodies are buried. A lot of businesses run like this. So instead of making it just be a part of your process that isn't really thought through, on the interview, my biggest tip is, how do you use the interview process as a filter to start thinking, I'm going to align this person, or I'm going to find that this person is not aligned. And if I find out that they're not aligned, I'm not moving forward with the offer. That alone will change how you look at your team once they're on board with you, because you already know that you're beaten on the same drum. You're already on the same bus. You're headed in the right direction. And if you're not asking the question of what their goals are in the interview process, the rest of the alignment stuff, it's kind of for naught, to be honest with you, because you guys already aren't on the same page. They don't want to grow, but you do want to grow, but you're paying them to help you grow. So we're kind of in a conundrum here. But let's say that you have attracted them, you went through the interview process, you onboarded them properly. The majority of the time spent from your team inside your business is in this phase that I like to call the development phase. This development phase should be the time where the team member is just showing up like they are 10x. They are developing themselves. They are becoming the best in their role. They're your best salesperson. They're showing up on time. They're not late. They don't have a bad attitude. And yet what happens normally is the inverse. After the first 90 days, you notice that the team member who was excited in the first few weeks and did such a great interview, they're actually now disengaged and they're not contributing like they were, and they're starting drama inside your office. Well, the reason for this is you haven't created a big enough game for them. That is the 3rd step of this wheel, which is transition. Because nobody is going to show up, be the very best version of themselves if they don't see what opportunity looks like for them. So my 2 big nuggets on this for today, because the rest of it I go so deep into in my part on the Unbreakable business system. If you fix how you paint the picture of transition inside your business, and you, during the alignment phase, when you're bringing new team members on, are constantly pointing them to, sure, they might be joining as a salesperson today, but they have the future and the potential and the opportunity inside your business to be the director of sales, maybe the vice president of sales. Could they potentially be a future partner in your business? We have countless examples of people who have moved. And if you guys want to go to the next slide, who have moved through this opportunity, they go from a manager to a senior manager, to a director, to a senior director, to a vice president, and then to a future partner in our business, because they saw on day one that it wasn't just about being a salesperson. I'm not sure if we're able to pull up the next slide. It says employee maturity. Oh, there it is. And then if you click it one more time, oh, wow, the animation looks nice. Yeah, so you see it's the manager, and then you go to the next one and it shows the senior manager, and then you go to the next one, it's director, and then the next one is senior director. But what you'll notice about how I put this little graphic together is as somebody goes from a manager to senior manager, they have to go through this wheel. They have to align themselves with the opportunity for the business. Then they have to develop themselves, be the very best inside that role, show up, not have an attitude, develop new skills, add value to the business. And then the next step is transition into the next role. And then once they've transitioned and now they're a senior manager, they have to realign with, man, this is a new role. There are a new set of responsibilities. I have a different compensation structure. I'm responsible for different things. Now I need to become the best at that. I develop myself and then transition into a director, which again is a different skill set than a senior manager. And so if you, in your interview process and in your onboarding process, really focus on how am I painting a picture for transition for my team? What does this actually look like? I would shamelessly steal this little graphic that I've just shown you so that you can provide reality, like a real understanding for people of what's possible inside your business, because you know that you're growing and the opportunity for them has everything to do with growth. But if you don't share that with your team members on the front end, they're just going to show up and they're going to be great at first, and then they're going to sink back into potentially being disengaged. And when they're disengaged, that's where you struggle. That's where the headaches come. That's where the stress comes, because then you haven't really duplicated yourself because you're not disengaged. You're still showing up early, staying late, doing everything you can to make your business work. You need to figure out this engagement cycle and this people process for your team. And when you do figure this out, I can assure you it is the greatest freedom that you have. It's the greatest opportunity that you're actually giving your team, because they have then learned valuable skill sets and they are appreciative and grateful for how you have developed them and how you've poured into them and the value that you've added to their skill sets and to their lives, to where your team members are excited for you hitting your goals. You're excited for them. They're excited for you. And this is the type of culture that you want to create inside your business. And so I did a brief overview. I know I only have a couple minutes left here. I did a brief overview of this engagement cycle. And again, top 2 takeaways. How are you asking for goals when you're aligning somebody in the interview process? And then how are you painting the picture of what transition, what opportunity looks like for your team members in your business, so that the main phase that they're in, which is developing, it's the day-to-day, it's showing up on a Tuesday and going all for it with your clients and your customers and your patients and having a good attitude. Because the only reason that they're going to show up and act as if they're you and try to develop skill sets to become you, to take pressure off of you so that you can go do things that add more revenue to your business, it's the only way to do it. So with that, I am beyond excited to go deeper into this for those of you who have moved forward with the Unbreakable business system, because I go granular in each step of what has worked for me, what are the best practices, as I've done this time and time again inside our business in the last 3 years, going from 0 employees to over 180 employees with over $75 million in revenue. So if I could give you the steps and the shortcuts and not have to spare you for the painful lessons that it took in order for this to take place, that is the intention that I set when I was filming the course and going into this content and structuring it. And it's all part of this Unbreakable business system. So as Stormy said, you got to pick a few things to execute on. And those things might be marketing, they might be sales, but if they are leadership and if they are people, I highly, highly, highly recommend that you are really clear on how you're going to start filtering people in the interview process and then creating these opportunities, because that alone will allow you to find better talent, will allow you to build on better talent. And then it becomes this ripple effect, because when great people are working with you and you're a great person, they're telling their friends and their family who are great people, that's going to create this ecosystem for you and your business to flourish, versus having team members who aren't on board and might say negative things about how overworked or overwhelmed they are, when really, you know the truth. But it's been so much fun to be able to join you guys on this revenue day. I look forward to hearing about all of the successes that you guys are having. I know that you are going to win with this stuff, because I know that we win with this stuff. I know that we implement this stuff every single day. And so you being able to share your wins is why we do what we do. But it's on you to execute, right? It's on you to actually take what you're learning, execute, get in the right rooms, be with the right mentors, so that you can then go execute those things. And that's how the progression and the growth works. So we're looking forward to joining you on this journey of growth to create an unbreakable business, because this is what we're here to do. This is our legacy. This is our mission. And you fulfilling on that, and you being able to be the 10Xers who grow and truly 10X, not only your business, but your personal lives and the growth that you have in all areas, in all aspects of your life. That's what we're here to help you do. So with that, I will pass it back to Pete. Thank you guys for having me, and I look forward to seeing you soon.
Your job is to make it rain. Make it rain. And if you can have somebody else doing the other things that prohibit you from making it rain, it becomes powerful. I asked Team Cardone, by the way, in 25 minutes from now, I'm going to take you around this office in 5 minutes and show you the 5 parts of the Unbreakable system. I'm going to show them to you. Second is somebody to do sales and marketing. Sales and marketing. And I would even start in the marketing domain, because you might need to be the salesperson. I'd get someone to generate leads so you as the founder can become the salesperson if you have to. Getting started in business. And then the third position I would be focused on, because I know we got a lot of new business owners. Or business owners, how much revenue did you do in 2022? We've got tens of thousands of people watching. How much revenues did you do in 2022? Drop that in the chat right now. Drop that in the chat. Our next guy did $15, $20 million in revenues in 2022. What did you do? Drop that in the chat. The third is what you call fulfillment. Some would like to call it customer experience or customer service. But now you don't want to be the one having to take care of the customers. Have somebody that can go knock it out of the park. So Natalie did a beautiful job of helping us understand. I'm like, oh, cool. Emails look pretty dang cool. But man, hiring the right way really looks cool. Really looks cool. So this is what I want to say to you. Natalie has a masterclass in the revenue series. Why? Because we consider you hiring correctly revenues to you when done correctly. So I'm going to bring one more guest up. Remember, we're giving away 40 hats for anybody. We only 20 of these and 20 of these to people who took action right before Natalie started. And by the time we get done here with Marcus in a quick second, and I'll pop our winners up on the screen. An all expenses paid trip to GrowthCon, a gift for one of our new system buyers today is also on the line. I will announce that at the end of today when we're all done here in a couple of hours. And then here in about 25 minutes, I'm going to take you behind the scenes. Grant says, don't tell them, show them. You're about to see an unbreakable business in his offices. We are in his offices because he wanted you to see behind the scenes. Our next guest, man, this guy is a powerhouse. He was at GrowthCon 4 years ago, Jared. And the difference between him 4 years ago is that Grant gave him the mic. And when he got the mic, he was powerful on it. But at that time, his business was doing about $1 million. And his body was about 100 pounds more than what it is today. So not only was his income less, his weight was more. And to be able to see this guy's evolution of his business over the last 4 years has been so flippin' inspiring. I got to meet him in this classroom in August, and then at our hotel that we stayed by later that night. I was so inspired by him and continue to be inspired by his story. I know him as Marcus Barney. Many of you watching know him as Him 500. And to talk to you about his business has 10 to 15x'd since that GrowthCon. By the way, everybody, Marcus, that's getting the system today is actually getting a ticket to GrowthCon too, which is crazy, a virtual ticket to GrowthCon. I'm so excited for him to talk to you about not only the way he created revenues in his business to grow that much, but also what he's focused on in 2023 that all of you can do. So for the next 25 minutes, I want you to give it up for Marcus Barney and Him 500. Give it up. Come on, guys. Yeah, bro.
Appreciate it.
Good, bro.
Appreciate it.
Hey,
Appreciate
take it
it.
away, bro.
Most definitely. Most definitely. All right. How y'all doing? How everybody doing out there? Can you guys hear me clear? Is everybody here? Listen, I need fires in the chat. I need you guys to be engaged with me as I go on, okay? I need engagement, especially as I share and talk about things that you guys can do when it comes to monetizing events, building your brands online. A lot of us, we see people do events. We want to get into events. We look and we say, well, how does it work? Or you see people do it and they fail, right? You do an event and you realize this is the worst. I probably should have just did a webinar and stayed at home and did it comfortable. And I went through it, right? I did an event. I remember doing my first event, 2018. I said, yo, I'm gonna do 500 people's credit for free. And when I realized, I said, I'm gonna do 500 people's credit for free. This is gonna be a packed house. I'm gonna go pass out flyers. I'm gonna post on social media. And when I do it, the room is gonna be there. Everybody's gonna come. I said, well, if I do 500 people's credit for free and I charge them $50 processing fee, I'll make X amount of dollars, 25,000, whatever the number is, right? You guys do the math. And I thought, and I'm doing something, a good service for my community. Let's go. So me and my team, we passed flyers out. We posted on social media. And as I did it, when it came time to show up, I said, okay, I didn't pass out 1,000 flyers. I've put out bandit signs. This is 2018. I'm posting on social media. I'm gonna stream it live, just register. What happens? Out of 500, 18 people showed up. 18 people. Out of 18 people, my mom was there, my wife, her family, which is my father-in-law, my brother, his wife. So probably 12 people. Out of that 12 who actually needed the service, 2 of those people were people I invited personally. That was my friend. So I got about 11 people I didn't know to show up, right? At that point, that's the thing that we go through, and a lot of us go through in business, is that we go, man, this doesn't work. And I could have easily blamed the people for not coming, saying they don't want to do better. They don't know what's possible. But I remember watching a video, and I was studying Grant real tough at this time. And he said, yo, listen, get attention. And where attention goes, money flows. I didn't have enough attention. I didn't take the time out and blame people for not being, coming out and taking advantage of my offer. I had to blame myself for not giving them enough reason and proving who I am and making them believe that it was actually valuable for them to come. So I want you guys to realize, okay, well, maybe I'm not doing something, or I'm doing the wrong approach, right? I have to change for something to change. And the only thing that we're looking to change, we're talking about monetization. We're talking about money today. So we need money to exchange hands. That's how business works. So I want you guys to just change the mindset and the way that you guys approach things. So for me, what I look at now is I go, okay, how am I going to take this to the next level? I had to start changing the way I think, right? Even when it comes to business, I have a lot of people, I help people with, for example, I help people with credit and building their credit profile out. And they go, okay, I just need to build my credit, but why? And I mean, how do I build my credit, right? I'm gonna give you an example of the way we have to think, right? We have to always look at things in a 4-component aspect. It needs to at least benefit you 3 or 4 ways. So I said, well, look, if you wanna build your credit out, you need to add things to your accounts. You need to have at least 10 positive accounts on your credit report. So if you need to have 10 positive accounts, you can't just have all of the same kind of accounts. So I tell people, hey, you could put a vehicle on your credit report from Swap-A-Lease. You can go do a lease takeover from Swap-A-Lease. Literally go to swapalease.com, do a lease takeover. I went and found the cheapest car. It was a smart car. Well, for me, I said, well, the smart car is $200 a month, and $200 a month to put a vehicle on my credit report. This is how you literally build and establish credit. So $200 a month, who wants a smart car? I need to know in the chat. How many of you guys look forward to driving a smart car? When you got up today, you say, yo, I'm listening, I'm hearing from Grant Cardone. He has Rolls Royces, he has jets. Him 500 has Rolls Royces, they have jets. Like, how many of you guys knew that you would get up today and I tell you, go get you a smart car? Like, I need to see in the chat, like, yo, I need the feedback of how many of you guys was looking forward to getting a smart car? Like, to really go to the next level, how many of you think that a smart car is gonna get you to a private jet? How many of you guys think that the smart car is going to get you to a $100 million business, right? Let's go 10 million. A smart car. How many think a smart car is going to help you monetize your events and take it to the next level, right? A lot of you guys like, yo, I can't see myself in a smart car. Listen, I was 300 pounds, 350 pounds telling people about a smart car. They're like, what? Listen, I got videos getting out of it. It was a squeeze. It was a little bit tougher than it probably is today. So why would I say it? I said, listen, you go to a lease takeover, you can go to Swap-A-Lease and get a smart car for $200 a month for a year. Well, that's only $2,400 to put a vehicle on your credit report. But the mindset that we have to have is what has to change. I'm not telling you to get a smart car for you to use for your personal use. Imagine how many business owners are out there that if I said, hey, let's use Grant. Grant, for $200 a month, I'll put 10X GrowthCon on the left side of my car door with a QR code, and I'll put it in Metro Atlanta. I'm gonna put it and expose it to about 20 to 30,000 people every single month. Would that be beneficial for $200? You guys understood earlier what traffic does, what emails do, how they actually convert, right? So if I can get in front of 20 to 30,000 people a month in a little bitty car that gets the most attention in traffic, is it worth your business to put for $200 a month? Is it worth having that advertisement on my smart car for your business? I need to see in the chat. Y'all let me know. Yes or no? Would you do it as an entrepreneur? Would you give me $200 a month and I keep it in a metro city like Atlanta for $200 a month? You can see in the chat, most people are saying, yes, I would do it. I will give you $200 a month. Where do I sign up? Cool. Well, that's one side. The smart car has 3 sides. So I got $200 here. I got $200 on the passenger. I got $200 on the backside. That's $600 a month. So now I'm generating $600 a month off a $200 car note that I'm just using to build my credit report. So now I'm actually generating $400 a month profit. Y'all follow me so far, right? I hope you guys are with me. I need you guys. I said you have to change for things to change. The thing that we have to change the most is the mindset and our approach to business and the way that we attack these things, okay? So now I said, well, who's going to keep it in Metro Atlanta for 12, 14, 16 hours a day. Well, how many of you guys have a kid in college or know a kid in college who needs to generate income? How many of you guys are ordering DoorDash? How many of you guys are getting your groceries delivered, right? So now these kids are going to rent my vehicle. I literally will rent the vehicle out for 12 hours and you pay me $300 a week. So at $300 a week, I rent it to two people. Listen, you got 12 hours a day, you have 12 hours a day. That's $600 a week now. $600 a week, that's $2,400 a month just to build my credit report. So I'm literally making $2,400 a month from the actually renting out to the kids to do Uber Eats, DoorDash, Grubhub. They're using this smart car with the advertisement on it. That's $2,400 a month plus the $600 for the advertisement. That's $3,000 a month. Y'all do the math on what that equates to in a year. If you have two of those vehicles, now we're past the actual average salary for the annual household income, right? So what is that? Roughly we had about $32,000 a year. So you go $32,000, two of them, that puts you over $60,000. Annual household income in America is $35,000. Do you understand the approach and the mindset that we have to have? I just want you to think a little bit more creative when it comes to the things you're already doing. Because some of you guys are trying to build your credit and using a secure credit card, but you never thought about using these tactics that's going to actually generate you income. It's the same thing you guys do when it comes to business. When it's time to work, you have to think outside the box. You cannot follow the guidelines that they set out for you. Why? Because that's simple and it's not really going to be designed for you to win because it's the same thing that everybody else is already doing. Y'all follow me? I need to know if you're with me so far. All right. So I just showed you that's just the mindset that has to change. So when you look at events and we talk about events, I said, okay, when we want to go into an event, the biggest thing I want is exposure. I understand that I can monetize. Everybody thinks, yo, if I do an event, I need to sell something from the stage. I need to be able to go to the stage and make $1 million. That's fine. That's the reason why I beat everybody on events. Why? I have a community. I invite people out. I'm not looking to always sell from the stage. I'm gonna give you guys a few different examples and ways to really monetize, right? I did one thing that was super creative is I said, where's my customers? Grant always said, where's my money? And I'm like, the money's in the customers. So he's like, yo, where's my customers? Listen, I know where my customers are. I know where my community hangs out. Entertainment, sports, like rap music, and they like entertainment. They wanna laugh. They want to have a good time. So I said, okay, they're hanging out where the entertainment is. Podcasts. So I'm not gonna go get a business podcast. Why? Business podcast, I talk about business. They expect that from me. I'm known in the business world, but as an entrepreneur, am I known in the entertainment world? So what I did was I went and got the biggest the biggest rap podcast, $1 million worth of game, the #1 podcast for hip hop. I said, okay, well, how do I get their audience? Because that's my people, that's my money, that's my audience. So they just don't know about me yet. That's where my people are. They don't know about me yet. So what did I do? How am I going to get this podcast's audience at my event? Well, what I did was I said, well, I went and I booked Floyd Mayweather. So when I booked Floyd Mayweather, I said, I got Floyd, $1 million worth of game. Have you guys had Floyd on your podcast? I already knew the answer was no. I said, would you guys come interview him live in my conference? They said, no doubt. When do we need to show up? We know that'll be one of the biggest episodes. That'll probably be top 10. This is my conference day. What do? I now have Floyd Mayweather and I have a big podcast on my flyer. Guess what? That both promotes and helps me sell tickets. That promotes the traffic to come to my event. Perfect. I can live with this. This is amazing. Everybody's looking, they're excited for Floyd Mayweather. At the same time, I got Rick Ross. I said, got Rick Ross. I asked the business podcast, Earn Your Leisure. It's the biggest podcast in our community. Would you like to interview Rick Ross? Yes. Guess what? The podcast guy's not charging me. Why? Because they monetize the podcast. Meanwhile, I get the attraction. So, well, how do you monetize that? How do you make money off of it? Cool. When you do the interview, I need either a segment, some kind of plug, and I need business promotion in this interview talking about what I have to offer. So I have to make an offer, some kind of call to action to get people to give me their email, give me their phone number, and maybe give them a free product on this episode. So Floyd Mayweather does $1 million worth of game, 3.4 million views. Guess what? My event is still existing. 3.4 million views. That's more people than I could have got to my conference. Why? Because I put the podcast together, made it happen at my conference. Now so I made money off the sale, but now I'm giving away a free guide, giving something away on that podcast where people are texting in. So now I'm constantly getting leads. I got 50,000 leads off the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast. 50,000 leads. Meanwhile, I sold tickets to come to the conference. Y'all follow me so far? I need to know if y'all with me. I need to know if y'all with me so far. If you're understanding that how I'm actually growing my reach, right? We always want to get attention. We want to know where our customers are at. So I got attention from what? The actual podcast being there. So what did I do? I doubled back. I went and said Drink Champs is another big one. I got Mike Tyson to do Drink Champs at another one of my events. Y'all follow me? I hope you guys are with me so far, right? I need you to understand and change the way that your mindset has to go in order for you to really monetize events, virtual or live, right? So now Mike Tyson goes and does Drink Champs. I'm in the middle of it. I'm always giving out a call to action. I'm on every single episode. I'm giving out call to actions. Why? So I can generate leads. It helps me generate leads. As I generate leads, it helps me make sales far outside. My events live forever. So now, if you do a conference now, we have conferences, we go in the typical way. I could tell you, you can do a sales from stage, you can build affiliates, you can do those things. But outside of it, how do you think outside of the box? My whole goal is to always think outside of the box, be creative with our approaches to actually growing the way we monetize events, right? That's one way. So I hope you guys are following me, right? We did the podcast, we brought podcasts in. Another thing is, you don't always have to be the person to sell, right? A lot of times we go into events and we want to be the person to sell. And we want to say, okay, I want to go and give an offer. I need to go and give an offer. What I realize is that the best businessmen are the laziest businessmen. Why? Because they don't want to do nothing. I want to do as least amount as possible. That's why hiring is super important, of knowing how to hire a team so they can handle the tasks that you don't want to, and they can do things and study things and become great in areas that you don't care about. I don't care about understanding how to structure email. I don't care about the open rate of this headline versus this footer and what I need to fill out. If I had to spend my time there, my business would fail because it's not my strong point. So what I realize is that sometimes I don't want to sell. So what do? I built an event around other people's products. I can get people here. I can sell other people's products. You have to always look at affiliates. So I got the big draws. Well, what happens if I got the big draws like Floyd Mayweather, Mike Tyson, Magic Johnson? The best people at sales want to be affiliated. Let me tell you a secret. You always play off of people's interests. So I had Magic Johnson speak at my event. Well, how am I going to connect and impress Magic once he get here? I know, if you know from booking talent at events, you got a small window when you guys get to interact with each other. I put Meek Mill on the stage 5 minutes before Magic had to go on. I know rappers want to be athletes, and I know athletes like the attention rappers get. I don't care what you say, you like that, right? Businessmen like the attention that the entertainers get. That's why we go and have so much fun. We do marketing. We like the attention they get. So when Magic comes, I put Meek Mill on stage. Meek Mill got the crowd going crazy. Well, when he gets off stage, he walks up and he sees Magic. We both standing there. First thing Magic said, man, we got to get some money together. Well, it's 3 of us standing here, so we definitely got to get some money together. All 3 of us. The energy is now top tier because now Meek has set the whole conference off. Magic comes out dancing, does not sit down. His whole tone is carrying from what we did with Meek Mill, right? So we create a business connection there. You always have to look at the people that's going to be on stage and when they get to speak. But the businessmen are now looking, going, before the event, when I'm promoting the flyers, how can I be a part of it? Well, I want to find out who has the best offer. I want to figure out who has the highest conversion rates, who's going to come bring value, but that's going to kill with a sale. I don't care if they have a mastermind, whatever it is. Will my audience benefit from it? And if you sell, will you convert? So I let somebody else do a sale. They did they pitched their mastermind. Why? They had I think a $50,000 product. Well, they got a $50K product and it's beneficial. I don't have a $50K product. So what happened? I brung them in front of my audience. I didn't have to sell, but we created an affiliate. We created a partnership where they went and sold. Why? And guess what? I don't have to pay you. People, business owners understand the draw and attraction of being in the same room. They wanted to get their books to Magic Johnson. They wanted to connect with Magic and do it, and then they'll come out and make money as well. Well, guess what? Now they're selling from the event. As they go and sell from the stage, they go and sell and monetize the event. They got their sales team there. They're working the event. I allow 2 to 3 people to sell. Guess what? We create an affiliate where we literally split the revenue that comes from it. Well, I didn't have to sell. I already had my audience come. I brung them in, created the event. My event lasts forever, so I'm constantly generating traffic off of it. So now when the sales come, the money that was monetized, I make a 50% profit and I have to do no fulfillment. Meanwhile, the event made profit on the front end off my ticket sales and set up that way with the VIP and the different experiences that I created. Plus, I'm forever getting traction off of the podcast that were there. Y'all follow me so far? Okay, maybe let's go another step further. Sometimes we don't look at when we do things and why we do things. I remember Grant Cardone say, yo, I'm doing an event Super Bowl weekend. Guess what? My mindset was nobody else is gonna do anything else Super Bowl weekend, so I got a whole bunch of people who don't give a damn about Super Bowl, so they have an option. I don't like Super Bowl or I got this. These are my 2 biggest things that I can do this weekend. Guess what? We just split all the attention from the world. I did an event. It was Memorial Day weekend. They said, well, do you want to do, everything's going to cost more to do an event Memorial Day weekend in Las Vegas. I said, that's fine. How many people traveled to Memorial Day weekend in Las Vegas? Millions. The highest travel destination in the world that weekend. Guess what? Give me the airport. I need the signs. I need the billboards. I need every single carriage, the carousel for baggage. Put my logo there. I up my budget and up my exposure. Why? QR code, call to action, my picture, recession proof. My business name is super important of how you name your business. Put my business name there with a QR code. Guess what? Over 5 to 7 million people are coming through that airport daily. Guess who they see? Well, if you go to this hotel, if you go to the hotel where I'm doing it at, we own the hotel. Guess what you see? I generate more money that weekend than I do any other. Whenever I have an event and I take over a city, we make more money that month than any other month just because of all the branding and publicity and everything that's going on. Meanwhile, all I'm doing is creating the event, creating the atmosphere. Get a headline, bring a podcast, right? Because how many of you guys have done podcasts and you think, I'm gonna go do a podcast and I'm gonna show my genius. And nobody, it doesn't do great. I did a podcast on $1 million worth of game. I got 200,000 views. That was just me. Wow, well, that was great. When I put Floyd Mayweather, we got 3 million views. Which one would you take? A lot of us do things in business for bravado. We got to get that out of our mind. We have to look at how do we get the biggest pool? How do we get the biggest traction? Put the celebrity on there, work the deal. So that's what I leverage my events for. So to really just work those deals and take it to the next level. Y'all follow me so far? We good? Y'all let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat. Yo, can I get 5 more minutes? Can I get 5 more minutes? Am I good? I'm good. Okay, so look, they tell me to go ahead. I got a few more things I want to share with y'all. So when you look at events, whether those are in-person events, you also have virtual events. A lot of times we don't realize the power of virtual events is because we can stay home and we can get guests for a lot cheaper, or even if you do it yourself. My thing is that I can sit at home and monetize an event from the comfort of my own home, but then how do we actually get traction there, right? How do we get people to come out? How do we build our list? I seen Russell came on and was just telling the importance of building a list. A lot of business owners don't do simple things like ManyChat, right? You go, I want to do build my list. Okay, well, go get ManyChat. Set a ManyChat up, do a call to action where on your Instagram post, if you say, hey, listen, I got a sneak preview. Let's just say I shot a video with Grant Cardone. I got a training I want to do with Grant Cardone. It's not open to the public. I'm gonna give it to you for free. Comment the word 10x. Automatically, it sends it to the person who comments 10x. These are simple things that you can set up. What you're looking to do is give things away, give away digital products, give away things that you can go out and create. A lot of people need help and they just don't want to go out and do the footwork. So what I would tell you to do is go out and create free guidelines. You should create at least 20 to 30 different products. I don't care what it's around. You can go create a 10-step guideline on marketing. Go find things that people can do and systems they can use on marketing. Actually give them the website like I just gave you ManyChat. Then after that, right, let's just go through a system. Let's say I told you, hey, I'm gonna give you a guide on ManyChat, how you connect ManyChat. Once you get their phone number, their email address, you're going to use MailChimp, or you can go use MailChimp to send emails, or ActiveCampaign. Get an ActiveCampaign, right? And you set up an email sequence. You can use ChatGPT. You can go on ChatGPT, create a 30-day email sequence. So you go on ChatGPT, say, hey, create me a 30-day email sequence on whatever it is that I do, and every seventh email, create a call to action to join my program for $9.97. So I go get ChatGPT to create 30-day email sequence for me. I load it in the ActiveCampaign. I then give away free things with ManyChat on my Instagram, and whenever somebody comments, I'm telling them, hey, you can get this for free. Once they get it for free, I say, hey, if you enjoy this, I'm gonna train you and walk you through these steps on my virtual event with me, if you use a guest or with yourself, right? You literally use ChatGPT to create the email sequence, ActiveCampaign to distribute them, and you can use mobile text alert to send them text reminders. That's the same thing everybody's telling you what to do, but I'm telling you what systems you guys can actually use. And some of you guys are going, well, how do I use it? How do I do it? This is like, it's a nuisance of setting this up, right? A lot of business owners don't realize I don't care about a CEO, a CFO is not the most important. A CTO in this day and age is the most important. Is somebody who's going to control my technology and operations, right? So go a step further. Go to Fiverr, pay somebody $100, $200 to set the whole system up for you. ChatGPT is free. You can go pay for ManyChat. It's a low premium. You go get the mobile text alert. These are low premiums, but then what you do is you can literally go find somebody on Fiverr to hook this up to your system off your Instagram in the DM and set that up to where you're actually having them, whenever you send the call to action, you get their name, phone number, email, you build your list out that way. Give them free guides so that way they enter in, invite them to virtual events. If you ever get a guest to come on a virtual event, always make sure that you can get the guest to hit their list. Hey, will you, if I pay you $5,000 to do a virtual event with me, will you email your list? Or can we work it into where we do an Instagram live together? Can you go Instagram live with me to promote my event? If you're really good, you ask them to allow you to, if they don't have ManyChat, if you can get a ManyChat on their side, imagine getting a Dame Dash, a TI, to go live with you, and then whenever somebody's on their live or they put up a post and they got ManyChat set up, and you can invite and get that whole traction and that whole audience to come over and get into your system. It's a lot of ways to create. You just got to be creative, understand systems, but always look at the approach. So, you guys, some of you, if you're in virtual events or you're already doing events, you understand how to do events, but you're not approaching it in a way to get the most exposure that you can possibly get. And that's the reason why I told you guys about the podcast and things like that, as well as building your list. It's just the way that we think and the way that we got to approach. So I hope you guys enjoyed. My name is Him500. Boom. I don't do introductions when I speak. I don't talk about myself. I just try to give as much value as possible. Him500. If y'all got value from it, y'all will find me. Have a good one. Let's go. 10X.
Come on. I love it, man. That guy's he is doing up to big things. You might be saying, I don't even know what I'm doing right here, but I'm about to take you on a tour. We're about to take you on a tour. I think you're going to enjoy this tour. People who are here live right now, the first time I saw this, Jared, it blew my mind away. I knew I wanted to partner with Grant Cardone. I knew it. And so I'm about to show you what we've been teaching you the Unbreakable system all week long. And we're about to tell you about the Unbreakable system. We're about to tell you about the Unbreakable system. Sorry. Oh, you see me right here? Don't be on this one yet, Johnny. Don't be on this one yet. I'm trying to figure this thing out right now. But listen, this is what I want you to know. We're giving away 40 hats on this break, 40 total hats on this break. And I'm going to give away 10 more 10X rules signed by Grant Cardone that take action. Johnny, go full screen for me really quickly here. I want you to go grantcardone.com/system. I'm about to take you behind the scenes. Remember, it's the 5 core areas: sales, marketing, money mindset, communication, and scale. We've been teaching it to you. I'm about to show it to you. And I want to remind you that today we did open up a 7-payment option. A 7-payment option for those of you that are like, man, thank you. I cannot believe you guys are doing that for us. We're doing it because we don't want you to miss out. You've been missing out with those opportunities and your chances way too long. You've been getting in your own way. And now you're going to have people that lead you through this process. And so this is the core curriculum. This is the core curriculum. You will be done with this in 2 short weeks. But what have we included today? I'm so grateful because Marcus and Natalie and Stormy have included the power of virtual events, using social media to build your business and build your team, scale your business. These are 3 more parts of the revenue series that are being included, and you can see all 7 things that partners of ours have included as part of the revenue series. I want to make sure that's expanded next time. List power with Shanda, how to build your list, how to build a course in a weekend, getting clarity on the market you want to serve and the market you want to be in and who you want to serve, building your first funnel in 18 minutes like Grant Cardone did, how to hire your first or next employee, the power of virtual events, and social media, using social media to build your business. These are the specialty trainings that are included as you take action today. And so we've got 50 gifts that we're going to give to new customers of ours, and 50 gifts on this next break. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you behind the scenes. We're going to go on a short stretch break. I want you to take action. Like, you know, right now it is time for me to take action. And right after this break, we got a couple of powerhouses that you are going to be blown away by. We've got a few more folks left before we bring this thing to a full, several hours today. But I want to take you on behind the scenes. Can we do that? Johnny, we ready? So this is the scenes I want to take you behind. Should I unmute myself, Johnny?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I want to take you behind the scenes right now of what makes an unbreakable business. We've talked about 5 things. And listen, I want you to see behind me. You can see all of the people back there behind me. And so as I leave the room, I'm about to show you what makes an unbreakable system right now. I want you to see there's 5 parts of an unbreakable system. You can see people waving back there. So remember what Grant said. I'm gonna look in here. Remember what Grant said. This is it. The sales or marketing come first. The sales or marketing come first. Which one? I want you to drop it in the chat. I want you to drop it in the chat because I'm taking you behind. Hey, marketing department, y'all are in front of tens of thousands of people. Yeah. Look, you see the rule up there? You see Grant's rule up there? Promote, promote, promote. Y'all say it with me in the room. Promote, promote, promote. Come on. Like attention. And he doesn't just track attention. Look at the dashboard right here. Look at the dashboards behind me. Every number, every piece of data. Marketing is senior to him. It's senior to sales. And when you have an unbreakable system, you are investing in marketing. The same way that he's built this, can you push the exit here? Okay. The same way that he's built his marketing team, his marketing systems, everything around his marketing, the module on marketing has that stuff. Same way that he's built it. The curriculum that you're getting in marketing has that stuff. All right, we're going to keep going here. Might be breaking in and out a little bit. All right, I hope I'm not breaking in and out, but we will see. Okay, here we go. All right. The second thing, I'm going to show you a couple more, and we're going to end really strongly. What you see right here is the customer service department. You see the customer service department right there. You see the customer service department, and that's how services. If you have a team that takes care of your customers, all of these folks right now are on the phone with customers. Some of them are on the phone with customers from the Unbreakable business system right now. So the second thing that makes your business unbreakable is your customers. It's your customers. And then the third thing that makes an unbreakable system is the communication. This is where Grant communicates right here. This is where he communicates right here. In this studio. You've seen him in this studio, webinars, podcasts, interviews. He's done multiple of them today. And so communication and being able to communicate, not just to customers, but also the way that he communicates to his team. That's the third part that makes an unbreakable system. I'm going to show you the last two, and I think you're going to really, really appreciate these two. The last two here. Let me go through the five. Last two, we're going to have some fun to end this thing right here, okay? We're going to have some fun to end this thing. GrantCardone.com/system. GrantCardone.com/system. Now, this is the quiet room, but hey, finance, y'all are on with tens of thousands of people right here. Yeah. They're the ones waiting for you to take action today. They're waiting for you to take action, right? Come on, let's go. Now, where we're moving is probably the most important part of the system. This is the most important part. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get in there or not, but we will see. We will see. We will see. We will see. And then I'm going to show you the funnest part of the system. This is it. This is it right here. This is the founder's chair. This is the founder's chair right here. This is Grant Cardone's office right here. This is where he sits and creates the targets and creates the mindset and thinks about money and mindset and targets. This is where he sits. This is his seat. Manny, am I telling the truth? Is this his seat? This is his seat right here. It all begins with your mindset and the targets that you're setting forth. And this is where Grant Cardone sits to create those targets, to create that mindset. To create that target, create that mindset. And I really hope that you don't allow $1,000 thing to get in the way of what's your bigger goal. Can we get in this way? Cool, I'm gonna follow you. And so 4 parts. We're on the 5th part. Which part? Oh, yeah, that's HR over there. So that's 4 parts. Which one am I missing? Which one am I missing? 4 parts: marketing, money mindset.
Communication.
Communication, scale. And guys, here is the one. This is the one that you cannot get away. Are you ready, Sebs?
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Listen, that's... Guys, we didn't just teach you.
We didn't just teach you.
During anybody else.
Right now in this space or in this arena, there's nobody else that could not just tell you something, but then go show you. We taught you about an unbreakable business system all week long. But what we just showed you, we showed it to you. Starts with the money mindset, then moves to marketing, sales, communication, and scale. And so what we want to encourage you to do, I'm going to play this video, Johnny, here in just a second. I'm going to be back with some powerful speakers right after this break. I want to encourage you, if you saw that and it's like, wow, it showed me what the future possibility of what this could look like for me. And listen, I'm not asking you to create what's in here in this next year, but I want you to see the possibility of what exists for a guy that came from Louisiana that had nothing. He came from nothing. And why are we moving? Okay. And so I want to encourage you now, as I go back into the studio, to take advantage of that system. That is showing you the Unbreakable business system. Hey, we see it kind of right there. We got some of our speakers coming up online. So Johnny, roll the video, grantcardone.com/systems. We'll see you in 5 minutes.
My business, I'm actually mentoring my wife's spa. And I took her from $10,000 a month to $25,000 a month. But now I'm trying to figure out how do I 10X this. So that's why my wife and her spa manager is here with us today.
My revenue, I would say from 0 to 200%. And that is within less than a year.
I was at my previous company for about 5 months, didn't get a single client. Then this past May, switched companies, started using Cardone U daily, and then I was able to increase my production from 0K to 10K a month. And the plan is just to keep doing what I'm doing, keep coming to these events, keep learning, keep growing. It's going to 10X my income and 10X my growth.
Before I started with the Grant Cardone mentorship program, I was basically, shooting in the dark, not knowing what I was doing. But then I got a little bit of guidance from the team, and I started to build a lot of confidence, especially in my sales process. And I went from doing $30,000 in 1 year to doing $30,000 in 6 months. So we're on track to do double our revenue from last year.
So before I was making $13 an hour. Now I've done, it's October and I've already done 80,000 in sales.
Our business started about 5 years ago from nothing to 2.7 million in this first year, 4 million in the second year.
I have only been open for 5 months now. Last month, just me on my own with 2 virtual assistants, I made $35,000. Prior to being introduced to Grant Cardone, I was an insurance agent making about $100,000 a year and overworking myself. Now, as a single mother, I have in the last 2 months, each month made $30,000 to $35,000 just on my own.
We did 12,000 in January and we did over 220,000 in December.
Boom!
It's just nuts.
Grant helped me because I was able to leave the 9 to 5 and go full time with my business, and we generated over $2 million in revenue. Prior to Grant, I was making as a police officer about $80,000. This year, I'm gonna make $150,000 with our business.
I learned from Grant Cardone, asking for the close, how to actually build rapport, how to sell a product, how to get your offer across, how to get your offer accepted. Those techniques helped me make 50 grand in 2 months. Get off the fence, get in the game.
5X on my business since I started following Grant. And really what it was he motivated me to realize I could do a lot more. I was ready to semi-retire and stop working, but I realized I had in no wise fulfilled my potential. And Grant showed me there was so much farther to go, and he continues to inspire me every single day.
I'm a mama of 3, a former teacher where I made about 30 grand a year. Because of Rutledge Property Group and Cardone University, I'm projected to make about 100,000 in my first year as an agent.
Thankfully for me, Grant has been going at this for a really long time. So I can attribute a lot of the success in my career to the things that he's been able to teach me over the years. These are things that I apply in my relationships, things that I apply at work, things that I've applied in my business. And ultimately, he's helped me get to where I am today. So originally, when we first signed up, we were selling about 120 cars a month. Fast forward, we sold over 1,000 cars a month once we started using his program. And of course, millions of dollars in profits to go along with it.
Before 10X, my business was only doing 5 figures a month, barely. So before 10X, my business was only doing 5 figures a month, barely. Since I actually hit my first 7-figure year in 2021, and we are on our way to scale past that.
I had one business at the time. Now I'm a partner in 8 different businesses. So collaboration is new currency, 100%. And I've taken my revenue from 800,000 to 8 million.
We've been using Grant Cardone now for about 3 years, I think. Yeah, it's just made a great impact on our company. We started off really small in a really small dealership and grew to a bigger one. Our PVR has grown. So we would normally see about a PVR, which is a gross per deal, of roughly about $1,000, $1,100. But since using Grant's program, we've seen a huge increase. We average about $3,600 a copy.
What's up, everybody? What's up? What's up? What's up? Drop a. Where are you from? Where are you chiming in from? I want to hear it. We're on YouTube. We're on Facebook. We're on Ustream. We got excited about all of our VIPs that are here. We're also streaming on 30 partners channels right now, all across the internet. The total exposure, obviously, this week there's been hundreds of thousands of people here and 13 million folks that could have been here, but not all of them were. And so I want to congratulate you. This is our bonus day. This is the 6th day that we've gone live. And what I want to encourage you in is the fact that you're here. And just keep showing up. Just keep showing up. Hey, what inspired you about these offices? Before I bring our next couple of guests up, what inspired you about these offices and actually seeing the Unbreakable business? Drop that in the chat. I'm going to go look at what inspired you. You know what inspired me most is being in this office and seeing the team meeting. Marcus got to see the team meeting. Several of our speakers got to see the team meeting in this office. And you know what happened? Is they didn't just celebrate the sales numbers, they celebrated the success of their customers. And I love that about them. I love that. So listen, Johnny, bring these up really quickly. We got some winners. We already got our 10X America hat winners. If you see your name up here, check it out. Congratulations. You've taken action in the last 30 minutes. You've taken action in the last 30 or 45 minutes. Congratulations to all of these folks, our 10X hat winners. And I think we got our additional 10X, just our 10X hats, right, Johnny? We got one more slide as well that I want to show you. We don't mess around. We go straight for the winners right away. They're coming up here in just a second. There's some more winners right there. These are the 10X rule book winners right here. So if you see your name on there, congratulations. Congratulations for that. And then Johnny, the last one is, we've got our Build an Empire from earlier in the day as well. So those are our winners. We're going to continue to give away gifts today, gifts and bonuses to people who are taking action. Anybody who's taken action prior or today is going to get the entire recordings of today. This recording will not be available. It's not available for 24 hours. It's not being shot back out to people. This day is a powerful day for Grant Cardone to allow these people to be on his stage. It's because he believes in the way that they can serve you. And so today, anybody that takes action today, we're going to give this as a gift. This day alone is something that we will sell in the future, but we're going to give that as a gift to you today. So that's for every single person. But remember, we're going to draw around somebody who's going to be going to GrowthCon that took action today. All right, this is what I want to do before I bring our next speaker up. One of the things, and Johnny, I'm only going to use the second of those two slides that I gave you. One of the things that a lot of people asked during the challenge, Jeremy, one of the most frequently asked questions during the challenge was, Pete, I'm just getting started. I don't have a product or service. This is for anybody out there. What I'm about to show you is what a lot of people won't show you about Grant Cardone. And so there's a lot of you that have 0 products. Hey, how many products do you currently have that you sell out in the market? I'm curious. How many products do you have? Drop that in the chat. We have this thing that we call the perfect product suite. And really, what you want to be able to do, and if you will take this one teaching, and by the way, I've included a course on this teaching in the revenue series. If you will take this one teaching, it will transform things for you. So I believe that all of you should have a low ticket product. Something that's in the hundreds of dollars, maybe into the thousands of dollars, maybe $50, maybe $25. I believe you should also have what you call a mid-ticket product or products. And I actually believe all of you should also have a high-ticket product. If I were starting business today, I have 5 companies, all of them multi-million-dollar companies, several of them doing tens of millions of dollars. If I started a company today and I had $0, all I would go focus on is creating 10 $10,000 customers. And all of a sudden, I'm at $100,000 just like that. Now, let me tell you what these look like. What they look like is over here in the low ticket, is I call it a do it yourself. Do it yourself. Meaning you can scale this. A course could be scaled. A $97 course, a $297 course, you sell it and the people do it themselves. A mid-ticket offer looks more like a done with you. We're going to do it with you. And then a high-ticket offer is what we call done for you. It's done for you. So here's what I want you to know. If you look at Grant Cardone's business, he probably has things like this many things just in this bucket. And I'm going to let you take a picture of a powerful slide here in just a second. And then he's like, oh, I got a bunch of things in this bucket too. A bunch of things. And each one of these equals another product. And then he's got a bunch of things in here as well. And this is how he's built over time. But all I need you to get to the focus on this year is what is the next product or service that you want to create. Because over here, Grant has a thing called Cardone University. And it's $99 a month. Brett, there's tens of thousands of people on Cardone University. Tens of thousands of people on Cardone University. And then right here, I'm actually going to take this one. I want you to see this, and then I'm going to give you one slide, and I'm going to bring on our next guest. Why am I showing this to you? Because if you don't have a product or service, that's one of the first things that you need to do. And we have 2 trainings inside the revenue series that will help you get that done in a weekend. Creating your course in a weekend and the clarity execution workshop training, those 2 things will help you get a product and service done quickly. Or for those of you that only have one, it will help you get your next one done. So let me just show this to you. And Jeremy, I think you're going to appreciate this a lot. Let's just give you an example. That last page could be overwhelming because it's hundreds and hundreds of things. But let's just give you an example of Grant's business right now, and then I'm going to let you take a picture. Oh, let's just go create something like Cardone University. Remember his money math the other day? Let's go create Cardone University. And let's charge $99 a month for training that they've recorded one time and are using over and over and over again. Or, but yeah, that's our low ticket. We also want a mid ticket. What if we go create a program? We haven't created a program in 4 years. What if we go create the Unbreakable business system? And Grant said, I don't want this. This is a digital course. That's all it is. But Grant said, I want this to be digital plus coaching. I'm reverse engineering plus a live event. That's what this is. And what if we did that for $1,000 one time? This is an example of reverse engineering a perfect product suite in front of your eyes right here. And then down here, let me just give you an example of a high ticket program. Let's just say, we have a thing called the 1% Academy. Some call it the 1% Club. And it's a $20,000 program. And what it comes with, I should have put 20,000 here, but what it comes with is weekly coaching for a year. And it comes with a live event every month. That's examples of reverse engineering your perfect product suite. I don't need to show you Grant's hundreds of products. I can show you one low ticket, one mid ticket, and one high ticket right in front of you, just like this. So I want to encourage you, take a picture of this. And I'm really good at this. I just had I've done this right here for the biggest names in the world, including Grant Cardone in my partnership. I just got a text from somebody yesterday saying, help me create my perfect product suite. Somebody yesterday. Now, I'm off the screen, right? Johnny, take me off the screen, because what I want you to see is these 17 things are examples of products and services that you could be selling. Coaching, one-to-one or one-to-many. We'll be coaching the Unbreakable Business System, folks, here in the next week. You could create a digital course. I love those because they scale. You want to know one of the quickest things to scale? A service-based business, a done-for-you product. People love done for you. They want things done for you. You could also do your own events. For all of my network marketers, you also could do a network marketing business. For all of my nonprofits, you could do fundraising. For all of my real estate investors, you could do fundraising. Or what if you created a membership site like Grant Cardone's done? Or what if you do a mastermind? That becomes a high-ticket thing. Or affiliate marketing. Or training and consulting. Or you do a revenue share with another company because you know you can get them results. Or what about sponsorship? Grant has people offer him $500,000 to sponsor his events. Many of you out there could have physical products. What about speaking teams or training teams that could go out and speak and consult on behalf of your company? What about licensing your intellectual property? For 4 years, Grant Cardone licensed my digital IP and paid me a check for 4 consecutive years, non-stop. That's how I started in my relationship with him. Some of you have the means to just go buy a company, and Brandon Dawson will help you do that. Or what about certification? I would encourage you to pull your phone out and take a picture of that. Can you do split screen between that and me, Johnny?
Yeah.
Johnny, the cameraman, is on fire. Here is what I want you to know. Grant Cardone has all 17 of those in his business. That doesn't happen overnight. But do you know what happens in the next 14 days in the Unbreakable Business System? Let's go help you get figured out what your first or next product is going to be. Let's go figure out what your first or next product's going to be. And for those of you that don't have one, you need one. And you've got the revenue series training to help you do that. For those of you that don't have enough, we got you. This is part of the revenue series, is helping you create your perfect product suite. So I just wanted to put that out there to you. Who's committed to creating their perfect product suite? Who's committed to that? Yeah? Let's go. Let's create our perfect product suite. I'm so excited about our next guest. He got up super early from all the way from Malaysia. So that's one. We got a couple here who all the way from Malaysia. He is a brilliant marketer, and he's going to help you understand one campaign that you can do to bring more revenues into your business this year. Ladies and gentlemen, would you welcome my good friend, Peng Joon. Come on, give it up for Peng, everybody. He's going to take it away for 20 minutes here.
All right. Thank you so much, Pete. Appreciate you guys. So first of all, I woke up at 4 this morning, and I'm going to time myself, and I'm going to do whatever it takes to really bring it here today. So I'm going to speak fast because there's a lot of value and golden nuggets that I want to be able to drop. So I'm going to go dive straight into it. I'm going to start off by sharing my screen here and begin from the start. So here we go. The goal today here in this short 20 minutes that I have is to show you how you can build an unbreakable sales process by doing the complete opposite of what others are doing. So here's the bold promise. By the end of this 20-minute or so presentation, I'm going to show you how I built up this 8-figure sales process that can be replicatable in any market. How do you do so, especially when it's harder to get attention than ever? And what is the process to get unlimited traffic to this sales process? So here's how it works. So for a really long time, as marketers, here's what we've been told. This is something that has worked very well for the last decade, and it's basically the value ladder. We were told that we want to first build a list, give away something for free, they said, that is valuable to other people so that people will gladly give us their name and email. And then after that, we want to be able to give out something that's low ticket on the front end, and then sell something that's on a mid ticket, and then it's something that's high ticket. And this is great. This is something that I've utilized for a really long time, and it worked well for me. But there's a problem. The problem is that due to constant rising ad cost, you realize that this ascension model, if you try to drive somebody to some sort of lead magnet to get their email and then sell something that's low ticket, and then ascend them to mid-tier, it's really hard to be profitable upfront. And sometimes it's even considered a win to be to break even on the front end. So we got to be able to do something new if you want to be able to be profitable upfront, because those days of driving ads to some sort of funnel that's low ticket or some sort of lead magnet funnel and get back 3-to-1 returns on ad spend immediately, those days are long gone. We got to be able to find and do something different if we want to be able to be massively profitable upfront. And today I want to be able to show you what that unbreakable sales process looks like. And the short answer is integrating all of them. Now, Pete talked about the perfect product suite, and I'm going to show you how you can take all of that and put it inside one sales process. Now, there are many different ways to do that. Events is one of them. This could be a half-day event, a 3-day workshop, some sort of training, some sort of masterclass, just like this event right now. Now, it doesn't necessarily need to be a live event or a virtual event or an offline event, but as long as it integrates all products, whether it's low ticket, whether it's free, whether it's mid-tier, whether it's high ticket, inside one sales process. And I'm going to show you how that might look like. Okay, so for example, if you think about it, if you had some sort of free event, whether it's in person, whether it's virtual, whether it's offline, a free event acts as a lead magnet. A low ticket product could be some sort of VIP upgrade. A core offer, which is an offer that you offer at some sort of event, could be the main thing that you sell. And the back end could be your high ticket. This could be the done for you. So like Pete mentioned, you could have the do it yourself, the done with you, the done for you. And I'm going to show you how I integrated that concept of do it yourself, done with you, and done for you inside one sales process, and how I did it over and over and over again through low ticket funnels, through book funnels, through event funnels, through challenges, and how I was able to do that consistently and be profitable upfront. Okay, so, and here's how I accidentally discovered this sales process. You see, for a really long time, this is what I did in the last decade. This is something that I really enjoyed doing, which is speaking at events, trainings, workshops, doing keynotes. And for a really long time, I lived life pretty much out of a suitcase. I would just travel to different countries around the world. This is in Japan. This is in my home country in Malaysia. This was in Stuttgart, Germany, Philippines, in Melbourne. And literally every other week, I would be on a plane. I would be flying off to a different city, doing some sort of presentation. And if you're familiar with that world, one of the things that, as a speaker on these stages, one of the things that I'm supposed to do is this thing called a table rush, where you make an offer at the end, and if it's a great offer, people would be like running to the back tables, wanting to invest in what it is that you have to offer. Now, the reason why this model worked for a really long time in many countries around the world is because it would be a win-win-win situation. The organizers would make money, the speakers would make money, the audiences would be happy because you get to serve them on a much deeper level. And I did this year after year for the last 12 years. And the question is this skill set that they developed, which is how do you create this presentation, have your audience hanging on your every word, and have them wanting to invest at the end of it all. And as you can see over here from this picture, I've been doing this for a pretty long time. This was like an event back in 2014. So this happened next, right? As we all know, the world went on lockdown. And I'm not going to bore you with the details, but there was a point in time right at March 2020, I was about to do an event in Poland. The world went on lockdown. I was pretty much stuck there. 75% of the people in attendance canceled on me. And in that one event that was taking place in Poland, I lost over $127,000 because of something that was not in my control. And for that reason, I said, you know what? I need to do something differently. I asked myself, I forced myself this question of, if this thing was permanent, like if let's say people was just stuck at home forever, right? What would my business model and what would my sales process look like if this thing was to be around forever? So I decided that I'm going to take what I know, my knowledge, my passion, my life experience, and I'm going to put it into this sales process where I'm going to offer all of my do-it-yourself, done with you, and done for you inside one sales process, in my book funnels, in my membership funnels, in my event funnels, in my challenges. And that month, when the world was, the fear was probably at all-time high, the next 3 weeks, we still maintained sales of over $1 million in that 3 weeks because of what it is that you're about to discover here. So when you implement these principles that I'm about to walk you through, I'm going to show you how I utilize it to fuel all of my offers. And it doesn't matter whether you're selling something that's low ticket, high ticket, done for you, do it yourself, whether you're selling courses, you're going to be able to see how you can significantly increase how much a client is worth, and also having them come back again and again and again. Okay, you guys excited? Let me know in the comments if you can see why this is powerful. Just type in the word chat in the comments. I know this is being streamed on many different platforms. Just type in chat, type in yes in the chat if you can see why this would be an absolute game changer. Okay, so let's talk about the breakdown. Okay, now there are many different ways to do this, but here's how it can typically begin, right? So it starts off with driving traffic, where your audiences, they could hang out on Facebook, Instagram, this could be TikTok, this could be LinkedIn, this could be Google search, this could be YouTube, and you're sending them somewhere. Okay. Now, in this example that I put over here, this first example is an event, and it's basically a free event. And after that, you'll notice that there'll be some sort of order bump, right? Now, typically, this could be something that enhances this event. This could be the event notes. And then after that, there will be some sort of upgrade. So this is a typical funnel. This is a typical sales process, right? Where after that, I might offer some sort of VIP experience. And after that, there might be some sort of done with you or done for you. I want you to notice the architecture, the infrastructure here, right? So over here, this could be like, let us walk you through the tools to help you map out your entire event. So this offer here is an offer on virtual events. Now, every time they go through this sales process, okay, here's what happens. Please write this really important terminology down, okay? I believe that when it comes to scaling any business, it really comes down to just understanding these two numbers. The first one, okay, please write down, is how much is an average customer worth? Okay, so this is average cart value, which is every good software will actually tell you this number, right? Which is every time somebody goes through your funnel, how much are they worth? So for this specific funnel, I know that every time somebody goes to this funnel, they're worth $329, right? That's the answer to the first question you got to know in order to scale every business, right? How much is a customer worth every time they go through this funnel? So I know that for this example over here, a customer is worth approximately $329 every time they go through these steps, which is they go through the order form, they go through these two upsells, approximately, right? There are other smaller steps that we're constantly testing, but approximately they would be worth about $329 every time they go through this funnel. Now, Here's the difference now, right? So as I add more steps to the funnel, my main goal now, through whether it's through my books, through my funnels, through my events, through my challenges, my main goal is to send people to my software. Now, your business model might be different. You could be selling real estate. You could be selling insurance. You could be a coach. You could be a trainer. You could be doing something else. You want to think about, well, the main thing that I want to be able to sell, what is that? And here's the thing. The main thing that you actually want to sell could be a tough sell. And sometimes you got to be able to create a thing to sell the thing that you want to be able to actually sell. Now, what does that mean? I know it sounds confusing. Here's what I mean. So for example, the thing that I want to sell in my main business, my core offer is software, my software for sales process, right? So sales process is my main software, but software on its own is a tough sell. Nobody really wakes up in the morning thinking, how do I get software, right? The same thing as your product, your recurring, your coaching, your done for you. That's $30,000. Your mastermind, that could be $15,000. Your $97 per month training, right? That thing could be a tough sell. So what you want to think about is, well, please write this down. Write this sentence down. How can I create a thing to sell the thing that I want to sell? So what I do then is I constantly create offers where it's irresistible. I might even lead with a done with you or a done for you, but with the end in mind, which is the thing that I really want to sell is my software. And here's the thing. Whenever I do, saying, a free event, because it's much easier to get a person to attend an event with a specific result that we're going to work on in the event, it is now significantly easier to get somebody to open a free trial for my software than sending traffic to the sales page of my software. Does that make sense? The same thing as your product, your main offer, whether it's a $97 recurring, whether it's a $30,000 done for you, selling that thing upfront could be a tough sell. So you want to think about, well, how can I lead and begin that sales process by creating a thing to sell the thing that I really want to sell? So if you notice the sales process now, it's extended a little bit, right? I might have something that's free. I might have some upsells, typically 2 upsells, but now I might, for example, this event funnel, they join the Facebook group, but then I say, wait, before you attend this event, I would like you to create a free 14-day trial for our software in order to help you maximize this event that is coming up, right? Because when you come to this event, I'm going to help you with your follow-ups, your automations, your emails, your customer relationship management, your funnels. So now I'm pre-framing this event, but now I'm integrating the do-it-yourself, the done with you, and the done for you all in one place. Now, if you take a look at the numbers that I've shown you right up to this point, notice what's happening. For this specific example, I'm getting paid $329 every time somebody goes through this sales process, and about 8% of people are opening a free trial with me, and this event hasn't even started yet. I still haven't offered the main thing that I want to sell, which is the annual plan for my software. I still haven't offered high ticket, which is the done for you. And here's the thing. I noticed that it will cost me approximately $40 to $80 to acquire a customer, but a customer is worth $329 on the front end. So here's the question I'd like you to start thinking about now. It's like, how can I build up a sales process that allows me to put $1 in and get back $3 out? Because if you can make that happen in your business, that's how you have a scalable business. That's really all it is when it comes to scaling revenue. Building up a sales process that allows you to put $1 in and get back $3 out. And understanding the numbers, because the path to scaling is all math. Which brings us to number 2. Remember I said the path to, you got to know the answers to these 2 questions. Number 1 is, how much does it cost? How much is an average customer worth to you? And number 2, please write this down. It is, how much does it cost you to acquire a customer? The moment you understand these 2 numbers, the moment you're tracking these 2 numbers over time, and you're very clear about these 2 numbers, and the moment you are constantly working on improving these 2 numbers, which is improving how much a customer is worth to you and decreasing how much it costs to acquire a customer, you'll realize that everything we are doing in our business is actually just constantly working on these two numbers. And that's it. And that's why my business model is just built upon these two things. How can we make a customer worth more? This could be the pitch, the presentations, the upsells, the cross-sells. This could be the how often how frequent we get our customers coming back over and over again. And number two, how can we create better ads? How can we make it more engaging? How can we have better targeting, have better retargeting? How can we decrease how much it costs us to acquire a customer? Because once we're able to make these two numbers work, that's how we have a very scalable business. So it follows a very specific formula. And in fact, Pete kind of revealed how this looks like right before I jumped on. And that's, if you take a look at what Pete mentioned, right? The perfect product suite, do it yourself, done with you and done for you. I'd like you to notice how we put it into our sales process every single time. So this could be a totally different sales process. This is on a totally different topic. This is on ads. So on a step number one here, now this is a low ticket offer. This is for a book funnel, right? Now you could be selling something else. Again, it's not about books. It's about the concept of helping people get a specific result, but delivering the do-it-yourself, done with you and done for you in one sales process, right? So for example, this is on ads. Book, what is that? That's do it yourself, okay? After that, we might have an order bump. The upsell, one-time offer, right? What is that? This is for the masterclass. The masterclass that comes with the tools, the templates, that comes with the workbook. What is that? That's a done with you experience, right? And then after that, at $97 a month, what is that? That is basically, hey, if you would like to be able to have the different social media posts and the ads that's working right now, handed to you every single month together with a live call, right? For $97 a month. What is that? That's the done for you, right? So every single time I'm thinking, well, how can I have a specific result and then cater to the audience's different needs by having the do-it-yourself, done with you and done for you. And I've done that over and over again, whether it's for selling on platforms, whether it is for understanding how to sell one-to-many. And guess what? I take all of these different topics and they all, so think of it as like I'm kind of fishing in different ponds, in different pools with different audiences that have different needs. And I'm bringing them back to one singular thing, which is the software, which is the part that's highly scalable, right? And I could do this through events. I could do this through books. I could do this through challenges. I could do this through low ticket offers by understanding what is the result my audience wants to generate. And then how can I deliver it in the form of do it yourself, done with you and done for you? Because if you want to be able, and by the way, this concept over here, it doesn't even show the high ticket backend just yet, right? Notice how this is literally all about being profitable upfront. If you want to be able to be profitable upfront and then to be able to ascend people to the next thing in your funnel, whether it is the $5,000 coaching, whether it is the long-term recurring revenue for software, whether it's high ticket for done for you, whatever you want to do on the back end, it only makes sense if you're profitable upfront, if you're able to acquire a user or a buyer or a lead for free, right? So when you understand these two numbers, that is what enabled us to scale to 8 figures and beyond. When you can build up a sales process that enables you to put $1 in and get back $3 out, right? So I've got about 3 minutes left. So Pete told me that, you know, before I got up here today, to share one thing that's about mindset. And I was thinking about like, what's this one thing that's going to get you guys to really apply and implement this, okay? And I wanted to kind of utilize my last 3 minutes over here by showing you the thing that's going to stop most people from implementing. So here's what stops most people from implementing. Most of the time, whenever I share my story and what people see on social media, on a sizzle reel. And we know how social media is like. People see the result, people see what happens on the surface level. But I wanted to end it with what people don't see. And what people don't see is actually this over here. This clip is a very private and confidential video that was taken when I was attending an event as an attendee about 14 years ago. So 14 years ago, before all this, right? So before selling online, before doing events, before having any type of products, before being on stages, before all of that, right? I was attending this event as an attendee, and I was just there to learn how to communicate better, right? Communication, that's one of the main pillars here in the Unbreakable challenge. And I can tell you, I was horrible at communication. I didn't understand how to communicate one-on-one, let alone one-to-many. Now, what I didn't realize is that this event at that point in time was actually recorded. And it's extremely cringy for me. And even talking about it, I don't know if you guys can see this, it's giving me goosebumps right now. But I wanted to be able to show you this really short clip of how things looked like for me when I just started out. I'm trying to mentally prepare myself right now, okay? But here's what happened. Let's go take a look.
See, hotel which I booked only allows up to 40 people. And right now, speed it up. I think there's only 21 spots left. So
you cannot say, I think there's only 21. Is there or isn't there? Just say there's 21 spots available.
I think there's only 21 spots.
No, you cannot say I think, because you sound like you don't know what you're talking about. Can't say I think. Don't you know?
There's only 21 spots left.
And now there's only 21 spots left.
And now there's only 21 spots. So here's what I'm gonna do. For the next 21 people.
For the first 21 people.
For the first 21 people, go to the back and register.
Stop. You're putting me to sleep, man. Wake up. Jump up and down 5 times. Go, jump, jump, jump. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Let me just pause this right here, okay? And that, my friends, is how things started off for me, okay? Now, this over here, me doing jumping jacks, let's just, I think that this is what the rest of the world does not see. Now, here's the thing, okay? Why did I want to show you this extremely embarrassing and cringy video? It is because hopefully, in one way, shape, or form, I hope it would motivate and inspire all of you that's on this challenge now to see that every master was once a disaster. Every single person, every single speaker that you saw here, this over the last, this is like day 7, right, of the entire challenge. I can tell you, we were all horrible, or rather, most of us did not have that gift, and we were all horrible when we were just starting out. For most of us, we didn't understand how to communicate one-to-many. For most of us, I know I can speak for myself. I was definitely like, I'm confident that 95% of you right now that's watching this video are better communicators than where I was at just slightly over 10 years ago. But I can tell you that it's not about talent. You know, talent can only bring you that far in life. But I believe that the rest, it's all over here. And that's heart. And heart is all you. That is your burning desire. That is how badly you want something. And there's nobody else but yourself that's to blame when it comes to being responsible for your destiny, your fate, and your success. So I hope that this challenge, right, you've learned all these different skill sets. You learned about sales, you learned about marketing, you learned about scaling, communication. And you could be going right now, yeah, but I'm horrible at it. I'll look at all these different success stories. I'm never going to be there at level. And guess what? This is a journey. I wasn't like that 10 years ago. But the question that I asked was, so how can I become more like that? How can I edit in my agenda to learn these skill sets? Because guess what? All these skill sets that you learned here, this entire challenge, they're all learnable, trainable skill sets. Nobody's born with the skill set of sales and marketing and communication. There's not a baby born where the doctor that's delivering this baby that's going, hey, take a look at the baby's thick eyebrows. And just based on the thick eyebrows alone, you know that this baby is going to turn out to be the amazing Facebook ads marketer, right? There's no such, all these skill sets that you've learned throughout this entire event is a learnable, trainable skill. So I hope that you guys do not end this challenge here. I hope that you guys continue your journey by taking up the offer that Grant made. I know it's an amazing system. I've personally spent weeks at Grant's office looking at the system, and I can tell you it's complete. Okay, I personally have contributed an entire segment under the revenue members area to walk you guys through building up this entire sales process. So I hope that this segment has given you value. My time is up, and I just wanted to thank all of you for allowing me to be here today. It's been an honor, it's been a privilege, and I believe that my work is done, but yours has just begun. Thank you all so much. Pete, I'm going to hand it back to you. Guys, thank you all so much.
Give it up for Peng Joon. Yeah. All right. Listen, this is what we're going to do. I'm excited. We've got only a couple of folks left here. Little special surprise. Listen, this is what I'm going to do. We've got another presenter here that's coming up. I'm going to tell you something unique about him. But before I do that, here after him, I want you to see. You know you're getting lifetime access to the curriculum. Lifetime access to the coaching that we will do next week with all of our founding members. These are all founding members. You're stepping in. There will be tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people in this program, and you are the first one stepping into it. You're getting the coaching. 2 short weeks from now, you're going to be complete in this program. 2 short weeks from now. And then you're getting access to GrowthCon. And I'm going to show you a video of GrowthCon here in a minute on this next little break. Here's what I'm going to do. I don't know why I keep thinking this. I'm at least for 5 folks, but maybe we'll do more, that take advantage in the next 30 minutes. I'm either going to buy your program back or allow you to gift it to one other person in your life that matters to you. And I'm telling you, the gift and the generosity of being able to gift it to somebody is quite profound. So I'm going to let 5 of you be able to do that. Now listen, there's 2 revenue sources. I just got documentation on this. There's 2 revenue sources from Grant Cardone that are 2 of his biggest drivers. In the chat, guess what 2 of the biggest drivers of Grant's revenues are at CTTI? I'm not talking about his real estate business. I'm talking about his educational business. Let's see who gets it right in the chat. What do you think 2 of the top 2, maybe they're 2 of the top 3 are? A lot of you are probably going to say live events. But did you know webinars? Webinars are not dead. Webinars are fully alive. And to be able to do a live webinar or an automated webinar, webinars generate tens of millions of dollars in Grant Cardone's business. They're actually the thing, here's the secret. They're actually the thing that fills his live events. And this next guy, there isn't anybody in the world that we would rather be speaking to you about webinars, because here's what I want to say. Every single person in the Unbreakable business system, my goal, Anthony, for them is in the next 30 to 45 days, that all of them go out and do their first or next webinar. It might be their next, but their next will be the way to do it the right way. This guy is brilliant. His software is what's behind the biggest names in the world. I saw him do a webinar last week with Grant Cardone, and I was in my condo here in Miami thinking, this guy's framework is brilliant and genius. I hope that you will take notes. We only have a couple of golden nuggets left. Will y'all give it up in the room and online? Drop some chat to Anthony Morrison. Yeah, come on. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Take it away.
Wow. All right. Well, I'm excited to be here. Hopefully you guys are too. So as Pete was saying, I am here to talk to you and teach you about webinars. Now, the most important thing that we need to do is first define who, and I have a very short amount of time, so I'm just going to like fly through this, right? So who webinars are for. And I think this is very, very, very important. The who, right? And I think it's important because where we are at right now, a lot of you think, oh my gosh, I don't need to do a webinar. I'm not a webinar person. I don't have anything I would do a webinar on. So webinars are really not for me. The reality is that's probably not true. It's probably not accurate. It's just a story you're telling yourself because nobody's really opened your mind to this. So let me explain to you why webinars make a lot of sense to you. And what I'm going to do is tie in Grant's entire framework, right? So you know Grant's talking to you about this very specific framework that's in this program. I'm going to show you how all of that applies to webinars and applies to you. So who is this for? Well, first and foremost, it's for anybody that's got a product, okay, that they want to sell. So if you've got a product that you want to sell, clearly you can do this on a webinar. Then if you've got a service, right? So you got to start thinking through this if you've got a service. Now most people, when they look at this, they immediately start to think, okay, well, I've got to sell a digital course. I've got to sell a coaching program. I've heard this talked about a lot through this challenge is, you know, selling yourself and selling the programs and your knowledge and all this stuff. And that's great, right? There's a lot of other people that can actually use a webinar, right? Think about this. A lot of you came here, okay, from partners of Grant's that are in the real estate industry, right? So there's probably a lot of real estate agents. There's probably a lot of real estate investors, right? Like you're not in the information business. You're not selling information, but you are in the real estate industry, right? Well, what do you think gets you business, right? If you're a real estate agent, the one thing that you need is you need eyeballs. You need people to know you exist, right? You want to get a listing? Be a better agent, right? Reach people a different way. Connect with people on a higher level, right? And those people will hire you. If you've got a big house, right? There's one of my buddies, Tariq El Musa. He's on the show Flip or Flop and all of the others, Flipping El Musas, and he's got a million shows. He's been on HGTV forever. And I was talking to him the other day about how he uses webinars. He's talking about how he uses webinars, right, to market some of his properties, right? So when you start thinking about the who, right, it's not just the people that want to sell a product, not just the people that want to sell a service like we're used to thinking of, knowledge and courses and all that stuff. Real estate agents, investors, what about doctors, right? What about doctors, right? You got any doctors that are on here with us? You want to scale your business, you want to do more, but you're trying to figure out like, how would a webinar fit into my business? I'm a doctor, right? Well, look, I don't know about you, but for me, before I go to a doctor, like I want to meet the doctor, you know what I'm saying? Like I want to know the doctor. Doctors use webinars all the time to introduce themselves to the audience in a way that allows that audience to connect with them, right? So doctors are people that use webinars. I could go on and on and on. Insurance agents, right? I know we've got some insurance agents on here. Like you guys have come from so many different places that, you know, that I know that you're watching this and you're trying to figure out, if I don't sell a course or I'm not a coach, how do I still do this, right? Look, you can utilize this technology. You can utilize this framework. You can utilize all the stuff that Grant is going to be teaching you inside of this course for your core businesses, right? Because ultimately, we are using webinars to sell products and services, but we're also using it to sell ourselves, right? And that's key. We're using webinars to sell ourselves, right? So no matter what type of industry you happen to be in, selling yourself is really important, right? Because that's ultimately what people buy into. So selling yourself. So if you've been on this challenge, you've gone through all of these days and you've been thinking through like, man, I really want to get into this. I really want to do this. I really want to buy this. I really want to be a part of this. I want to be in this Unbreakable, 2023. I want to get started with this, but I just can't wrap my head around how it applies to me. The reality is that these types of things, they apply to anyone and everyone, right? A lot of people say, oh, well, I don't have any knowledge to sell. You're wrong, I promise you. How about this? How about parents, right? I've had this one's near and dear to my heart now. I've got a little girl. She's about to turn 11 months old. So we're just outside of her first birthday. I was a new parent. I started looking online for like, what do I do? I'm new to this, right? I don't know anything about this. Sleep training is one of the first things that came to mind because I value my sleep. I go online and I see a webinar, right? Somebody's doing a webinar selling me on their sleep training system. The sleep training system was $12,000. $12,000. How many parents do we have in this audience right now? Just smash a 1 in the audience. If you're a parent, just put a 1 in the chat box, right? You've got knowledge that people will buy. It's a fact, right? You've got experience, life experience that people will pay for, right? It's a matter of how do we deliver that? How do we deliver it to an audience so that we can 100% connect with them? You heard that, you heard them talking about like live events, right? So this is kind of the way that I look at selling, okay? Selling online. First, we have live events. This is obviously going to be the best way to make us. I mean, look, when you can put people in a room and you can get that energy, and you've seen it. I mean, a lot of you have probably been to Grant's events. When he gets on stage, it's electric. You've got all these people coming in, the lights are going, and when they say bye, man, you see 500, 5,000 people running back to buy, and you just can't help yourself. You run, right? You go and do the same thing that you see everybody else doing, because as humans, we want to be included. We want to be part of, right? You've heard of FOMO, fear of missing out. We don't want to miss out, right? So when we're in a live event, we can create that energy in that space, in that venue, in that opportunity that really pushes and drives sales, right? Well, that's hard to duplicate and hard for all of us to do, right? I don't expect all the parents sitting around watching this saying, I'm going to go put on a live event, right? So the next best way to create sales is through webinars, right? Webinars give us this opportunity to have that live experience, right? Just not in person. So all of you are experiencing this right now. Like literally, you are experiencing it right this moment, right? How many of you have watched hours and hours and hours of this training now so far? Just say yes in the comments box if you've been here for hours and hours and hours and days and days and days of this training, right? You feel the energy, right? We connect with you, right? That's important. That's very important because that drives sales. There's a reason Grant decided to do all of this live. It's because that live element is what allows us to connect with you. Like, I know you can't see what I'm talking to you right now, but it's this little black box with a little red light above it, right? It's just a little camera, right? I've been talking to cameras since I was 22 years old. But one of the things that I learned at a very young age, and the thing that's very important for you to learn right now, if you don't already know it, is that the biggest mover for sales, okay, is your ability to make a person feel something on the other side of that camera. Even though they're not here with you, even though you're not in this room with me, to be able to make you feel something, right? Because that emotional touch that you get, that emotional feeling that we are able to deliver through these live events is what moves the needle. It's what keeps your attention. It's what keeps you here listening to what we have to say so that you can learn, right? So that you can actually learn the things that we're teaching you so that you understand why it's important for you to move forward. You understand why it's important for you to go to that link and get that program and be a part of this thing, right? You can do that on live webinars. Now, the next step, okay, is what we call VSLs. These are videos, right? Videos online, right? So you get videos and then maybe copy, right? You've seen some of those pages where they're just a bunch of text, right? Best, next best, I guess, okay? So you keep going down. As we go down, the one thing that changes is the live element, right? When you land on a page to watch a video, you don't feel like you're gonna miss something if you leave that page sitting there and you watch it 10 minutes today, 20 minutes tomorrow, 45 minutes the next day, whatever. And what ends up happening is tomorrow never comes. Watching the rest of the video doesn't actually happen. Your engagement level is much lower when you're watching a video than when you're on a live webinar. And to be honest with you, it's lower on a live webinar than it would be at a live event, right? So if we've got a product to sell, okay, or a service, or we're selling ourselves, because we're a real estate agent, we're a doctor, we're a lawyer that wants more leads, we're an insurance, we work in an insurance company or we own one, and we want to get more leads. I can't tell you how many people use our product or do webinars, or I've taught webinars to, that have there's no such thing as worrying about like selling knowledge and being a coach, right? There's solar companies that come out and they need to deliver this message in a way that people will pay attention and that it will be received in a way that people will move forward. And so they do webinars. So we understand the who. We all understand that each and every one of us need to be doing a webinar if we want to build our business. And it doesn't mean that you have to have a business today that you do a webinar for. It means that you will need to do a webinar for the business that you are going to build, right? So it applies to all of you. This is really the how, right? So this is the how we go about doing this, right? It's in this chain of events. This one right here, okay, webinars, honestly, is the best way for you to be able to deliver online. Grant said something the other day. I was doing a webinar with him, and he said, Anthony, the key for me is attention. He said, I want to get attention, I want to multiply the attention, I want to keep the attention, then I want to multiply the attention, right? It's very important. When he said that, it really just made me think so much about webinars and why webinars work so well and why you need to be doing webinars, why every single person that is on this live stream needs to understand how to deliver a webinar and then how to do it in a way that gets attention, multiplies the attention, and keeps the attention throughout the whole thing, right? That's very key. You cannot do that with these videos. It's just not possible. I've tried this for many, many years. It's not possible to do it with a video on a page, okay? That live element has to be there. So the question becomes, though, okay, if we know who, and we know that this works for all of us, we know the how we would go about doing this, right? Really, the question becomes, if we know who it's for, we know how to do it, then the question is, how would you scale that, right? How could a person scale webinars? I mean, if you think about it, I'm sorry, I'm left-handed, so I'm writing the other way. If you think about it, how would we scale a webinar? That would really just mean you got to be there like all the time, and that's very difficult, right? I've been doing a webinar now for 8 years. April will be my 8th or 9th year that I've never missed. Thursday nights, I do a webinar for my community, and I'm live at 9 Eastern every Thursday. Now, here's the crazy part. Thanksgiving, it just always happens to be on Thursdays. I don't know, Pete, it's crazy. It's always on Thursdays, which means Thursday, I'm always away from my family for at least an hour to 2 hours every Thursday for the last 8 years. And this is what happens when you do live. Like I'm explaining, like this is a thing that I started a long time ago. I would never start this all over again. Let's put it this way. I've figured out a way to automate, because scale, you got to be able to automate, right? So we have to be able to automate this and still create this live environment so we can make sales. For me, I've got myself into this live webinar where I do it every single week, and I'm thinking to myself, I could never do this like multiple days a week and multiple hours in a day. Like there's no possible way I could do that, right? My little webinar on Thursday is responsible for hundreds of people that now are in this program, that are going to be a part of this Unbreakable program, right? All because of that consistency. So how do you create that consistency without having to give up your time? Because one of the things we hate is trading time for money, right? We want to be able to create that revenue, but still have our life, still have our time. And nobody appreciates that more than me now. Now, as a new father, my wife is actually pregnant with our second child to be here in August. So I know my life's about to get massively crazy. And I'm thinking to myself, how can I still do the thing that makes all these sales, but do it completely automated? Well, you can do that with software, okay? So you need software. Now, I'm not going to talk about which software, because that probably would not be appropriate, but you can look it up and you can Google it. Software. What is the best way to automate a webinar? It's using automated webinar software. Now, the key to these webinars, okay, before I go through and give you like the blueprint for how to deliver one. So I got plenty of time left to do that. The key to an automated webinar software is it must feel live. It has to feel live. You don't have to say it's live, but it has to feel live, okay? If it feels live, people will attend, people will stay. Remember that as your webinar is playing back, okay, if this is the start and this is the end, right? The closer you can get to the average person staying till this point, till the end, the better off you're going to be. Webinars don't make you any money just because people attend them. They only make you money in sales if people stay on them. The venue is what truly makes the biggest difference. It's the same reason why, if you go to a live event, you see that your show up rate is much higher, right? You have 150 people in that room and you take a bathroom break and you come back, you're going to have way more people still there than on a webinar. And the same thing would happen with a video. So creating that automation, right, is really key, really key. And then creating it in a live environment. So you can look for software, automated webinar software that plays back in a live environment. That's the key to being able to automate this, okay, but still create the sales so that it doesn't feel like you're just watching a video. There are a lot of people that are doing this very successfully right now. And the reason that they're able to do it is because of innovation in software, right? Now, how does Grant's framework work into these webinars, right? I'm going to see if I can't. This is old school, so I'm used to whiteboards, but I'm going to see if I can't draw this out for you. And I actually made notes so that I would stay on track with my time. So I'm going to pull out the notes just to make sure I stay on track. So we've got the money mindset. All right, now here's the key. None of you are going to be here if you don't already have this, right? I mean, look, why would you sit here and spend all this time watching all of these videos, being on these live streams, you know, paying attention to this, if you don't already have this mindset of, I want more money in my life, I want more opportunity in my life. And it's not about the money, it's about what the money can get for you, right? It's about what the money can get for you. I could leave here tonight and be home in time to see my daughter, right? Money makes that happen for me. So it's not really the money, it's what the money is able to bring to you. So you have the money mindset, right? A lot of you are already on the right track. I'm sure Grant's program is going to help you really make that, fine tune that, but you're already on the right track because you're here, right? All right, the second one, marketing. All right, very key. Marketing is where we're going to get leads, right? This is pretty important. In order for a webinar to do any good, you've got to get leads. You got to get people to, we call register, right? So you got to get people to register. So how does Grant's program tie into webinars? Well, his marketing piece of the program is what teaches you how to get leads, how to get registrations, how to get people to show up, how to get those eyeballs. You've seen, I think it was Stormy was on here talking about social media, blowing up your social media. We have Marcus, we have all of these people that are teaching you how to get more eyeballs. What do you do with those eyeballs once you have them? How do you take those eyeballs and convert those eyeballs into sales, into revenue in your business, right? That's the webinar side, okay? Grant's program also teaches you to communicate, okay? So communication, this is really key. This is the hook. This is the hook. Why do people get on your webinar? What is the hook that brings those people in, right? What is the hook that's going to make that person stop and register for your webinar? See, you got to learn communication, because once you learn this communication, you can learn how to craft this hook. This is essential to your webinar being successful, right? So webinars, they require this education on how to do your marketing and, of course, how to communicate. This is why this fits so well. It's the reason why I was willing to do this training and be a part of this, is because the education that you're going to receive fits so well with what you need in order to be successful with your webinars, right? Then you have sales, right? So the next thing is the sales. Now, the way that I look at sales is this is the pitch. All right, this is the pitch. And I'm going to draw it, if I have time, I'm going to draw out my entire presentation flow for you. So I'm going to try to go through this as fast as possible. So with sales, you have the pitch, right? So obviously in Grant's program, you're learning sales, right? This is going to help you with crafting this pitch. This is going to help you make this pitch way better, right? The better your pitch, obviously, the better your results are going to be on your webinar. Then you have scale, right? You have scale, which we already talked about. This is automate, right? So Grant talks about you need to scale, right? You need to scale. It doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're a doctor, you need more patients. If you're a lawyer, you need more leads. If you're a real estate agent, you need more people that are trying to get you to list their home, or you need to sell more homes, right? It doesn't matter who you are, what you're doing, or what your path is right now. You want to scale because all of us are here because we want more tomorrow than we have today, right? We want more tomorrow than we have today. So this is very important. This framework of Grant's program fits right into what you need to learn to be successful at webinars. Now, let me draw this out for you so you can kind of see what it actually looks like, okay? First of all, we have our ads, okay? We have our ads. This is really, obviously, this is the marketing part, okay, of Grant's equation. We have our ads. So we got to run ads. Now, where do we send those ads? Well, we send those ads over here to what we call a landing page. A lot of you saw Russell Brunson on here, okay? Russell has an awesome software company, ClickFunnels. That's what we use for these pages, okay? So you build your registration page. This is where you communicate, okay? Because we want our hook on this page. We want our hook on this page because the hook, again, is what tells me this webinar, this opportunity, this thing, it's for me, right? Then people will go from that page and they will go to your webinar. Now, if this is automated, okay, obviously they're going to it in the software that you choose to use, okay? So they're going to an automated webinar. And of course, the webinar is what produces buyers. Now, in a normal, I think, and this is really your sales right here, right? This is sales part of Grant's equation. So for most people, this is the formula, right, to successful webinars, right? This is the basic formula. But what we do is we don't create webinars, we create machines. So what we do is we have another thing, another piece of the puzzle that's down here. It's called the machine. The machine is really the reason why we've been able to take our automated webinars and crush it. It's the reason why we're able to do really, really good numbers on completely automated processes. It's because we built this machine. What does that machine do? The machine sends out notifications. It sends out reminders. It's the reason that people are getting onto your webinar. It's the reason why we have high attendance rates, right? Think about webinars like this. The most important thing that you can do first is get people to register. But what happens next? We got to get people on the webinar, right? This machine helps us to get more of these people onto this webinar, right? So write this down. You want to build yourself, okay, this is important, a webinar, okay, sales machine. You do not want to just build yourself a webinar. People that teach you to build just a webinar, they just haven't figured this part out yet. You want to build a machine, okay? Now, once you built that machine, you got to deliver your message. How do we do that? I've got about 6 minutes to tell you how to do that. All right, so what I'll probably do is draw it right down here. Can we still see this good? Okay, good. All right, so think of your webinar like this, all right? This is our start. This is our end, all right? When we craft our pitch, when we craft this entire webinar, people get on, everything should be planned out, exactly what someone should be hearing, what they should be feeling. What do you want them to be telling themselves? What story do you want playing back in their head at this moment, and this moment? Here's what most people do. They start to build a webinar presentation and they start right here. They say, okay, what am I going to do right here? They look at their first slide, right? Here's what I'm going to do. Completely inaccurate. Here's where you start building your webinar. You start building your webinar from the end, okay? You've always heard people say, start with the end in mind. Just start at the end and work your way backwards. And here's why. Because as we go through this webinar, okay, we have different segments. Hopefully my line is long enough. This is kind of our closing segment, okay? This is our Q&A. This is our CTA, all right? I'm very popular on my phone today, sorry. This is our training and value section, okay? This is, hopefully I can fit these in here. All right, this is who we are. And then this section right here is what you learn. And this is kind of the hook. I've condensed this, so I had to use notes in order to make sure I can get this in 5 minutes. All right, so think about it like this. When somebody gets on this webinar, all right, our goal is that at this CTA, at this point in time, we want them to spend money with us, okay? We want them to buy right here, all right? So if we know that the goal here is for them to purchase, what we need to be doing is we need to work backwards, and we need to look at what stories do we need to tell? What training do we need to give? What value do we need to provide? In what way can we tell people about ourselves that's going to support the purchase from us, right? Because this is our goal. So what I do when I start a webinar is I start with my offer, right? Your offer is what you make at the CTA. You guys have all seen an offer. Grant's made you an offer. There's probably a link on the screen that you can go to right now to take advantage of that offer. If there's not, I'm sure they'll put one up in just a second. So what does that allow you to do? That allows you to make a purchase here, right? Well, do you think that we just did all of this and then just came up with this? No. We built this first, right? We built our core offer first. And then we said, okay, once we know what our core offer is, what can we teach? What can we fill in right here in the training and value section that's going to support everyone feeling like and knowing and having confidence in this offer that we're going to make? You see, you can't build out the training and value section before you know what this offer is going to be, like the full offer, right? Every single thing, all your bonuses, everything. You need to know this first, right? So that you can make sure in your training and your value section, you provide the right training, the right value, the right hooks to let people know that this offer is for them, right? The who we are section, right? If I was doing a webinar for you right now and I was selling you our webinar software, I would have come on and I would have said who I am. And who I am can be a lot of different things. I'm a dad, I'm a husband, I'm a real estate developer, I have webinar software, I'm a course creator. I could tell you who I am in 20 different ways, right? Who you are is relevant to this CTA. What am I going to offer you? If this was all about my real estate course, then I would open up with, I'm a real estate investor, right? I'm a real estate developer. See what I'm saying? Who you are is important, but it's important to put it in context of the offer that you're going to make. The very first part of a webinar is the hook, reinforcing the hook. Remember I told you that on this little page here that we get people to register for this webinar from, we put the hook. Here's what you're going to learn when you register for this webinar. Boom, right? So the very second that somebody gets on the webinar, we want to reinforce that. We want to tell them, I'm so glad you're here. Here's what I'm about to teach you. And these two things should match so that I know that I'm at the right place. I'm learning the right stuff, right? And then as we progress forward, we tell them who we are. We train and we give value in this section, right? We're educating because the best way to sell is through education, right? If we can elevate your knowledge, right, then we're going to increase the propensity that you say yes to this offer, right? After the offer, we do a short Q&A period. You all are probably familiar with this. And then we do a closing. Now, this is a brief overview of my webinar perfect pitch formula, okay? This is a formula that I've taught to thousands of people now. Tons of people use it. And we break each one of these sections down into like very, very core pieces that are so simple for any of you. If you're a doctor, a lawyer, an insurance salesman, if you're a course creator, a coach, if you're somebody who has a lot of followers, but you haven't yet figured out how to monetize them. You can't figure out what is it? What do I do? Where do I send them? How do I take this 300,000 person following and turn it into revenue, right? This pitch, this perfect pitch formula will show you how that's done, right? And then you can build a sales machine, a webinar sales machine using the software that will literally do all of this for you. What I love about this is it's scalable, right? Because you now have the opportunity to build it once, let it run many, many, many times, evergreen, and not sacrifice sales, right? Not sacrifice that live environment, that feeling that we're here. And so I think that for all of you, this is going to be very important for your business. So here's what I'm going to do. I've told Grant, I've told Pete, what I'm going to do is I'm going to include my webinar sales perfect pitch blueprint and my webinar sales machine training in this program when you get enrolled. This is one of my bonuses. This is a phenomenal training for me. Tons of people are using it. There's some of the biggest names in the industry, Russell Brunson, Marie Forleo, all of them are using our software. And so what we're going to do is we're going to hook you up with this training completely free when you go to the link that you see on the screen. And I'm sure it's going to be coming up right this minute. So make a decision that's going to make a difference in your life. Here's the thing. I tell my students this all the time. If you're hanging out on the sideline and you've been watching it for days and days and days, look, I got hundreds of students that are halfway through the course. They're ahead of you, right? Look, anybody that tells you that this is not a race is full of it. It is a race. You've got to get going. You've got to look, one foot in front of the other, right? We walk, then we jog, then we run. The faster we get to running, right, the quicker we're going to get to where we want to be. So you don't need to sit around waiting until the last minute to make your decision. What you need to do is make your decision right now. Not just because it's an emotionally driven decision, but because it's logical. It is the most logical thing that you could do at this moment in time is prepare yourself. Prepare yourself for what we already know is coming, right? And for what you already know you need to be prepared for. So make the decision, click the link, get enrolled. I'm going to hook you up with this bonus so that you guys can do webinars. Doesn't matter what you're doing. I can show you how to do webinars for your business so you can make more money, make more sales, and have more success.
Yeah, give it up for Anthony! Come on, bro. Jeez. Guys, I'm not kidding, but let me first say this. Come up here, Anthony, really quick. I saw him do a webinar. Nothing about it felt... That's the other thing. People are like, I feel salesy or sleazy. You don't have to feel salesy or sleazy. No. Like when you follow this...
Value section.
It's the value section. I saw him do it for this product. And hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people registered. And I wouldn't be surprised if 1,000 people go through it. And the number one tool that he used was a webinar. I think if I'm right, Jared, the biggest day last year for people coming to a live event, the few biggest days were when you guys did big webinars too. On a Saturday, Anthony does his on Sunday or Thursdays at late. We're like, there's no way 9 p.m. Eastern can work. People told Grant, there's no way noon Eastern on a Saturday can work. If you have the right webinar framework, this can become the biggest needle mover in your business next year. So thank you, bro, for that, man. Thank you for that bonus. Give it up one more time, crowd, for Anthony. Come on. Hey, so this is where we're at. We've got 2 final folks, and I'm so excited about these 2 final folks. And what's incredible, Rachel, bring this up. Hey, just as a reminder, there's four parts to this system. You get the curriculum immediately. Anthony said a lot of his students are halfway done. Actually, there's a lot of people who are already done. Because Grant said, I didn't want curriculum that would take them weeks or months or years to do. I wanted them to get it done in 7 to 10 days. So you get the curriculum, you get the live coaching next week with us. The 4th through the 11th, every night at 7 p.m. Eastern. Live coaching around the 5 parts of the system. And if you can't be there live, you pre-submit your questions and we will answer them. And then it's capped off after you graduate and become the first graduating class of the Unbreakable system. It's capped off with a ticket to GrowthCon. And I just want to remind you, Anthony has included his training as well as Peng Joon has included his training, which gives us in the Unbreakable Business Expert Series that you also have lifetime access. Pete, I can't get through all of that. I don't want you to get through all of that. Next Saturday, you're going to be crystal clear on what your unbreakable plan is. And then you're going to get to go through the revenue series that makes sense for you. And you also have lifetime access to these. And so these, as well as the payment option of the 7-pay, you know, we might not keep that 7-pay available past today. We don't know that. And some of these revenue series, they're so good and so amazing that we're trying to decide which ones are gonna stay. But you've got to remember, this offer closes on Friday night, and the price will triple as of Friday night. So I want to encourage you, go to grantcardone.com/system. We're going to take, Johnny, a 2-minute break as people are going there. We're 50 minutes from being done. 50 minutes from being done. And here's what I want you to know. I am going to announce more winners, and I'm also going to announce the person who's going to GrowthCon here in about 50 minutes as we wrap up. I want you to see the major pieces is you being at the biggest business conference, the best business conference in the world, GrowthCon. I want you to see a quick commercial on that. Go to grantcardone.com/system. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
This is the great secret of my life. The thing that has made me is one word.
We're the boss. Give it up for him. If you want to do business with a boss, you got to be ready to sacrifice it all. Because in the real world, your goals don't give a about your excuse.
Armando Christian Perez, otherwise known as Pitbull.
You can't run a business like a boss. You got to run a business like a leader. Help others grow, evolve, mature.
Super icon, businessman, and artist, Usher.
Most people say, hey, that's what I want to become. But the truth is, there is no destination. The journey is the destination.
Yo, Grant Cardone, bless up, and the 10X Growth Conference. Thank you for having me. I love what y'all got going on over here.
It's definitely great, Dawson. This is one family right here. We all family.
Epic entrepreneur, Mr. Steve Harvey.
I was relentless. You couldn't stop me. I have found my gift. God has showed it to me.
Bethany Frankel!
Work hard. Most people don't. You will crush the game if you work hard.
Amen. John.
Poverty of the mind is permanent. Being broke, that's temporary.
Give it up for Floyd Mayweather.
It's not about what you do inside the square circle, it's what you do on the outside as well.
Kevin!
Problems are not problems when you have a high level of understanding and confidence that you're going to evolve.
Kevin O'Leary, give him a big hand.
The backbone of the American life is the entrepreneur that builds businesses and creates jobs.
Invest in your creativity, invest in your interest, and invest in your passion.
All right, hey, welcome back. Hey, what's been the biggest nugget? We still got tens of thousands of people live with us. What's been the biggest nugget of today for you? Thank you. I'm curious, who's been here all day? If you've been here all day, drop all day in the comments. Facebook, Ustream, YouTube, Instagram, our 30 partners channels, all day. All day. I'm just curious about that. Who's been here all day? The other thing I want to drop, because all of these folks are going to qualify, who has decided today and taken action on the system today? Say system today in the comments. I want to see system today. We want to see all of those folks that there are a lot of people that have taken action on the system today, and I want to see that in the comments down below, because you guys are going to qualify in this next hour for an all expenses paid trip to GrowthCon that will be out of this world. Lodging, flight, VIP ticket, it'll be out of this world. So this is what I want to do. We're coming down to our last hour of this. We've got the opportunity for the 7-pay. We've got the revenue series that I've talked about, our Unbreakable Experts revenue series. And I'm going to give away 50. This next hour, I'm going to give away 50. Anybody that takes action, you got a pretty good probability. I'm going to give 20 10X hats. I'm going to give 15 of Elena's books signed and 15 of Grant's 10X rule books signed to 50 folks that take action. You got a high probability of being one of those prize winners. And so that's between now and when we end this today. If you've been sitting on the fence, man, stop straddling the fence. It hurts. Ricky laughed. Sometimes I say it, when you straddle the fence, your crotch hurts. Like, get off the fence and start stepping into your destiny. One of the things that Grant wanted here so much, and Grant has so much respect for this man right here. Grant and Jared said, we've got to teach people how to create raving fans. What happens when you have a raving fan? What do you think happens when you have a raving fan? Drop it in the chat. They keep being customers. Grant has raving fans, but this man has a lot of raving fans. And I'm so excited he's joining us from Las Vegas to share with you how to create more raving fans in 2023. We have 2 more folks left. Stay strong with us. If you've been here, just stay the rest of the time. I want you to really take some notes on this as you guys get the chance to hear from our friend, Eric Worre.
Hey everyone, my name is Eric Worre, and I'm excited to be my name is Eric Worre, and I'm excited to be able to give you my perspective, maybe a little bit of input on how you could be more successful in your business. In the next 20 minutes or so, I just want to talk about something that might not have been addressed in all of the exciting challenge information, all of the courses, all of the speakers so far, and maybe it's been touched on, but I've made a point over the course of the last 35 years to really study success, to really look for common through lines, commonality amongst the most successful people in the world. And yes, there's competence. Of course, you need to be competent in order to be able to compete in the marketplace. Yes, there's systems. Yes, there's execution. Yes, there's belief. Yes, there's a bunch of different things, but I want to talk about one of them today, one in particular, and that is confidence. The idea of confidence. Now, before you tune me out and say, come on, I wanted you to give me 3 steps on how I'm going to make $1 million. Let me tell you, confidence is more important than you think. And to illustrate that, let me ask you a couple questions. If you completely lacked confidence, if you had no self-confidence, what would be some of the challenges that would occur from that belief system? Would you take more action or less action? Less, right? More risk or less risk? Less risk. Would you talk to more people or less people? Less. Everything is less. If you lack confidence, you're frozen. You're completely dependent on someone else or something else in order for you to be able to move forward. You need that perfect partner because you don't have the confidence in order to be able to do something on your own, or you need a perfect vendor or a perfect organization to cling to because you don't have the confidence to be able to grow something on your own. When you get money, I love so many of the things that Grant talks about, and one of them is to always stay broke. Take your earned income and get it invested. Get it out of your hands as quickly as possible. If you lack confidence, are you going to do that? Are you going to take your earned income? Are you going to take it out of your pocket, out of the bank, out of your ability to touch it, and are you going to put it in some long-term investment if you lack confidence? No. You're going to hoard it. You're going to hold on to it. You're going to hope that inflation doesn't eat you alive, even though it will. So a lack of confidence is absolutely devastating to your ability to get leads, your ability to get sales, your ability to scale your business, your ability to implement a system, your ability to step out of your comfort zone, your ability. It's completely impacted by your confidence level. So now let's talk about the other side of the coin. The flip side. What if you had unstoppable confidence? Confidence that even though you don't know how you're going to earn, that you can earn. Confidence that you're able to put yourself in situations that might not be perfect. I got to turn my phone off, sorry. So it doesn't beep at me. Confidence to be able to turn off my phone and not be all flustered over the fact that you heard my phone beep. Who cares? Confidence. Unstoppable, unmovable. If you have confidence, for men and women, what's more attractive in a potential partner, in a potential mate? Somebody who has no self-confidence, low self-confidence, medium self-confidence, high self-confidence. Now, I'm not talking about arrogance. I'm not talking about out of control ego. I'm not talking about the puffed up peacock. I'm not talking about any of that stuff. But somebody who's just confident in their place in the world. What's more attractive? You already know the answer. If you could find somebody who's confident and not arrogant, confident without an out of control ego, that's attractive. And it not only in finding a mate, but in finding somebody to work with in your business, to hiring the right people, to attracting the right partners, to finding yourself in the right deals. Take a look at the speakers that you heard from over the course of the last 10 days or so, through this whole challenge, through everything. Do they appear to have a confidence problem? Any of them? I'm not saying they haven't had struggle, and I'm not saying that they haven't had challenges, and I'm not saying that they haven't questioned themselves. But as they appeared in front of you, guess why they were chosen? If they had a confidence problem, they wouldn't have been chosen by Grant and his team to be part of this communication with you. They said, yeah, they're really, really good, but that lack of confidence, that scares people. Total certainty, right? Complete confidence. Now, so we've talked about, and I think you could agree, right? It's pretty obvious that a lack of confidence is going to be a detriment to your business, your scale, your growth, your success, your leads, your sales. And a strong sense of self, a strong amount of self-confidence is going to be beneficial. So I already hear some of you asking, yes, I'd like to have more confidence, but I don't have it right now. How do I go from low confidence or low self-worth to how's that bridge that gets me from low self-worth to unstoppable confidence? Now, I'm going to give you a few things because I was one of those people that really struggled with self-worth. I had huge challenges with self-worth. I didn't feel like I was worthy. I didn't feel like I was deserving. I didn't feel like I was capable. Went all the way back to my childhood, all the way back to not being a very good student in school, to being an average athlete, loving to play, loving to be on the teams, but not being the one that was picked first, just average in everything, to not being the person that was in incredible shape. And because of that, not having the confidence in my body to take my shirt off at the beach or at the pool. The thing that terrified me the most growing up is when the neighborhood boys would say, let's play shirts versus skins. Terror would go through my body. Because if I got chosen as skins, I was going to be absolutely humiliated in my mind. Right? They probably didn't care if I was confident, tore my shirt off, said, so what, let's go. Wouldn't matter, but I wasn't. I lacked confidence. I was afraid of being judged. I was afraid of being rejected. I was afraid of being humiliated. And that continued in my early business career. And I learned some lessons. I'm going to give you a few of them, or just at least a couple tips today. And then I'm going to give you a gift to be able to help you to get unstoppable in your confidence. Okay. And I'm happy to give you the gift, because when my confidence changed, and it was an evolution, just so you understand. It started with no self-confidence at all, lack of self-worth, lack of self-belief. And step one was pretending that I had confidence. You ever heard the term fake it till you make it? Now, some of that, people misinterpret that. There's truth in that, and there's also people misinterpret, take it the wrong way. What that doesn't mean is take all of your money and fake that you're rich. Buy an expensive watch or drive an expensive car before you can afford it. Show off. That's not what it means, in my view. My view is pick the most confident person you know and try to carry yourself like that person carries themselves. And in my particular profession, I've been involved in the direct sales network marketing space for a long time, and I've trained people, millions of people around the world, how to be successful solopreneurs. Now, whether network marketing is your thing or not, it doesn't matter. I'm talking about business principle here, right? In that particular profession that I've been involved with for 35 years, there's something that I learned that was tremendously helpful to me, and that was modeling other people's behavior. And as an introverted person, as a person who lacked self-worth, a feeling of self-worth, one thing I could do is I could pretend. So that's what I did as step one, is I thought about the most confident person that I knew in my business, and I studied them. How did they walk? How did they talk? Did they have a little bit of a swagger? Was it arrogant? Was it not? Is that my style? Is it not my style? What was their tone of voice? What was their energy when they walked into the room? Did they brighten the room? Did they dim the room? How did they deal with problems? How did they deal with being put in situations where they didn't have the answer? And I began to study and model what they did, and then copy what they did. I used to pretend I was those people in their attitude, in how they showed up. I used to be so far in my head that I would darken the room when I'd walk in. The energy was just because I'm just grinding in my head. And people I worked with are like, dude, you need to lighten up, smile, for Christ's sake. You're sitting here in this environment, bring some energy. Show up. They'd kick me under the table and say, come on, man. And I'd show up and I'd look them in the eye again, and I'd put a smile on my face, and I'd add some energy to my voice, and I'd put on my best self, even if I was modeling other people's behavior. So that was one. I'm going to give you more about that in just a moment. But that got me started, because I found out if I acted confident, even though I wasn't completely self-confident, right? But I acted confident, people all of a sudden started to lean towards me. They started to be more attracted towards me in business. Customers started to smile and nod their heads, right? I through this process, I started to be able to grow my influence and grow my scale in my business. And I was like, wow, okay. So I started to study more and more and more confident people with high levels of self-worth. They knew their worth. They weren't arrogant. I've tried to model the ones, because there's some, right? They're a little bit much. But if you model the ones that are your style and still attractive, and you use their language, their body language, their tonality, the energy, the expressions on their face, how they walk, how they talk, I found out that even if I didn't have the actual confidence, I could get the results of somebody who did. And when I started to get results from somebody who did, what do you think happened to my actual confidence? It went up. I went, oh, okay, I got it. And I learned to kind of do step 2, which a principle of our business, of our profession, is to be willing to do it messy instead of waiting to have it perfect. So most of the learning is in the doing. If you want to get confident at something, think about anything that you're confident in your life. Anything. What had to happen in order for you to go from not confident to confident? You had to fail a bunch of times. You got on the bike the first time and you weren't confident. You had to fall down a bunch of times. You had to have some encouragement. People run alongside your bike with you. You had to have training wheels. You had to have whatever in order to go from a lack of confidence to confidence. So if the payoff's big enough, you're willing to do that. But I learned that because the learning is in the doing, you need to be willing to start messy. Do it quickly, even if it's messy and not perfect. It's better than a perfect plan tomorrow. And when you start doing that, you're going to have a jump on all the competition because you're going to be moving faster in the marketplace. You're going to be having more conversations. You're going to be ahead of them. You're going to be learning through trial and error when they're working out their perfect business plan. They'll never catch you. Okay? And probably one of the biggest things, before I give you a gift, one of the biggest things is, and when I give you the gift is going to explain this much more detail. But here's the fastest way I know to go from a lack of confidence to totally unstoppable. Now, are you ready for this? Be willing to put yourself in potentially humiliating situations and handle it. Be willing to put yourself in potentially scary situations, embarrassing situations, and deal with it. You can put me in just about any situation and I will deal with it. I'll deal with it. And I could, when I give you this gift, I have a lot of stories around that. But I will tell you that one thing. If you face your fear long enough to put yourself in an embarrassing situation and just roll with it with a smile on your face, love in your heart, say, oh, I screwed up. Who cares? Oh, I didn't have the answer to that. Oh, I made a mistake there. Oh, my phone, I forgot to turn my phone off before we started this session. Oops, oops, oops. Who cares? Who cares? It works to your benefit. But if you burst into tears every single time you find yourself in a difficult situation and you don't handle it, you're going to lose confidence. But just decide to roll with it and do what the most confident people that you know in the world would do. How would they handle it? How would Grant handle it? How would any of the other speakers that have been part of this challenge handle it? They just roll with it. So that's going to really determine how quickly you become confident. Now, people ask me, do you get nervous? And, because I speak to, a couple 100,000 people live every year and millions of people a week. Do you get nervous? Answer? No. No, not anymore. I have 35 years worth of knowledge and experiences in my head. There's nothing you can throw at me in my world that can stump me. Nothing. Everyone's tried and I've handled it. And I've learned. So you can give me a microphone, 3 days, an arena filled with people, and no notes, and I can deliver an experience for them that will be life-changing for them. So if you shaking your boots a little bit from time to time, if you find yourself in uncomfortable situations, look at what Grant did with the undercover billionaire. Talk about put yourself in a potentially humiliating situation. Imagine that didn't work out. He put his whole brand on the line in front of the world. The whole world would have loved to see him fall down on his face. He didn't. He didn't. Love that show. I mean, when I talk about would I be nervous, I'd probably be nervous on that show. You know, if I think about anything, that one, that's a real test. That's really no joke, right? Take you way out of your comfort zone as a successful person. So let me talk to you about the gift I want to give you. If you believe that confidence is important for you, I recorded a course called Unstoppable Confidence in front of a live audience. And I have all the stories and all the lessons on every step that you can take in order to increase your confidence. Not your ego, not your pride, not your out of control arrogance, just confidence and what that will do for you. And what we've done, it was done for the network marketing space, but we've kind of edited it down. There might be a few references in there, here and there, but on my story and some of the lessons that I learned in my story. But we've tried to make kind of a generic version for the world. And I want to give that to you. It's not for sale anywhere in the world, but it's a special mini course called Unstoppable Confidence. My gift to you, those of you that are involved with this package that Grant's put together, like by now, the list of things that you're getting is just so out of control that if you don't take action on this, I think you're kind of nuts. The value obviously is there. It's just a matter of, are you going to take action or not? I just highly recommend that you take action. And this is just another thing, another part of that stack. But here's what I will tell you. If you're lacking anywhere in your self-confidence, this little mini course by itself will pay for your involvement in the program by itself. All the other stuff will be a bonus. Okay. It's that strong and it's that important. Okay. The Unstoppable Confidence mini course is yours. It's $1,000 value. It's yours for free. If you decide that you're going to join this program, I hope by now that you have. All of you decided already. I'm sure you're going to get it. I know you're going to get it, as well as the people who make a decision today. So that's what I wanted to share with you today. I hope it hit the right note with you, and I hope it provided some value to you. And with that, I'm going to throw it back to your hosts. See you down the road, everybody. Bye-bye.
What's up, everybody? Yeah, give it up for Eric Worre. Come on in the house. Come on, Rhett. John. Come on, Ricky. Man. You realize probably the top thing in the Facebook group this week has been around confidence. When you have confidence, you go create customers like you just do. And so I believe what Eric just included in is going to help give you the confidence that you need. Like, I believe that. Here's what I want you to know. We got our final speaker, and I know he's going to close this thing out strong. But Grant told me, Pete, for people who are staying the entire day, and that's you, I want to give one of the most amazing gifts to those people because their time is precious. I don't take it for granted. And so one of the things I'm going to tell you guys until this live stream ends, and we're 35 minutes away from it being done. Grant said, people who are here at the very end. I know there were so many people bummed on Saturday, Jeremy? Saturday, of missing out on that credit, on that store credit of $9.97. And I didn't say this in the beginning of the day because I wanted to say it in the beginning of the day, but I didn't say it in the beginning day because Grant wanted to reissue that to people who were here till the very end because of your time. And so for those of you here in the next 35, 40 minutes that you're taking that action, we're going to re-gift that to the people from today. It's not going to be any collaterals, any emails. There's no recordings of this. People don't get the recording of this. This is a bonus day. This is a bonus day. But it's because you've stayed around all day long. We know you've been on the fence. You know it's time to take action. And so that is a gift to the folks who are taking action today. So make sure you go to grantcardone.com/system, grantcardone.com/system. Here in a minute, after this speaker, I owe you like 50 gifts and then the grand prize gift of the day. And then I'm going to have just closing remarks here in just a minute. So make sure you stay around for that because you could be one of these winners. I'm excited. This guy has done high ticket sales at a whole different level. I told you if I had no business today, I would try to go sell 10 customers, $10,000 so I could have a 6-figure business in the next 30 days. And this guy is really a master at sales, understands sales, and it is important for you to make lots of sales in your business. And so I'm excited. Would you welcome to the stage, I don't know if I have his pretty picture up there, but we don't need it because you're going to see his live picture. Would y'all welcome to the stage as our closing speaker today, Mr. Dan Henry. Come on, give it up for Dan. Come on, bro.
Thanks, man.
Finish us strong, baby.
All right. All right, everybody. So, hope you had a good day so far. Let's close it out strong, as Pete said. So, many people believe that sales is a talent, that it's something you're born with, that you're just a natural salesperson, and those people have an advantage that you do not have. But the truth is, sales is not a talent. Sales is a skill, and it's a skill that can be learned. And I'll prove it to you today. You see, I delivered pizza for 7 years. And the reason why I delivered pizza for 7 years was because growing up in school, I had no social skills. I got bullied. I got into fights. I wasn't a cool kid. I didn't get invited to any parties. And listen, as a salesperson, as an entrepreneur, one of the biggest skills you must possess is social skills. I had none. And I loved delivering pizza because I could sit in my car, I didn't have to talk to anybody, and I could make ends meet. However, during that 7 years, 3 times, I came home smelling of grease, and there were bags packed at my door. 3 girlfriends, 3 relationships, packed up and left because I was not going anywhere. And after about the 3rd one, I decided it was time to make a change. So I saw an ad in Craigslist, and they said, you can make $50,000 a year, which back then was actually a lot of money, as a salesperson. I thought, screw it, I'll try that. And so I answered the ad, and lo and behold, I got the job. They flew me up to Trenton, New Jersey, and it was actually the company where Billy Mays, the OxyClean guy, hey, it's Billy Mays with OxyClean. That's where that man got his start. And my sales manager ended up being Billy Mays' sales manager. And so they took me through this training process for 2 weeks. And the gig was this. The gig was to go to department stores like Sam's Club and Costco and do a little cooking show and pitch this extremely overpriced cookware. And I remember the first day, we got to the store at 6 a.m. We set up the booth, and it was my turn to pitch. And so my manager, he gets on the intercom, and he says, attention Sam's Club shoppers. There's a cooking show on aisle 14 in 5 minutes, and you'll get a free gift if you attend. Head there now. Of course, the free gift was a potato peeler that broke after the first use. But about 5 minutes later, I had 20, 25 people in front of my booth, and I was sweating bullets. And all of a sudden, my entire life came raining down on me. And I thought, like many of you, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to say it. I don't think people are going to give me money. I don't even think they're going to pay attention to me. And I walked over to my manager and I told him this. I said, I can't do this. And he looks at me and he holds up a sheet of paper. And he says, you see this sheet of paper? You see the words on this paper? These are the words we've taught you for the past 2 weeks. We spent millions of dollars perfecting these words. If you say them, these people will not only pay attention to you, they will give you money. Can you do that? Just the words. And so I said yes. So I got up and I read the words I had been taught. And lo and behold, 5 people put this cookware in a cart. And I did the presentation several more times. And at the end of the day, I made $1,000 in commissions. Now, I went from making $400 to $500 a week, working 40 to 50 hours a week in the freezing cold, to just using my mouth, just using the words I had been taught, making $1,000 in commissions. And it was at that point I realized that if, just like Jim Rohn says, if you have something good to say and you can say it well, you will be successful. And I knew if I could master words and sales, I could bend the world to my will. I could have whatever I wanted in life if I just knew what to say and how to say it. And so over the next 12 years, I delved deep into entrepreneurship. I learned marketing, sales. I went to seminars. I bought insanely expensive coaching, and I mastered and continue to master the game of sales. And what I am going to do right now is I'm going to condense that 12 years down of trial and error, and I'm going to try to show you some sales tactics, and you might find them very weird, but I'm going to show you some sales tactics that can absolutely transform your business. My name is Dan Henry, and I believe the number one expense in your business is lost sales. And when you can eliminate that expense, you can afford to pay for all the problems and fix all the problems that create hopelessness. And so, what I'm going to teach you, if I have the right clicker here, where's the clicker? Is 3 weird things. Number 1, never pitch your product. Never pitch your product. Number 2, never listen to what a customer says. I know that sounds really weird and almost a little, almost salesy, but you'll actually find it's the opposite of salesy. And the third one is never tell the customer anything. Because listen, they don't like you. You're a sales guy. You are the sludge on the bottom of their shoe. You are one step below an attorney. You're the most hated person on the planet. So why would you try to sell them? Believe it or not, you don't have to sell them. And I'm going to show you how. So let's start with understanding what you sell. This is a little experiment I do whenever I do speeches at masterminds where people are trying to increase their sales. I want you to imagine that you were playing a game of dice, and you have the white and you have the red. Now, the white is just normal. You roll it and maybe you win, maybe you lose. Maybe you win 10,000, maybe you lose 10,000. Maybe you win 5,000, maybe you lose 20,000. But the red is special. The red, you win 70% of the time. You don't win 100% of the time because nothing in life is 100%, not even magic. But you win 70. Which dice would you want? Well, most of you would say the red. Of course, because you win 70% of the time. But what happens if the red dice cost money and the white dice were free? Which would you want now? Most would still say the red. And why? It's because human beings value certainty above all else. They value being able to sleep at night, and they do not buy because they want your product. They buy because they are certain that they will get what they want, or that they will be far more likely to get what they want if they have your product or service than if they didn't. And when you stop selling your product and you sell the certainty that they're going to get what they want, that is when you're going to sell a lot more of it. And so let me give you an example. This is a close that I teach people. I call it the 1 to 10 close. And you can use this when you have a customer who thinks they can do it without you. And at no point are you ever going to tell the customer anything. You're not going to say our product is great. You're not going to say you'd be better off with us. In fact, if you've ever said that to a customer, I want you to stop. You do not tell the customer what to think because they don't listen to you. You're the salesperson. They hate you just for that. So why even try? Instead, get them to sell themselves and get them to pitch themselves. And here's how you can do it. If you, like for instance, we sell sales training, right? Well, we sell sales management. So if I'm on a call with somebody and they say, hey, I really think this is great, but I just don't think you can do any better than me. Or maybe you sell weight loss, or maybe it doesn't matter. You simply say, well, let me ask you a question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how good are you at what you do? So a scale of 1 to 10, how good are you at what you do? And that is what they do. For instance, I was on the phone with a client once. They sold how to start a personal organizing business. So I said, how good are you on a scale of 1 to 10 at showing people how to create organizing business? They say, oh, a 10. I say, great. So then I say, oh, now on a scale of 1 to 10, how good are you at sales? Or let's say it's weight loss, or let's say it's parent. It doesn't matter what it is. Whatever it is you do, you ask them on a scale of 1 to 10, how good they are at that. And so whenever I ask, it's like, oh, well, I'm okay. I'm like a 4 or a 5. I say, great. And then you just ask other questions that have to do with your offer. So I'll say, well, how good are you at training salespeople? And they'll say, oh, I'm like a 2 or a 3. And then I'll say, well, how good are you at managing them? How good are you at making sure that they hit their daily reports, et cetera, et cetera? Oh, a 2 or a 3, right? So if you teach guitar, you say, well, how good are you at teaching guitar? How good are you at this? You ask them how good they are at what you do, your product or service. And they're going to give you low numbers. And if they give you a high number, you just say, well, how many blood, sweat, and tears and years did you put into this? And they say 5 years and all this time and money. And then you say, well, how much did you put into this? And they say, well, nowhere near. So you say, well, how are you a 10 at that and a 10 at this? And they'll go, oh, you're right. And then they'll say a 2 or a 3. And then here's what you do. You simply say, if you were betting on a football game, would you bet on the high-ranked team or the low-ranked team? They go, well, I'll bet on the high-ranked team. And so what I'll say to customers is, well, if you are betting on the sales for your company for the next 12 months, do you want to bet on a 10 or a 2 or a 3? Because all you have to do is say, well, how good do you think we are? On a scale of 1 to 10, how good are we at sales? How good are we at weight loss? How good are we at this? How good are we at that? They're going to assign you a much higher number than them because they know it's what you do. Now notice, at no point do you tell them your product is great. You don't ever have to tell them that. In fact, one of the greatest things you can do on a sales call is say, hey, why did you reach out to me specifically? Why did you decide to book a call with us specifically over anyone else? And you just let the customer tell you all the reasons you're great. You never have to tell them they're great, ever. You never have to tell them this. You let them do the math. Because people don't believe you, they believe them. People believe this much of what you say and they believe this much of what they say, so just let them say it. And the thing is, most people want to buy from you. In fact, 66% of Americans, according to one poll, buy because they enjoy the 28-minute dopamine rush that they get after buying. People love to buy. So if you hate to sell, that's a problem. And here's the thing. If people love to buy, let them buy. Let them do the math. Let them do the math. And so that's the first thing is never pitch your product. Notice that you're not saying, buy this product. You're not saying this is what it has. Here's another example. You wouldn't say, my product will do this, 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 and this for you. And if you buy it, you get this. What you would say is, here's what my product has. It has this, and it has this. Now let me ask you a question. If you had access to this, what kind of results do you think you would get? Do you think you would hit your goal? And then the customer says, yes, I think I would hit my goal. That is so much better than saying you need to believe this, because nobody's going to believe you. You're the slimy salesperson. They believe them. So just let them say it. It's a very simple switch. So you never pitch your product. You let the customer pitch it. And you do that by simply asking 95% of the time when you're speaking, you should be asking a question. Do you think this would help you? If you had access to this, the same thing that all these people had access to, do you think you would hit your goal? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The next thing is never listen to what the customer says. Has anybody here ever seen the movie, it's with Mel Gibson, and it's where he hits his head or he gets electrocuted in the bathtub, and all of a sudden he can hear what women think. It's called What Women Want, right? You'll see that movie? How many times has your wife said, I'm fine? And then you're like, are you sure? And they go, yeah, no, I'm sure I'm fine. Are they really fine? No. And that's the thing, is in this movie, what happens is he's able to hear what people think, not what they say. He's able to hear what women think and not what they say. And so he creates an amazing relationship with his daughter. He becomes a sex god to all the women he's dating, and he gets along better at work with his with the management, the female management, because he can hear what they think. And so here's a little technique you can do. Imagine that this is a person, all right? And this is their brain, okay? Here's what they say, and here's what they think. It's very simple. If somebody says to you, I've bought products like this before and I haven't got the results that I wanted, how are you any different? Most salespeople would simply say, well, we're great because of this and that, and this is why we're great. But it's a very simple switch here. You say, I understand. So you validate. I understand that you've bought products like this before and you haven't got the results. Let me ask, and then you dig. What specifically happened when you bought the other product? And why do you think you didn't get the result? Because see, all of the reasons why someone doesn't want to move forward, they're based on some sort of previous trauma with something they've went through, and they're thinking that's going to happen again. Or it could happen because they've seen it happen. And so if I'm on a call with someone, let's say you sell coaching, and you ask this question, they say, well, I bought this program and we only had one monthly call, and I just didn't think that was enough, and I didn't have enough support. Now, let's say you're a coach that offers a weekly call. Then what you do is you say, okay, I understand that you have, bought products like this before, and you didn't get results because you didn't have enough support. You ask what the difference was. Well, those programs have a monthly call. Our program has a weekly call. Do you think if you had 400% more support, do you think you'd be much more likely to hit your goal? And you let them say, yes. Great. Is that your only objection, or is there anything else? And you move on until there's nothing left but for them to buy. Here, folks, here's the thing. In order to understand why people have objections, you have to understand why people don't buy. And I'll illustrate this. This is a psychological principle. So, can we all agree that your mind, and by the way, this is also the reason why many people are not successful. This right here. Your mind is programmed to keep you safe, right? At all times, it's programmed by default to keep you safe. So if you reach out and put your hand on a hot stove, whoop, you retract it without even thinking, because your mind already has that as a default programming. You get near a ledge, you get nervous, you move to the side. Why? Because your mind is designed to keep you safe. Thousands of years of evolution, whatever you want to call it, food, shelter, water, it keeps you safe. And so here's the thing. In order to get reward, what must you first do? You must risk. There is no reward without risk. No pain, no gain. You don't risk your time in the gym, you don't get jacked. You don't risk putting yourself out there, you don't build a following, you don't build influence. You don't risk criticism, you don't make sales. You don't risk your time, you don't risk your money. You buy a stock, you got to buy it first before it goes up. Every reward comes with risk. So here's the thing. What is the opposite of safety? Risk, which means your mind at all times opposes reward, which means it opposes success because its job is to keep you safe. This is why customers don't buy. Think about why you don't buy. Right now, you're considering getting the Unbreakable business systems, and maybe you're thinking logically, this makes sense. This will help me. This will grow my business. It logically makes sense, but then you get this feeling in the pit of your stomach. And you think, ooh, what if it doesn't work? What if I waste my money? What if? That is this. That is your mind taking over logic and keeping you safe. It's its natural programming. And here's the thing, folks. Many people believe that champions are fearless, but they are not. They simply do it scared. Successful people understand and they realize how the human mind works. Imagine you took your car to a mechanic and the mechanic didn't know how an engine worked. How is he going to work on your car? You see, successful people are mechanics of their own mind. So they know when they go to invest in something, they know when they're considering buying something, that at some point they're going to get that little feeling right here, that feeling of doubt. They know it's this because they know how the human mind works. And they ignore it if it makes sense, because that is what winners do. They don't succumb to fear. They don't succumb to doubt. They have doubt. They have fear. They just do it anyway. And that is the dividing line. That is the difference. And when you understand that about your customers, you can now understand not to get angry at them for not buying. How many times you heard somebody say, these people just don't understand how to invest in themselves. These people just don't understand the value. No, they're just human like you. And they're defaulting to this. It makes sense to them. They want to buy from you. But then this kicks in, they get the feeling in their stomach, and they let it encompass them, and they don't buy. Jordan Belfort said that people don't buy for 3 reasons. They don't trust you, they don't trust your product, or they don't trust your company. Well, I believe there's a 4th reason. They don't trust themselves to use your product. And that's the thing, is winners, it's not, how do I find the money? Or what if I don't have the money? It's how can I find the money? What if I don't have the time? It's how can I make the time? It's not what if it doesn't work, it's how can I make it work? And here's the thing, when you realize that, you now learn that instead of getting angry at your customers, you can inspire them. Let me give you an example. What is the number one reason why people say that they can't buy right now? It's because the conditions are not ideal. I don't have the time. These are conditions that are not ideal. I don't have the money. Not ideal conditions, okay? Not ideal. Let me ask you a question. Who is the greatest baseball player of all time? Many of you will say Babe Ruth, maybe Jackie Robinson. But here's the thing. Why would Babe Ruth or anybody in his era be considered the greatest of all time? Babe Ruth has not hit the most home runs. He's not stolen the most bases. He has not won the most World Series, but yet he's still regarded as the greatest, even though modern players smoke him in the stats. I'll tell you why. It's because he did what he did in a time when the conditions were not ideal. They didn't even play as many games back then as they do now. They didn't have private jets to fly the players around. They didn't have massage therapists making sure their muscles weren't working, or they didn't have nowhere near the resources then that they do now. And that is why he's the greatest, because you do not get credit for succeeding in times of triumph. You get credit for succeeding in times of struggle. And when you understand that, ask yourself, the last time you gave an excuse why you couldn't buy, you gave an objection, what was it? Write it down. Write down the top 3 objections you give, the top 3 excuses. And then write down the top 3 excuses you get when people try to buy from you. And you'll see they're very similar. And the truth is, you have to be your buyer. If you were on a cliff and you were considering cliff diving, and to your left is a professional cliff diver with 500 dives, and to your right is your buddy of 10 years who's never dived a day in his life, who would you feel more comfortable with listening to convince you to take the leap? It would be the professional diver. And the principle here is that it's very difficult to convince someone to take a leap you haven't taken. So ask yourself, have you found the time? Have you found the money? Have you made it work? Have you bought products like yours? Because if you haven't, not only are you not going to attract the type of clients that will, but you're not going to know how to inspire them to get over their default program that's going to tell them to stay safe, even though your product makes sense. Even though your product makes sense. And that right there is when you realize that resources are abundant if you are resourceful. You're not looking for every client to have the resources. You're looking to inspire them to be resourceful, because they're going to need to be resourceful to buy your product and use it. All right? And so, never pitching your product. Make it more about the result than the actual product, what the product gets you. Never listen to what a customer says. When a customer says something, you have to dig, because what they're saying and what they're thinking are different. You address what they're thinking, not what they're saying. If you address what they're saying, you're addressing things they don't care about. And number 3, never tell a customer anything. Get them to say it. Now, these are sales principles that if you use these when you sell, you are going to sell a lot more. But I know what a lot of you are saying right now. Dan, I need more leads. I need more leads. This is great selling principles, but I need to get on the phone with people. I need to get people to reach out. So what I'm going to do right now is we're going to move on from the high level strategy stuff, and I'm going to get into some practical, more tech stuff. Right now, I'm going to show you some really cool stuff. I'm going to go through it real fast. And this is my bonus lead generation tactic. This right now is the hottest lead generation tactic that we're using. And we use these principles in this. So here it goes. These are called auto money bots, all right? And you can close deals for any product, any business, without setters and sometimes without even a sales call. And here's how you do it. Step one, you create customer-only content. So this right here is a screenshot from my Instagram. And this right here, we get hundreds of leads with posts like this, and we close people on high-end $60,000 offers all the way down to $97 offers, almost completely on autopilot with this. Here's how you do it. It's very simple. First line, are you struggling with problem? Are you struggling with weight loss? Are you struggling with getting your dog to stop peeing on the floor? Are you struggling with sales? Are you struggling with marketing? Then I say, here are 4 mistakes you can correct right now. So, do you have this problem? And that problem needs to be the problem that only your customer would have. Do you have this problem? Great. Here's 4, 3, whatever tips to help solve that problem. Then you just give them the tips. So what I do is I say, do you have a problem with sales? I give them 1, 2, 3, 4, sometimes 3 to 5 sales tips. And then I simply say this. Comment a word. So I say comment the word objections if you want a 3-minute audio lesson on exactly what to say to a prospect who are unsure of your product. So I say, do you have this this problem that only my customer would have? Here's some tips on how to solve it. Oh, you like those? Comment this word and I'll send you an audio on how to solve it even more. So we're calling out the prospect because they have a problem. Then we're giving them help. Frank Kern said, if you want to show somebody you can help them, help them. Okay, so we're giving them tips, and then we're saying, do you want more tips? Comment this word. You sell HVAC? Hey, struggling with your AC? Here's 3 tips to help make sure it always works and your filters are clean or whatever. I'm not an AC guy, but you simply say that, and then you say, step 1, clean it like this. Step 2, set a timer on your phone or on your calendar to make sure when to change it out. Tip 3, etc. Hey, would you like a 5-minute audio on how to do some self-maintenance on your HVAC, and then comment this word. It can work for any offer, okay? Then what happens here is when they comment it, you use a chat bot. Oh, one thing I mentioned is whenever you do this, always throw a slide in that says, follow me if you like this. Because here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna get customers from this to reach out to you. Then you're gonna get people who follow you. Maybe they don't reach out to you then, but now that they're following you, they're going to reach out to you the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th time that you post one of these. So next, step 2, nurture and qualify using a chatbot instead of a setter. So we set up a chatbot. It looks like this, and all we do is the following, and I'll run through this real quick. We say, hey, you reached out because you wanted this 3-minute audio. Great. Here it is. We send them an audio. I just upload it to Amazon S3 and put a link to it. It's just an audio file. I just record it on my phone. Teach them something. Then I say, hey, did this help? And they say, yes, great. If you had access to more of this, like 100 times more of this, would it help you achieve your goal? Would it help you grow your business? Would it help you lose weight? Yes, they say yes. Then you say, awesome. And now you ask qualifying questions. Are you, like, let's say you sell a weight loss product for new moms. Are you a new mom? You know, do you have at least 20 pounds to lose, et cetera, et cetera. If they're qualified, then the chatbot, and here's some examples, these are just yes, no questions. And then what happens is, if they say yes, then I say, I have a program that can help you solve this problem. And I send them an audio pitch over the chatbot. So for us, we qualify that they have a high ticket product. We qualify that they're taking calls. And then we say, we have a program that helps you increase sales. And then we send them a pitch. We just pitch it right there. And then we say, would that help your business? Would that help your weight loss journey? Would that help whatever? They say yes, and then we ping a sales guy. The sales guy then goes in, responds to that customer who likes what you have to offer, who has agreed to, that it's helpful, and who is qualified. And then you can either set the call if you like, or you can use voice messages, and that's step 3. You can simply close voice messages. We close deals all the time over voice. We just say, hey, I can have a call with you Monday at 2, or if you have a question now, I'd be happy to answer it. Go back and forth with voice messages. It's just like a sales call, and close them right there. That one funnel out of that one auto money bot, out of 211 messages from that one post, we closed 4 deals worth $240,000 per year to our company. Now you can see how if you do this for any business, all you have to do is post social media content in that format. Do you have this problem? Here's tips. Do you want an audio file with more tips? Get them to a chatbot, or if you don't have a chatbot, you don't know how to use chatbot, just answer manually, and you will have leads for days. People will share it, you'll grow your following, and you'll have highly qualified people ready to close right then. And then if you know what to say, you'll get the deal. So I know I crammed a lot of stuff into 25 minutes. Here's what I'd like to offer you right now. You're probably considering taking action and getting the Unbreakable Business Systems. Now, with the Unbreakable Business Systems, you're going to get several expert classes. If you liked what I had to share here today, here's what I'm going to do. We have a 12-part sales script that we use to sell $5,000, $10,000, $20,000, $50,000 offers, whether that's a fund, whether that's coaching, services. Maybe you sell legal service, whatever it is. We have a 12-part script that we've used. I've used it to close over $30 million in sales for my company. We've made $1 million in a single day with it, doing a form of it on stage. And the truth is that if you have this script and you know how to do it, you can immediately increase sales for your company. So what I'm going to do is, for my expert session, I'm going to go through all 12 steps of this. I'm going to show you how to close any sale, but especially high-ticket sales in this. And if you get the Unbreakable Business Systems from Grant Cardone, you are going to find that in your membership area, and you'll be able to close high-ticket sales, or really any sale, using this script. I'll go over it in vivid detail. That is a bonus you get with it. Now, in a second, Pete's going to come up here and close us out. Here's what I would like to leave you with. Oftentimes in life, we're looking at an opportunity and we're thinking, man, should I do it or should I not? Well, about a year ago, I was in Costa Rica, and I was just hanging out. I was looking for real estate. I had a horrible divorce 4 years ago. Never thought I would find love again. Never thought it was possible. And I was there, and I ran into a woman who actually, she had bought something for me, from me a while back. And so she just wanted to have coffee and connect. I said, okay, we'll have coffee and connect. So we connect, and I really liked her. I really liked her a lot. And she didn't like me. She thought I was this bro marketer, as you say. I don't even know what that is, but and so she didn't like me. So I left. I went back home. I asked her a couple times if she would like to hang out. No, no, no. And so I didn't do nothing for 3 months. And then I thought about it one day, and I thought, every time I've ever achieved anything great in life, it's when I took action, when I didn't give up, when I didn't accept no for an answer. So I followed up with her 4, 5, 6, 7 times, and then I had an idea. I thought, well, she doesn't like me, but I know what she does like. She likes rock concerts. So I bought tickets to the best rock lineup I could ever find, like Rob Zombie, like all these great bands. And I follow up probably the 9th or 10th time. By the way, average sales made on the 8th follow-up. I follow up and I say, I got tickets to this event. Would you like to go? She said yes. She comes up. The entire event gets rained out. We saw 2 bands, but we spent 4 amazing days together. And we've been together ever since, and she's sitting right there. Hello. The moral of this story is that oftentimes we are tempted not to take action, to just let it go, let it go. But it's those that take action that deserve the rewards and the benefits of that action. It's those that do what the 1% do. You want to be part of the 1%? You can't do what 99% of people are doing, and they're not taking the opportunity. 99% of people watching right now are thinking, I can't do this. Do you want to be the 1%, or do you want to be the 99%? If you want to be the 1%, then ask yourself, How many times have you not taken action? How many times have you let your mind go back to its default programming and keep you safe? And then you wonder why people won't buy from you. That can change today if you take action. Do you want to be a minion or do you want to be a millionaire? Remember, the number one expense in your business is lost sales. And taking action today can be the thing that eliminates that. That's my time. Thank you so much. Thank you, Pete, for inviting me.
Yeah, give it up again, Henry! Come on! Dude, I took notes during that. That was unbelievable. Unbelievable, the sales guy. And I'm glad that he didn't give up, because you can, if you look over, he's got a beautiful lady in his life that is a powerhouse. But that's what happens. We, a lot of the times, just give up. We just give up. So listen, we're 10 minutes from being done. How many of you been with us all day? I told you I got a gift. Yeah, everybody in the room's been with us all day long. I'm going to ask you to track with me for just a quick second here, all right? Because I've got about 50, 55 gifts to give out here in just a minute. So give me 7 minutes. I'm going to ask you to follow me, okay? You're going to follow me. I want you to understand the Unbreakable Business System, grantcardone.com/system. The offer for $997 does not end tonight. What ends tonight, or where it goes away, is Friday night. Grant said at the beginning of today that they will triple the price, repackage it, remove a lot of the bonuses. And so, guys, like, the opportunity to take action today, it really matters. And I just want to give you one final thing that's really going to help you. Because you're like, Pete, where do I get started? I'm actually moving this down right here, and I'm moving this up. I'm moving this around because I want you to see the simplicity of this, of how this program is designed. You got me good here? You've got scale, you've got communication, you've got sales, you've got marketing, and you've got money mindset. This is what's allowed Grant Cardone to build 16 companies that are unbreakable with a market valuation of $3 billion. And company after company, whether it's a company he started, a company that was stuck like 10X Health, or a company that's scaling, this is the framework he uses. In 1 week, you will be done with this curriculum. You can do this 1 hour a day, and out of it, you will be able to build your unbreakable business plan. This is the core curriculum, and you have lifetime access to it forever, forever. The other piece of that is February 4th through the 11th. Grant hasn't done this. He's got his whole team. On the 4th, we're going to kickstart it on Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then Monday, we're coaching on money mindset and having you pick your targets and strategies for the year. Tuesday, we're coaching on marketing, having you pick your traffic sources and your targets and coaching you around marketing. Wednesday, we're coaching around communication, having you pick your targets and get clear on your plan around communication. Thursday, we're coaching you around sales. Dan just gave you a masterclass on sales. And we're making sure you're clear on your targets for 2023. And on Friday, we're making sure that you are clear on your break points so that they don't break you, and coaching you on scale. And then on February 11th, we're going to celebrate the first graduation of the inaugural founding members of the Unbreakable Business System. That is the second part of the core curriculum. And the third part is GrowthCon. Right here. GrowthCon. We're going to ship this box out to you today, which has a bunch of goodies and a bunch of things to get you ready for GrowthCon. Because now that you got the curriculum done, now that you got the coaching in your plan, now we've got to make sure we stack the table and that you have the biggest think that you've ever had because of the people that are at GrowthCon. This is the core curriculum. 2 short weeks from today, you're done with it. You're done. This isn't one of those things that's 6 months or 9 months or 12, and you have the lifetime access to this. Yes, we've stacked the different revenue levels, master classes that you can have permanent access to. Yes, we've stacked that. Yes, today we stacked the Unbreakable Business Experts Revenue Series, and what Dan just gave is unbelievable. And what about a dozen of our experts have given is unbelievable. Yes, we've stacked this. This is the specialty training. You also have lifetime access to that. The value of this program is absolutely crazy. And I hope, because you could still qualify for some of the gifts I'm about to give to you, I hope that you will take action on this, because it will be absolutely life-changing and game-changing for what it does for your business. And so, Johnny, bring that up. You can bring me full screen, and I'm going to give some prizes out here in a moment. But if you go to grantcardone.com/system, we've got a 1-pay, which is your best option for savings. You've got a 3-pay, and today we've introduced a 7-pay. And I just want to really quickly, this is the core curriculum. I showed you the core curriculum. That's what you're going to get done in the next 2 weeks. Now, Pete, remind me of the revenue series from the experts. I'm going to remind you of that in 1 minute. Oh, you don't have a course or you don't have a product? Cool. We'll help you build one in a weekend. You don't have clarity on the market you want to serve, the problem you want to solve, or your product suite? We got you. You don't have a list. You don't have a list? That's all right. Shanda's about to give you a list. These are all the revenues. This is all of the specialty curriculum that you don't go through before your core curriculum. I cannot believe Russell Brunson has given funnelology like he did. You want to build the funnel? There you go. You want to launch a webinar and you get clear of that in the next 2 weeks? Anthony Morrison, webinars are not dead, but fully alive. You want to be able to sell more? Dan has just given you to sell more. You want to have unbreakable confidence and create raving fans? That's how Eric Worre has done it. That's how Eric Worre has done it. And then I loved what Natalie Dawson said. You want to build your team or scale your business? Here's the beautiful thing about all of these. Or do you want to create a world-class community that wants to buy from you? For all of you out there that are Pace Morby, stay on here, Johnny. Pace Morby got caught up in planes and ice storms and is so bummed that he could not be here today. He was supposed to be here today, but he has added how to build a world-class community on the back end. And then the power of coaching to increase sales from Shanda Sumpter. And if you remember Stormy Wellington earlier on social media and Marcus Barney earlier, there are so many flippin' bonuses. Johnny, come to me really quickly here. What I just showed you is the experts bonuses, the revenue bonuses that were included today from our experts. You don't have to get through this in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, you're going to have your plan. And now you're going to know which ones you start with in this. And so just like I said earlier, Grant wants to reward those folks that have been here with us all day long and taken action. And so yes, we reopened up the store credit because you're still with us late. We reopened it up today. You won't hear about it tomorrow or Thursday or Friday. We reopened it today because the tens of thousands of people that stayed with us all day long. So if you've taken action today, and don't worry, if you've taken action, if you have taken that action, we're going to grant this up until people for today. And so you're going to want to make sure you get that done right now or shortly after. And that will be expiring tonight. So go to grantcardone.com/system, grantcardone.com/system. You've got 30 days money back guarantee. 30 days money back guarantee. One of the most powerful things that Elena said is the origin of Grant's name is guarantee, because he always delivers on what he promises. And so I want to encourage you today. That's the last time that you will hear us talking about this, because we're wanting you to step out and take that opportunity. There's some things that go away today, but this offer in its founding members pricing closes out on Friday night. The price will triple after Friday. And so we really want to encourage you to take action on that today. So guys, I am so grateful. This is my last live. I've been in Miami for 8 or 9 days. I would not be away from my family. I haven't been away from my family in 8 or 9 days in years. In years. But all I can tell you is when I saw Grant put this Unbreakable business system on one of my companies, and it went from a $1 million company to this year projecting to do 19 million. And I've only been a partner 1 short year with him. I begged and pleaded with him. Jeremy begged and pleaded. I'm so grateful to Jeremy. Jeremy has been a huge part of behind the scenes. You haven't seen his face much, but he's been huge. Jared's been huge. We went to Grant and said, you have to do this. You have to do this. Jeremy's seen their company go from 0 to $70 million in 3 years because of this Unbreakable business system. And so I've been here for 8 days. This is my last live. I've led this charge of wanting to lead these events because I know what this can do for you. And I also know the things that didn't work for me. Just another digital course that was going to take me a year to do just doesn't work for me. I kept losing confidence because I would do another thing. And the problem with it is that the other thing had too much information, or it was a broken system that only worked for that person. And now you've got a system that predictably has worked for hundreds and thousands of clients for Grant Cardone. I hope you'll step into that tonight. Really, I do. Yeah, you could wait until Friday, and we'll have lots of people wait till the last minute, but I hope you will step into that greatness tonight. grantcardone.com/system. Make sure you get the great gift that Grant has given you in giving you a $997 store credit because of being here so long with us today. So this is what I want to do to close out. I'm going to show our last winners. We might as well end with what we started. We started this thing last Tuesday. We talked about all of these prizes. We gave away all of the prizes last week. Today have simply been bonuses and gifts for people who have stepped into their greatness and stepped into that next level and overcame the fear and overcame the doubt and stepped into their greatness. So we're going to give a few more out. So guys, if you see our Build an Empire book winners, you can see them on your screen right now. They're also posted in the Facebook group. So yeah. Autograph books from Elena. Your next slide is you can see our 10X hat winners. So we got a bunch of new people with our 10X hat winners. What do we got next? And we got more 10X rule book winners. These are all, my team just put this together in the last 10 minutes. They went and saw who took action in the last hour. And they went and did that. So now here's the last one. The last person. We decided today, Dan's dice here, that the people we were going to roll the dice on to win the GrowthCon ticket was the first person that took action today and also decided to have a VIP experience in it. We said the person we're going to bonus in and gift to GrowthCon is the person who moves fast and takes action today. And so Rhett went back and saw exactly the first person to take action today, Johnny, and that person is Savannah Urban. Give it up for Savannah! Woo! She's going to GrowthCon. All expenses paid trip because of not waiting around. Action. Johnny, I think we have Savannah here, don't we? Savannah, welcome. Are you excited about coming to GrowthCon?
I am. I definitely am. I'm going to turn my volume down here so I'm not listening to myself. Can everybody still hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. What about this? How excited are you? And what are you feeling right now?
I am really excited and I'm really proud of myself that I clicked yes on me. The challenges that we faced in business the last year, I quite frankly don't ever want to face again. It's so important to bet on yourself, and listening to Elena and listening to everybody over the past week and all of the stories, all of the winning attitudes, the challenges that everybody went through. I just realized that my time is money and my time is valuable, and I'm not waiting to really give myself the chance to be where I want to be and who I want to be. So I decided to just bet on me and bet on kind of giving in and being a little vulnerable and realizing that, some of the greatest people in the world didn't do this alone. And I need help. I need help to get to where I want to be and that next sector. We've been a fan of Grant for years and years, but I just knew, based on what we learned over the past few days, it was time. And I'm stoked. It's really exciting.
What would you say to everybody that's like really sitting on the fence tonight, and all the folks that are watching? What would you say? Because you sat on the fence and you're like, nope, today is the time. I'm moving into this. What last thoughts? What would you say to all the folks sitting on the fence right now?
So you get that fear of failure. You're never going to know if you don't try. And I had to get over that vulnerability and that insecurity of just do it. Shut up and do it. This is the time. There's no other time. You're in a good place. Let yourself be successful. And I just kind of had to tell myself to shut up and do it. There's no better time. And every single tool is here in this toolkit. If you're not successful, you're crazy, because everything is here for you. And that was the key differentiator for me is my confidence is here. It's time for me to believe in myself and just hit go.
Yeah, hey guys, will y'all give it up for her? Everybody online, drop some comments. Let her know. I love what she said. She said, Pete, to me earlier as we picked the first person, we were looking, who's going to take action? And I might go look right now and see who the first person to take action is after this comment. I might just see who the first person is to take action after. What time do we have, Rhett? We've been here 7:37. Let's take that time, Rhett, and see who the first person to take action is after this. But she said she had to tell herself to shut up. She had to tell herself to shut up. She told her own thoughts to shut up. Guys, I just thank you for the last week. It's been an amazing week. I hope to see many of you join today, and I can't wait to see all of the new founding members of the Unbreakable system that come in today, tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. But tonight is your night. Today is your day. On behalf of the entire Grant Cardone team and everybody behind the scenes, drop some love for them in the comments down below. Make sure you go to grantcardone.com/system, and we will see you guys Saturday night, 7 p.m. Eastern, when we kick it off. And don't worry if you can't be there, it will be recorded and sent out to you immediately. The kickoff starts then. grantcardone.com/system. Thank you for the last great week, and cannot wait to see all of our founding members. Thank you, guys.
This guy is inspiring. There's something genuine about Grant Cardone.
He's got so many different ideas for what you can actually do, and he's really changed the way I look at my business.
I really connected with Grant because I grew up without a dad like he did.
International sales expert Grant Cardone.
New York Times best-selling author.
Has founded up to 14 companies now and growing still.
Money won't make you happy, folks. Poverty won't get you anything.
He's an international speaker to speak about motivation, leadership, entrepreneurship, and finance. The man, Uncle G, Mr. Grant Cardone.
These are roads. And I bought into the concept that if I build it, they will come. A road without traffic is useless. So I need you to get traffic. I need you to get attention.
I found out that when I was contributing to the life of another person, it was better fuel
than it was contributing to my own bank account.
If you're going to be the ultimate success that you really want to be, you've got to be able to relate outside of your comfort zone. So I came to shatter some boxes.
You are the one. You are the one that's gonna break the generational curses in your family. You are the one that's gonna be the first multi-millionaire in your family. You just ain't step up to the plate yet.
It's really remarkable how you can achieve anything in life. How do you define big? What's your dream?
I'm gonna show you guys how to instantly outspend your competitors and ethically steal all potential customers in your market, which is gonna be pretty exciting, right?
We want to see you strong, powerful, and winning in life. We are 10X!
It is my job to give you the data, give you the information, give you the strategy, make ourselves available to help you. Your job is to continue to show up.